Grace and peace, Grand Rising. Mindful Monday is now. Thank you for everybody that is stopping by, catching the replay. This is Mindful Monday, Season 2, Episode 4. So before we get juicy into the main topic at hand, I will be discussing a few things that happened, over the weekend. My Lotus is in the building. Okay. Smitty Snackables is here. I didn't do a panel, so I'm gonna just be winging it right now. So there's a couple of things that are happening right now besides the main topic. Those that know me, you know what I'm saying? So I had to weigh in because, we'll talk. So a few things I'm going to be talking about is we in New York City, I don't know if some people saw it, but we got hit with a tropical storm that caused major flooding Friday morning Eastern Standard Time, about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be reading some things from the news because I was caught up in that. Listen, trust me when I say trust your instincts. And I should have let my little one stay home. Well, she's not really little anymore, but we were debating about letting her go to school Friday morning, but the rain wasn't as bad as the news had forecasted. So I said, okay, you know what? She can go to school. About 2 to 3 hours later, I'm seeing all kinds of flooding, and I'm like, she's down in downtown Manhattan, where in the specific area that gets flooded, crazy. And I didn't want her to be stuck down there by herself, trying to navigate to come back up to the Bronx. All right. So in that, I will be discussing that. I also will be talking about how there's a temporary hold on the shutdown. I don't know if anybody was aware that we were about to go into a financial shutdown, and that Capitol Hill, and the majority of the vote was coming from the Republicans, right? We're going to talk about some politics today. We're not going to get too deep into it because I'm not really savvy about it. You just know that we heard more about Keefe D and Tupac's assassination than we heard about a lockdown. That just lets you know where things are at. All right. Also, this coming week, there's going to be a FEMA nationwide emergency alert, testing the waters, if you will, in case of an emergency. They're sending out a national broadcast. I talked about this last week. Well, it's this week that it's happening. And Donald Trump, the Teflon Don, is in court as we speak down in Supreme Court in Manhattan on alleged, bigging up his business financially, then reported. So, they hating on the Donald right now. They don't, they trying to make it all stick. And, he is a sovereign. He's a sovereign, right? First and foremost. And he said during his campaign and while he was in presidency that he is a businessman and not a politician. Whether you hate him, like him, however, today I'm going to try not to get too emotional, because I've been in the behind the scenes just listening to people and, trying to be an open-minded person in regards to people talking about Tupac. Half the people that talk about Tupac Amaru Shakur weren't even alive. It's a beautiful thing how social media is, but it's also a demise. All right. And this whole situation that happened with now this revelation of Keefe D, who is a known low life in that respect, as far as drug dealing, in gang affiliates, etc. That who has been going on a big known social media platform and just divulging all information. Now, that legally is, we're going to talk. We're going to talk. And dogs in the building. Salute, salute. You got this as always. Oh, okay. I'm going to do the panel soon. And that's all that I want to talk about. But before I do all that, let me get my disclaimer up, because I will be sourcing some places. All right. So copyright, fair use. Reading out of the Fair Use Act disclaimer. Okay. You know, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's here. Alrighty. So, Fair Use Act disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit education or person use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right, so now we got fair use out the way. And just also to remind everybody that I will be starting private readings after October 10th. So that's 10/10. Anybody interested in getting a personal reading can click into the link here, or they can go into my Instagram page, and that will have my website set up there. And then look, I already I can see people, but the numbers are not reflecting it. So you know. All right. This is all I gotta say here. I'm gonna show this. I've been showing this book since I started this channel. All right. And I'm gonna be getting some information out of here. This is by John Potesh. The book is called The FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Black Leaders. U.S. intelligence murders targeting of Tupac, MLK, Malcolm, Panthers, Hendrick, Marley, rappers, and linked ethnic leftists by John Potesh. Also, I have here the book Perversion of Injustice, the Prosecution and Acquittal of the Panther 21, where Miss Mama Ophelia Shakur was part of that Panther 21 in 1969. April of 1969, where there was alleged trumped up charges on this organization, the Black Panthers. And I will talk about that a little bit further. Okay, now where's my phone at? So now that we got the fair use going out, let's get this. And know that Tupac Amaru is the name of an Incan warrior, I believe in the 1600s, coming from South America. All right, so we're invoking. We got the ancestor music on right now. We are invoking the warrior spirit. There's been some warrior spirits I've been seeing. Shout out and salute to my brother Red Pillar, KTL, and going on, listening to Choke No Joke and seeing him connect certain dots. Very interesting. And it is what it is. All right. So first thing I'm going to tap into is the storm we had on Friday, which flooded heavily New York City, specifically areas targeted were the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, certain lower counties of Westchester County, which is a little town county over above the Bronx. Now, 2 years ago, almost to the date, September 1st, 2021, we had Hurricane Ida that hit New York City with massive rainfall that caused severe floodings in the boroughs of the Bronx, Harlem, Manhattan, and Queens, with 13 deaths. Okay. You know, New York City, or Manhattan rather, because the boroughs. So if you go on a map and you want to look to see how New York City is set up, it's really a small little island, but it houses 8+ million people. It's the first or second largest major city in America. It's Cali, it's Los Angeles, and New York City, and then you have Chicago, right, and Dallas, and all those. But when we hear major cities, we know that New York City is one of them. If not the first or the second, it's one of the two, right? And so New York City was built on marshland, swamp land. It wasn't made for these heavy iron buildings, right? That are now the skyline that you see in modern day time. So yeah, the city is sinking. Yeah, it is. The only borough that's connected to the mainland, that's connected to America or the United States, is the borough, the Bronx. We have a high elevation, but that's not to say that certain areas in the Bronx that are near water, rivers, cannot get flooded. But it recedes quicker than it will in Manhattan. Okay. Brooklyn and Queens are offshoots of Manhattan. They are islands themselves, but they're still below sea level. All right. So again, so you saw parts of not so much East New York, but you saw like some of the gentrified spots. You know, this is all like that you saw in Brooklyn over this past couple of days that got flooded crazy. So my intuition was, I started seeing things. I said, let me go ahead downtown and go pick up my daughter, my youngest daughter, from school, because she's not familiar with navigating. And again, Manhattan is an island. So you have to cross the subway tunnels to get across from one landmass to the other. Now, if those certain particular tunnels are now flooded, the trains can't move, and they weren't moving. So people were stuck. Certain train lines were delayed and just stopped, period. All right. So I, had to do some maneuvering and go down into the belly of the beast so I can get my little one. Because I didn't want her to be stuck down there and trying to figure out, how do I get home? And guess what? Mayor Adams, Mr. Hip Hop, mayor of New York City, kept the schools open. So children were stuck in New York City. Okay, let's read here. Salute to everybody coming through. Peace, peace, peace. All right. So again, this is a fair use for comments and criticism. During the 24 hours, this is coming out of the Gothamist. It's a news, online news publication. All right. So during the first 24 hours of Ida, which was it was a hurricane, but it moved to us as a tropical storm. More than 7 inches fell in Central Park Friday, and nearly 6 inches the same period, bringing Ophelia. Excuse me, Ida was 2 years ago. This storm is Ophelia, which actually dumped more rain on certain parts of the city from the data National Weather Service shows. JFK Airport, City Island in the Bronx, Park Slopes in Brooklyn were hit especially hard by Friday's deluge. The National Weather Service posted on social media that JFK experienced the wettest September since Hurricane Donna hit in 1960. New Jersey didn't see a total repeat of 2021's downpour, but Hoboken and Bergen County, which are in New Jersey, both got more than their fair share of rain because those two counties are closest to the East River, which is just a bridge or a tunnel ride over into Manhattan, New York City. All right. The Garden State also declared a state of emergency. The governor of New York, Holcomb, did a state of emergency 2 hours after the downpours happened. Let's get to the part where I was annoyed and I had to go rescue my child. Yet NYC schools and transit opened, ultimately stranding students, commuters, and tourists once the bulk of the rain arrived. Mayor Eric Adams is once again drawing scorn for his emergency preparedness, and disaster experts say the environment fallout could linger well after the rain weakens on Saturday. Because you're too busy up in the Met Gala and hanging out with Wu-Tang and them. Tropical storm systems are historically known to be flash flood makers when they encounter other weather fronts through a process known as frontgenesis. But human-driven climate change has added extra moisture to the atmosphere, worsening what would have been a manageable storm in the past. Okay. And that is that. Also, Hurricane Ida that hit in 2021 caused a lot of severe flooding in Manhattan. Harlem got hit like crazy. Why? Because Harlem, if you go to one side or the East Coast, the east side of Harlem is the Harlem River Drive, and you have the river there. So when you're getting this flash rain coming down at 6 minutes, however they report it. I'm not a meteorologist, disclaimer. But nonetheless, the waters rise, so the highways are getting flooded out over there. Same thing with the FDR, because that's part of another side of the river on the west side. And then you have Brooklyn, like I said. So, Google Maps, you can see how the city is set up. You can see how the 5 boroughs are close, but we're all like separated just by bridges and tunnels. Again, the only borough that is connected to the lands of America is the Bronx. So, God forbid any kind of real crazy disaster happens. Sayonara, Manhattan. Okay. So let's continue. Give me some fruits. Now, also there was a super full moon, which was the last of the super moons of this year, that was on Friday, September 29th, 2023. Okay, so there was a full moon, and we know when the moon is at that peak, it affects, and if there's a storm, it affects the water. Yes. So you add that in. There was a heat depression coming in from the west of the states, hitting closer to the east, and then you had this hurricane coming in on the East Coast. So places like Philly got hit, places like Carolinas got hit. All right, and it worked its way all the way up to the northeast corridor. Places like Connecticut are getting hit now. All right, so are we chopping this all up to? Oh, it's hard. It's this. It's a little bit of everything. Spiritually speaking, it might be retribution for some people and some things, right? AKA Biggie, AKA Tupac. All right. Second topic. Spending bill that was on the brink of a shutdown until whenever So that means that they were going to stop some government assistance, any kind of rental, people who are renting, there was going to be this holdup. All right. Basically, whoever was getting, whether we're getting SSI checks or anything to do with the government, it was going to be a shutdown. So now it's on hold until November 17th, until they can come up with some resolutions of how this is, going to affect the average American citizen. All right. This is called the spending bill. So it's being allocated. They got to figure out how they're going to, put some things here, put some things there. Meanwhile, people are talking about something else. And I just found out about this news yesterday. I'm like, oh, there's going to be a lockdown, a shutdown, a government shutdown. I don't know about you, but I was a little alarmed and relieved that they got it on a temporary hold. So you can get your ducks in a row now. Start stocking up. That's what I'm going to do. I mean, we're supposed to be doing that anyway, but sometimes, listen, times are rough. Some people are only just living paycheck to paycheck and don't have the luxury of having an extra supply on hand to, save up and stuff. They might have to tap into that supply they got saved up so they can feed their families. Mm-hmm. So that's just something to look out for, guys, is this, Wally's in the building. Salute, Wally. That's just something to look out for when, right, they better slow that down. Like, listen. So it gives us time, which is what I liked. I liked hearing that because I'm like, okay, so now we can get our ducks in a row. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, this kind of just came out of the blue. I didn't really hear too much about it. But then again, I don't watch the news, so I don't really know, you know what I mean? But even though I'm on social media, I didn't really see anybody talking about that. They kept talking about Keefe D and them. And I'm like, yeah, that's all food for fodder. But we living in real time right now. Like, how are we going to get this money? How are we saving for our families? Like, it's about to be a lockdown, shutdown. And the next thing to talk about is the FEMA. They're going to conduct a nationwide alert around 2:20 p.m. October 4th. So you're going to hear an alert on your phone. You're going to hear an alert on your tablet. You're going to hear an alert on the TV. It's called the National Broadcast Center. And they're conducting an emergency broadcast. It's not a real emergency. They're just setting an alert in case there happens to be an emergency. It will let you know. I used to hear that sound almost every. I heard it quite often growing up when I was a child. So I'm not really like, this isn't like, but it's it's a new name, same face kind of thing. So FEMA's a new name for whatever it was back in the 70s, 80s, when the TV would go into the boop and you would see those different color, technicolor lines on your screen. And it'd be for just like a couple of seconds. So, again, I don't want to fall into the whole hoopla and the conspiracy. Like, sometimes we just got to get out of all that and be like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, and lastly, Donald Trump. All right. I know some people don't really care about him or whatever. He's also a Gemini, like Tupac. And, it's not that I care too much about what's going on with him, but there's some intertwines with names between him and Tupac that we share same numbers through gematria. So I find that very interesting, to say the least. So he's going to court now. He should be in court now. Remember, he got back in April. So they indicted him, but are the charges going to stick? and this is all on the business aspect. They're trying to make his presidency and his business campaigns and things of that nature stick together. So this is one thing really doesn't have to do with the other, but you can try to make it stick. That he was getting bribes, during his campaigning. He's, lied. Basically, they're saying about how much his earnings were through his company. It's a witch hunt for him, is what I'm saying. And so, kind of like this whole Keefe D thing. It's really the same people who are doing the witch hunts are these people right here. All right. The alphabet soup, the CIAs, the FBIs, and all the other secret intelligences that we're not privy to. And so they have been doing these things for a very long time. So he's in court now, and they got his kids waiting to, like they're trying to get the kids to kind of flip on him and testify. And like, what? They got two of his sons as witnesses or something to that nature, because the sons are behind all this as what? Man, listen. So we're spending money doing this. Like the money resources is just going all crazy. And did you hear that Biden is now that they pushed back or set forward rather the student loans? So while billions of dollars were sent to a country that we have no business sending, you're asking the United States citizens to pay for school loans that were taken out years ago, so that they can get an education and where they can get more money and survive this country. Yet you're funneling the money somewhere else and allocating it out to other people that has nothing to do with us. Make it make sense, right? So now you want middle class, hardworking people who, again, like I said, some people are really living paycheck to paycheck. You're going to go and garnish their checks because they're not paying their student loans. I mean, how dare you? How dare you? So these are some things that are trending right now. Now, let's get to the meat and potatoes of the story while we're here. Exactly, in the back end. The ghost of Tupac Shakur is back. People are invoking that prototype, that phenotype. They won't let the man be in peace. All right. For me, I'm gonna say he is transitioned over. These Johnny come latelys is like, oh, Pac is alive. Let me get that out the way first. Let me just talk about the blasphemy about that first, and then I will get into why the story of Keefe D or Dwayne, whatever his name is, Davis, and how he's a patsy and a fall guy. Let's look at JFK, Lee Harvey Oswald. What about Robert Kennedy, Sirhan? These lone wolves that just kind of don't add up. Now, Keefe D is on a different level of that, but when we're talking about the archetype of a patsy, these are what they are. That's what it looks like. So I've heard things from, he's still alive, he's this rapper named Akil, he's in South America, he's an actor, which he is. I'm not going to take that. I mean, that is true. He acted. Let's see, what else is the other stuff that I'm hearing? He's an agent himself, that Tupac is an agent himself. He's an informant, that his mother is. And I'm just trying to be open-minded, just trying to hear, because there's some people that are coming into an awakening that they are seeing certain entities and entertainers and um, industry people looking like a plant. But I'm telling you that even though that industry had some agents in it, you got more agents now than you did back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. The death of the archetype of the Black Messiah, Tupac Amaru Shakur, was ceased on September 13th, 1996, to usher in a 50 Cent. Who else is it? A Ja Rule. Okay, that type of archetype. And yeah, Pac wore bandanas, and yeah, Pac was, you know, they're trying to paint him as, you know, he was part of the gangster rap and stuff like that. Oh, and that Pac is down with the LGBTQRS elemental P group. You know, he's twinkle toes because he did ballet for a couple of months. He's not a ballerina, but because he took that dance class, he's all of a sudden fugazi. I'm going to talk about all this because we need to refresh again. And this is where I'm like, this is where the emotions, the passion is going to come in, because some of these Johnny come latelys. I'm 47 years old. I'm closer to Pac's age than half these people on social media talking a lot of gaga. And don't understand that during that time in the Bronx, in Harlem, we had classes like that where our parents were sending us to ballet, tap, music, and arts. Tupac's mother went to LaGuardia Music and Arts. No, excuse me, she went to Fashion Institute, FIT, if I'm not mistaken. One of the two. My mother went to music and art school and took up art. So I understand the dynamic of Afeni Shakur. And in that era of the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, where even though there weren't all these big services for the children, we still made lemonade out of lemons. And half of these people that are talking again, they're 10 years young. They were not even alive when Tupac was here. So now they got social media, and now they're going with the conspiracies of, oh, he faked his death. Oh, he did this. Oh, he did that. And, you know, who gets shot and then leaves and comes back to court and things of that nature. Tupac was not suffering from the first time his attempted assassination wasn't critical. So yeah, he had some lacerations that appeared to be like 5 times, but really they were gun grazes. Oh, he shot himself. Yeah, he pulled out because he was trying to turn his weapon to the alleged assailants, and in doing all that, it jammed, and he hit himself. Okay. I want to talk to the young 20-year-old version of a Black male and get their point of view. And you know what? You don't even have to be any color at this point. Just think when you were 20 years old. Think when you were 17. What were you doing? How were you acting? But because we're going to be talking about the so-called Black male, right, Tupac Shakur, we're going to be using words like black and white. Give me a second. Let me cook. Give me a second. My pink sugar's in the building. That's too much plant. Right. And again, you know, I will try not to get too emotional, but emotional in regards to like getting perturbed and upset and annoyed. But it cracks me up because you have a lot of people on social media now that are like, you know, scrapping up 20 something years, almost 30 years later, of an intricate person that you can't wrap your head around because you were brought into this industry already that had been already shifted and compromised by COINTELPRO. Oh, Pac wasn't no gangster. No, he wasn't. He actually was a good kid. But he grew up with and around people that were being targeted for doing the right thing for a dysfinancial proportioned group of people, minority, if you want to say that, of Blacks and Hispanics in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s. Poor Fred Hampton, rest his warrior soul, was only 21 when he was assassinated. Why? Because he was bringing and bridging that type of what you want to call gang activities together in Chicago, but not on a we terrorizing people, not on a we're going to hurt each other, on a let's build our community up. And look what happened. And now as a result of that, you have what they call Chirac or Chirac. Because you're taking and you're plucking off our messiahs, our leaders that can help us out. We don't care about what you're doing in your communities. That's your business. If you want to create all kinds of colleges, and let's not start with the HBCUs and stuff like that were founded by white immigrants, Europeans. But you want to be down with the program. Whatever. I'm going sideways. So what I'm trying to say is that talk to me about your 20-year-old self. Talk to me when you were 25 years old. Did you grow up in a revolutionary family? Were you having to move and hide out in various places because big agencies were coming looking for you? I'll wait. I will wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I will wait. So the Johnny come latelys are doing a blasphemy case on Tupac because they're seeing a persona of somebody and not really understanding of a young Black man in the hood. Oh, but he went to music and arts in Baltimore, and his mother went to one of those. She went to a high school like that. Why not put your child in that? Oh, she must have had to done something for her to get. It's free. Those kind of specialized schools are free. They're free. It's on you have to audition or be interviewed or show your portfolio. I know this because my mother went to 2 of them. She went to a high school, LaGuardia Music and Arts, and then went to FIT college. She still has that very portfolio. So, yeah, I know what Ophelia Shakur was doing. Not literally because I wasn't born at that time, but she is the archetype. She is like my mother. They are the archetypes that around the same age. And in Harlem, my mom went to school in Harlem. Listen, come on, it's too parallel, and that's why, I'm emotional about it because it's almost our lives are parallel. So it's like you're talking about my brother, even though that's the love of my life. But on all jokes aside, like that would be my brother. And so again, you have people who are trying to pick this young man apart. And these people are in their late 30s, mid 30s, late 30s, and early 40s talking a whole bunch of garbage. And you know what? It's not even garbage because they're entitled to make their speculations. They're entitled to speak their mind, just like I am. But be well-rounded. Don't just pick apart because you're on social media and you see certain things and you're like, oh, he was this, oh, he was that, and not realizing at that time how old he was. Were you perfect? Did you make every right decision when you were 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 years old? I was a teenage mom at my daughter was a year old at 17. When I was 17, rather. Tupac started his artistic rap around that age. This is when he got more like picked up and seen for his artistry. He's in tune with his feminine side. Some of y'all are out here fighting that because you don't want to look like you a little sissy. So you're going to try to be the biggest thug there is and cause harm just so you can show that you're the big cheese in charge. When this man can tap into his family, this is why he has so many women. And not on some I get around, sleep around stuff. I mean, he was, but it was women. Like he's telling you, this is what got me. I was there for the trap. I was there for the Brenda Got a Baby. I was there. I was 15 years old. He came out with Keep Your Head Up. I already was a mom. He sang to my heart and my soul and told me things will be all right. Don't worry. I was like, who is this man? Because and then, he started off with the conscious, and then he got into the he started off with that the thug and the gangster rap. Listen, you tell me how you react when you're 20 years old in a confided area and somebody shoots at you. And you're trying to pick pieces together like, look, I came here to see my mans and them. Listen, yes, Pac was an actor, but he also was smarter than the average bear, which is, it behooves me because I mean, some of the things that he was on, I'm like, I was still on my dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I still was on some, I'm like, that man was definitely here before his time. Voodoo's in the building, salute. Pretty Gangster's in the building. What's up, mama? Ronan's in the building. Pac, Love, Prince, and Mike. I mean, gangs, and I'm gonna get to that. I gotta just get off my chest the the tabloid BS about Pac. Now, there's certain things that Pac do make me scratch my head a little bit. Yeah. But I'm not perfect, and neither is he. So who am I to criticize? Who am I to judge? And he told us only God can judge me. So who am I to judge this young man? We're crucifying. Do y'all realize that we are crucifying? Excuse me, not me. But people are crucifying this young man. Y'all act like he's 40-something years old doing dumb shit. He was 25 when he transitioned. Oh, wait. Oh, no, he's in South America. Please. Oh, no, he went underground. He's whatever. I'm not here to debate you. But I will stand on the principle of what Tupac was trying to do in his very young, short life. And that was to bridge the gang members together, right? i.e. Bloods and Crips, because is the biggest, maybe infiltrated gangs out there. They are. We have in this book, and I will start reading some out of here. This is the FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Black Leaders by John Potesh. All these that are earmarked right here, I'm going to go into that. Because in New York City, we also had the Latin Kings and the Nietas, which are also gangs. But they're offshoots of other bigger gangs that were washed down, watered down because of, turf wars. But in all these startups of gangs, aka gangs, which are really just groups of people, and sure, you're gonna have a few knuckleheads in the crowd. Their intention is not to harm anybody. Their intention is actually to have brotherly love, sisterly love. How can we provide for our families, right? So you have some Johnny come latelys who weren't around that time, don't know what it looked like to be in the Bronx, not just the South Bronx, because the North Bronx and the West Side where I was living at, we also had the Latin Kings there. Newsflash, most of the Bronx and Harlem from the migration of in the 1950s was all Puerto Ricans and Black Americans from the South coming up to the North. Please do your homework and do your research. We were one. We are one. Why? Because we're entwined. They look at us just, if you're not one of them, they're going to look at you like y'all are the same. So I grew up in that type of environment, in that era. Kind of like what Fat Joe was talking about, other than the calling the people the N-words and stuff like that. Because we didn't, like true old school Puerto Rican people, they don't say that. They know it's a derogatory term. They don't say the NGs or the Negroes. And if they did, they're coming from that era of the 50s where that wasn't a derogatory term. At least they weren't looking at it like that. They knew who they were, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Tupac knew who he was. Half of these people out here don't even know. Y'all living on Fantasy Island, throwing up little bricks in your ear, talking about, ooh, I got it like that. Give me a freaking break. You're living in the PJ still. What are you talking about? You printed that money out. It's fake. It's fugazi. I heard also somebody had mentioned, oh, Pac never did anything for the communities. What did he open up? How many 21, 20, 25-year-olds do you know have a large, he's trying to get money for his family. Do you understand that he grew up poor? His family's first. He went to communities and talking. Go do your research. People don't want to look and see that he was talking, that Dr. Khalid Muhammad had him speaking at one of at the youth conferences. And you can see the admiration that Dr. Khalid Muhammad had for Tupac. Come on now. Oh, Tupac he didn't want to be in that activist because he knew that would target him. So he was trying to find a way of how I could bridge being conscious and talking, but then be on the dumb shit so I can get the people who are the ignorant ones and let's get all this together. Because that's really what his end goal was. And he was leaving, or at least trying to get out from under the death row corporation and start his own. And he was going to bridge the East and West together. Nas was going to be on that. Buckshot Shorty was going to be on that from Black Moon. Like he was going to get these people. KRS, I'm sure, was going to be on that. Because Pac then knew, okay, I have now some money. I have visibility. I have, the Bloods and the Crips rocking with me. I got the ladies going on with me. He knew what he was doing. He was strategic. It's just that he had infiltrators in the mix that looked like him. And when I say look like him, I mean skin complexion. That's why they say not all skin folk is your kinfolk, because your own kinfolk will do you in and sell you out for a piece of cheese. Rats. Okay. So I'm standing on the principle of a young man. Why? Because I have a 25-year-old son. We talked about this last week. We're not doing Cap to Save a Hoe. We're not. You save yourself first. Don't you? When you get on the airplane, what do they tell you? You put your mask on first before you try to put a mask on to somebody else, don't they? Okay. But again, we have people out here, oh, you know, he's an agent himself. The mother, and how did she get acquitted off of the trial of the 21 Panthers? And she didn't have no knowledge. Well, it doesn't take that much for you to figure out certain things when you go to court. They have law libraries in prison. She's an intelligent woman. She was around intelligent people. Please stop downplaying these people just because you see them in the light. You're not questioning no sexy red. This chick is wearing glasses, so she's putting on this double persona of I'm intelligent, but I'm talking about my booty hole. Please make it all make sense. If you're going to attack one, you're going to attack them all. So I'm defending the youth of a young Black man, because I have one and I've come from them. Thank God he's here at 25. Home, working. Do you know the statistics of that most young Black males don't make it past 25? Why? Because they're either locked up or they're dead. The highest against their peers. That's who I'm defending. The 21-year-old Tupac, the 17-year-old Tupac Amaru Shakur. And in all that he had went through, he was still a young child. Not a young child, but a young man. People are looking at social media and they're judging him just as he was being judged back in the days with media, crucifying him. You already had a case out of him before he ever went to trial. He was marked when they got him on the jaywalking out in Cali, and when he shot at those two off-duty Caucasian drunk cops in Atlanta. And the only reason why he shot was because it was self-defense, because they were shooting at him. I'll wait when a 20-something-year-old goes to defend another unknown Black person or Hispanic person, and they see two white men beating up on that person. I will wait to see who's jumping in the line of fire for that. Because I don't think I could. I'd be like, ooh, damn, that's pretty jacked up for that guy. People are picking apart, because he was a rodeo and a roadie with Digital Underground, wearing bikinis and dancing with Jada Pinkett and Baltimore Music Arts when he was 16. You're crucifying a 16-year-old? Get the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. You're crucifying a 16-year-old? Because why? 16-year-olds now are riding around on scooters and shooting blindly at innocent people. That's cute. That's what you're glorifying. But you're picking apart a young boy who was into dance and artistic, escaping that his family is going through a lot of stuff. This is even before Afeni on crack, who probably was in here given by an informant, an infiltrator, excuse me. Because look what they did with Dr. Huey P. Newton. These people are not just regular average Joes, guys. These guys were not drug addicts. They weren't, but they'll find what your vice is, right? The FBI and CIA will find what your vices are. That's how they get you, whether it be money, drugs, or women. Stop it. I'm defending a 16-year-old. My mom's was in that kind of activism where she's all about the kids, all about the youth. She worked in helping and being an intermediate in the schools, in the New York City public school system in the Bronx in the 80s. And some of the wildest elementary schools at that. And then working in the New York City recreation centers with children that are in Washington Heights, that their first language is Spanish. My mom's was helping these people. It's helping seniors and stuff like. My mom, listen, I get Afeni Shakur. That could have been my auntie. That's why I got much reverence for her. Dr. Matula Shakur. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Helping out in the South Bronx, one of the worst hospitals, city hospital at that, Lincoln. Doing detox for vets that were coming back who were serving their country and got hooked up on some meth and heroin. And Dr. Matula Shakur was doing acupuncture and helping these people holistically. Whose family's doing all that? It's not too many. Again, I'll sit here and wait and let me know if you have family members that did that, because I'll salute them. Maybach's in the building. Salute, Brother Maybach. I'm defending the 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old Tupac Amaru Shakur. 22 is like, all right, boo, you getting a little too old. You getting out your britches now. Don't get out your britches. 25, he was a man. But he's still a young man nonetheless. And he was smarter than most 40-something-year-old men today. I will wait on that too. Because half of these 40-something-year-old men are running around here trying to catch up to their 20-something-year-old because they too busy running. They was running in the streets back then. So they still think they can do that. No, OG, sit down. You need to be doing some other stuff, or you need to be helping the youth out instead. Stop trying to dress like them. Stop trying to be in competition. They are not your competition. My son is not my husband's competition. So 50-year-old shouldn't be mad at a 25-year-old. He should be schooling him, helping him, giving him tools and jewels, guiding him. Salute to Brother Maybach, because that's what he's doing with the youth. That's what I'm saying. How many of you doing that? I'll wait. But you want to criticize a 16, 17-year-old boy because he went to a music and art school, performing arts. So he should have went to a regular high school and just like what? And remember, in that time, our schools were destroyed. There was no fundings like that. So it was best to, and Afeni and them couldn't put Pac into a Catholic school or private school. They didn't have the money. All he had to do was go in an audition. And because he was good at that, he got in. The acorn didn't fall far from the tree because his mother was in one of those type of schools here in New York City. Alan Hughes showed us that with Dear Mama. And that's the first time I really, even though I hate to, I was like, I don't want to watch this because it's Alan Hughes and them. And maybe that was his way of, making peace with Pac. I don't know why he did it. Could have been this. I don't know. But the one thing that I did not know was that Ophelia went to a performing arts high school like my mom did. So most people don't have that, and they don't know what they're talking about. They just looking on social media now and putting all these little pieces together, and then they casting judgment on a young man that, hey, he did a lot in those 6 years that he was out in mainstream. A lot. He probably would have gotten an Academy Award before he was 30 years old. The first. When did Denzel Washington get his? When did he get his Oscar? How old was he? And Denzel Washington did Malcolm X in 91 and didn't get an Oscar for that. And he did a phenomenal job. He got an Oscar for playing a crooked cop. Please. Pac, the movie that would have garnered him an Academy Award, in my humble opinion, was Gang Related, where he played alongside Jim Belushi, and they were crooked cops. But he was the one with the conscience. And like, damn, nah, son, don't do that. Telling his partner, James Belushi, excuse me. No, Jim is one of them. Is Jim and James. One passed back in the 80s, but the Belushi brothers, right? So in the movie Gang Related, it was something similar to what happened with Pac down in Atlanta back in 90. When did that happen? Maybe early 90s, right? And he's playing the good cop. And Jim's playing the bad cop. And Jim is the white guy. Because he made, I think, a bookie deal or something went wrong, and he needed to get money, but he needed to frame. That movie, between that and Poetic Justice. Yeah, Juice is dope. But I'm showing you the layers that Pac had just within a short amount of time, too, because Poetic Justice came out in 93 and Gang Related was like 95. And Tupac's playing. Those are my two favorite movies. Those are my top. Juice will come in third. I give it an honorable nod. And I love Juice, but like when I got to see Poetic Justice and then I didn't really like Above the Rim. I didn't watch it through its entirety. I don't know, something about it just was like because I saw the Poetic Justice and I saw the Juice, and I'm like, I don't want to see that. And then he was in another one, Gridlock. That was good, where he's playing like a junkie. And then there was another one where he played like some drug dealer. So, they were giving him the stereotypical roles. But the two roles that I liked that stood out for me was Poetic Justice, because he was a single father and a young single father who was working in the post office. He was a mail carrier. And Gang Related because he showed, listen, morally speaking, like I can't do this. Like this, even though this is my partner, like I don't want to keep going down this rabbit hole. Like my job is on the line. Right? Tim Roth, right. Pac's aura was unmatched. Yeah. So can you, Blues in the building, salute. Thank you for coming through. So can you imagine? He did a lot. Like I'm spinning in circles of his catalog of life. Forget about his music. That's just the art. That's the other form of art that he did, was acting. I mean, I'm like kind of spun around and impressed, like, damn, you did that? But I'm still trying to do, I was at that age just trying to make things happen for me and my children. Getting married at 21. Like, this man was making moves. Going to Italy. That's all fluff. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of people, a lot of designers. And you saw this Versace and Carl Kanai. Well, they vibing for him. Be the poster child of these clothes. And sure enough, it was happening. So all this unnecessary, like, oh, he's I'm like, please shut. All right, let's a lot of short run because he knew his time was short. Yeah, he's a supernova. He's a supernova. You know what I'm saying? Ronan, like, really can't stop the accolades. Right, because Nipsey, good point, Ronan, because Nipsey is that Black Messiah prototype archetype as well. That's written in COINTELPRO by J. Hoover, that didn't want the rise of the Black Messiah because it was coming out of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, especially Malcolm. Martin. Also, these guys were young, and they weren't as young in comparison to Tupac, but especially for Brother Malcolm, because like between him and Pac, there's some, I don't know if it's kinship, ancestral, there's something there that resonates with my soul more so than with Martin. And I don't want to play, it's like Biggie and Pac, like, I don't want to do that. I'm just saying that I resonate more with that type of underdog, right? Because Martin's coming from a Christian background. His father was a pastor. He became a pastor. And Malcolm, his parents, they were with under the tutelage of Marcus Garvey's Unity. And, they were activists more so for the community in that regards. And though Malcolm's father was a pastor as well, he still was more dedicated in the activism of the true Black Lives Matter, not this new Black Lives Matter that they want you to make you think that is really for Black people, right? So, and with Malcolm turning to drugs again, he was a teenager, right, running the streets in Harlem, and then going up to Boston and doing stupid stuff. They sat him down. And he sat in jail for almost 10 years. And came out. God bless the child that has his own. All right, so let's just briefly get into some excerpts here from the FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Black Leaders. If I missed you, I am sorry. Kulumaladi. Hurricanes in the building. Salute. I didn't. But thugs are emotional, though, at least today. Yeah, thug needs a hug. All right, so let's continue. Now, I'm gonna go forward. I'm gonna go from front to back. I was gonna go back to front, but we're not Islamic right now. We're in Hebrew. So it just has a few pictures of Tupac speaking Brotherhood Crusade in LA group fighting anti-affirmative action bill. Remember when he was standing there next to Snoop Dogg, who's now doing commercials for Grubhub, talking about pizza. All right, so that's him there. Here's him with Mama Afeni. This is Mama Afeni's that notorious picture of her being ushered out of the New York Supreme Court down in Manhattan. Okay. All right. So again, fair use, copyright disclaimer of 1976. It's so much. Like this book, I'm like, this is a textbook of information. It's not more so of a novel to read and go through. This is something you got to dissect, pull apart, and put your thinking cap on and be like, again, I was listening with Choke No Joke and how he's mapping certain things together and weaving the pieces together. And we're still like, nah, this whole KVD thing is not going to really stick. Now, he will probably get charged with like, he could be charged with accessory, you know what I mean? But he's not going to do it. And even if he does that, you don't do that much time for that, right? Because he's not the actual person who did the violence, right? The assassination. So he's, you know, as they say, working in concert. All right. Okay. So here's the murder. This is chapter 5. Wait. Hold on a second, guys. Just bear with me. Okay, so chapter 4, actually, let's start back because the Panthers were started, I believe, October 1967 in Oakland, California. All right, so salute to the West Coast. And side note, we just put a pause. If anybody watched or anybody's, you know, hearing about the buzzwords with special ed and speaking about how NWA was the demise of what we see now of the rap culture, they're trying to beef up an East Coast, West Coast thing again. And I'm like, special ed spoke no lies. It's not that he was saying NWA, the guys in the group per se, brought out this gang related, this gangster persona, gang rap. But he's saying the people who are working the behind the scenes and how the industry is, they will want you to project to be something else, to, you know, sex sells kind of thing, violence sells, right? So special ed wasn't talking ill will against NWA. And special ed is a Brooklyn dude, Jamaican descent from Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York. And he wasn't disrespecting them. So Corrupt came on and they did a video chat with Corrupt and somebody else, and they're like, nah, like, you know, big bro, like, no, that's not how it is. And then Ed is like, yo, that's still not what I'm trying to say. And so now it's like, oh, well, we need to sit down and do a kumbaya. No, like, I respect special ed stance on what he's talking about how the industry is. And they wouldn't even let him come out and be his authentic self. Like he did, but there was other things that he wanted to say, and they were censoring that. So agents in LA Culture Group attacked Panthers, LA Murders, and New York 21 set up. The Los Angeles Panther chapter had formed soon after the Oakland chapter. The LA Panthers had to deal with new FBI strategy. Note that the FBI commonly calls these undercover agents informants, a cover-up name that hides both the employment by the FBI and the insidious nature of their murderous acts, or actions, rather. So, and when I was talking about Dr. Huey P. Newton, he was a college-educated man and had his degree. People forget that, and they want to talk about, yeah, he was for the Panthers for sure, but he was a very smart intelligent person. So he knew what he was doing. It wasn't like he's coming out there bearing arms to be like, oh, I'm big, tough, and all that stuff. No, he knew. It's part of the Constitution. We all have a right to bear arms, and we're bearing our arms for our own protection against other people who are trying to harm people that look like him and Bobby Seale. Okay. New Haven Panther George Edwards said that they obtained a U.S. intelligence document reporting Karenga's meetings with Governor Reagan at the time. Oh, and there's people that champion for Governor President Ronald Reagan, who was an actor in Hollywood. But, oh, they loved themselves some Ronnie, good old Ronnie, who his wife was consulting astrologers, but they Christian people. But you crucifying a 17-year-old boy, 16-year-old boy who went to music and arts and dance for a couple of months. Y'all act like he was Baryshnikov. Y'all act like Tupac was what's his name? Alan Ivy. Or Eiley, excuse me. Put some respect on his name. In Harlem. World famous male ballet dancer. Whether he's on the other side or not, put some respect on it. And I don't know if they do it now, but football players used to have practices with ballet dancers so for their agility and their footwork. Nobody batted an eye about that. FBI's co-intelligence program, or better known as COINTELPRO, continued coordinating their attacks in several of the largest cities' chapters. On April 2nd, 1969, a police intelligence mass arrested New York Panther 21. The FBI had a key agent initiate an assault on the Chicago Panthers. On that day, an undercover FBI agent in Chicago Panthers, William O'Neely, personally started an armed clash between the Chicago Panthers and Chicago's largest gang, the Blackstone Rangers, later changed to El Rukin. The FBI gave O'Neal a pay raise for his purposeful provocation that successfully ended the Chicago Panthers, progressing at politicizing the Blackstone Rangers and merging with them. Chicago's charismatic Black Panther leader, Fred Hampton, developed this merge. Hampton proved dangerous in the FBI's perspective for several reasons. Hampton rallied people with persuasive speeches and built alliances with many other radical groups. How old was Fred Hampton when he was assassinated, everyone? The biggest thing that I did was get married at age 21. This man was doing light speed work. By the time he was assassinated, he was a major threat to the government. But the FBI appeared most concerned with Hampton's ability to make connections with the politicizing the leaders of Chicago's huge, well-armed gangs. Hampton convinced Chicago's 3,000-member Blackstone Rangers gang to make a conversion to a radical political force as a new Black Panther chapter. Gee, who does that sound like? As 17-year-olds going to Marin County in Oakland. Sounds like a little Tupac Shakur. This would effectively double the national size of Black Panther Party, which had an estimate 2,000 to 5,000 members in 40 chapters by the end of 1968. The merge got far enough that the gang changed its name to the Black P Stone Nation. Let's move on. Okay. U.S. intelligence encouraged non-political gang violence for a bad nigga, kill bad nigga. Okay, that's the words in here. Population control of young blacks. Lumumba, who was coming out of the Harlem chapter, said the Navy aided this by offering unlimited weapons. The Navy He said the Navy aided this by offering unlimited weapons by easy pilfering from the Brooklyn Navy Yard when he was a gang leader. So remember, you would hear old wives' tales of, alleged so-called finding guns on the street and don't know where they came from. It's not a myth. By December of 1969, the 21-year-old Chicago leader, Fred Hampton, the 21-year-old Black Messiah, had risen to the top of the national ranks of the Black Panther Party. Newton Seal and the New York Panther leaderships were in jail. Eldridge Cleaver and Kathleen Cleaver were in Algiers. They fled. Oakland's David Hilliard led the Panthers' national office and was assigning Hampton the Central Committee and as a national spokesman with LA Panther leader Geronimo Pratt, Tupac's godfather, next in line. And we'll stop there for just a second. Side note, do you know who Geronimo Pratt's son is? He was in the Outlaws with Tupac. Remember, I just said Geronimo Pratt is his godfather. His godbrother, Gaddafi or Kafulu, who also was assassinated not too long after Pac was in New Jersey off of it was an accident by Napoleon, who was another member of the Outlaws' cousin. It don't add up. And Gaddafi's mother is just so in distraught that there's no justice for her son. Let's continue. After the FBI made up a claim that the Panthers killed a cop, police raided Hampton's home. After the FBI made a claim that the Panthers killed a cop, police raided Hampton's home with artillery that included a machine gun. So you came into this young man's house, and there's trials, transcripts, and evidence that support this admission. That you went into this 21-year-old home with his pregnant girlfriend, very pregnant girlfriend. With weapons of mass destruction, because I'm sorry, a machine gun is what now? This is not a Ruger or a 22 or you got a machine gun because there's an alleged cop deleter out here. They wounded many Panther members sleeping there. They also killed Hampton, who remains asleep in his bed after an undercover agent in the Panthers drugged the punch he had with dinner. High-level FBI Richard G. Held came in as the new Chicago chief, while his son, Richard W. Held, supervised the LA FBI COINTELPRO unit. Only after many years did a federal judge rule that the operation of an FBI conspiracy and award the survivors close to $2 million. Richard W. Held orchestrated an attempted murder of LA Panther leader Geronimo Pratt, again, Tupac's godfather, with a raid of the LA Panther office only several days after the Chicago raid. The FBI likely had added concern about Pratt because he was highly decorated Vietnam War veteran. Why would you do that to one of your own? Somebody who served the country, who helped fight your war that you created. And now he comes back home and he's not getting the services that he should be entitled to take care of his family. And so he gets busy in organizing this. And that's a threat. Okay, let's continue. Police marksmen shoot up Pratt's bed through his window. Pratt luckily slept on the floor that night due to back injuries from the war and remains unharmed, though police arrested him for possibly harboring a fugitive. That's right. Yep. Okay, chapter 6, FBI sets up fugitive raids and manufactures East-West Panther feud in NYC. Well, what does that, let's put a pin right there. What does that sound like? Sounds like 1995, 96, East Coast, West Coast, when it really wasn't, and it was really just, it was Cali and New York. But when you say East Coast, you'll say, Jersey, respectfully, Philly, Baltimore, things like that. But let's be very clear that most of the people in the early days, and when I say early days, I mean from like 84 to 91, but definitely back in 84. And prior to that, they just weren't, it wasn't commercialized. But it was the Bronx, it was Harlem, it was Brooklyn that really got what you see now is called hip hop. But really back then it was rap for us. It was a form of art because in the schools, you couldn't do that. You couldn't express yourself. The schools were way worse than they are now. I don't know if that's even a thing because the school systems is still kind of sucky. But the pre-73, because they're trying to, with Kool Herc and Kool Herc, I'm putting just a side note because this is still relating to rap, to the industry, because the industry has these informants in there as well. How do you think a lot of stuff? How do you think this Rico stuff is taking place now with those Atlanta rappers? And Rico came out of New York for mob members, not rappers. The school system. So when you're talking about the beef of 95 with West Coast, East Coast, you're really talking about LA and New York. Because New York put it down. It started here. New York City, rather. There's a distinction of the state and city. It's like if you say upstate, now Buffalo, now you'll hear Griselda coming out of Buffalo, New York, but it's way upstate. That's closer to Canada than it is New York City. So when we're talking about founding fathers and things of that nature, we're talking about Bronx, Brooklyn, and Harlem. Queens came a little later, but you did have LL Cool J and you did have Run DMC. That was the commercial of it. All right. So let's go back. The U.S. intelligence appeared to take advantage of their April mass arrest of the New York Panther 21 leaders to set up a fugitive operation. Research have found evidence that the U.S. intelligence planned to have a Panther commit murder and then visit the Chicago, LA, and the Panthers chapters so that police could then raid those chapters in pursuit of him. Just weeks after the April of '69 New York Panther arrest, George Sams came to the New York Panthers alleging that the National Black Panther office in Oakland had sent him. I'm going to skip down a little bit. In mid-May of '69, Oakland Central Headquarters Panther Field Marshal Landon Williams drove George Sams, Oakland Panther Rory Hythe, and New York Panther Alex Rackley from the New York City 2 hours north to New Haven, Connecticut Panther office. Landon Williams and Hythe only stopped in New Haven briefly and left Sams, the much younger Rackley, at the New Haven office. Erica Huggins, the wife of the slain LA Panther leader John Huggins, had started a Black Panther charter there. So this is one of the slain Panthers' wives started a chapter in Connecticut. Panther National co-founder Bobby Seale had just visited the New Haven office just days previously as he was given a speech in a nearby Yale University. This is Connecticut. We're on the East Coast. Okay. When Sams and Rackley got to the office, Sams puts a gun in Rackley's head and similarly held a gun to New Haven Panther George Edwards. He ordered other New Haven Panthers to tie up, claiming they were undercover FBI agent infiltrators. Edwards, an Air Force veteran and highly committed Panther, told his fellow New Haven Panthers that Sams better shoot him right now or let him go. Edwards saved himself and Rackley ended up fatally shot. Now, Huey Newton said at a press conference that George Sams was an FBI agent, that the FBI apparently then cut the Sams person from employment. Says, first, George Sams proceeded to travel to many Panther offices, allegedly on the run from the FBI and police. And what are we going to do, Panthers? We're going to take you in because the ops is our enemy. We don't know that you're an ops because you're telling us you're on the run. Okay. Police and FBI then used the excuse of trying to apprehend Sam to go on murderous raids of over 8 Panther offices around the country, such as those in Chicago and Los Angeles, and left Hampton dead and Pratt's bed shot up. All these raids were just after visits by Sams. I'm going to skip around a little bit, but it's very intense. Okay. Now we're going to talk about Afeni Shakur. And just this side note, there was this group called the Weather Underground, and the Panthers and other revolutionary groups survived a number of years because of above ground support. Various celebrities, politicians, and activists helped them. These include actors such as Donald Sutherland, Jane Fonda, Marlon Brando, and Gene Seberg, who was particularly targeted amongst actors. Politicians Tom Hagen and Shirley Chisholm, and musicians such as John Lennon, Jimi Hendrix, and composer Leonard Bernstein. Bernstein held fundraisers for the New York Panthers and helped accumulate money towards the huge bail. I heard, well, if these people were, they weren't, the Panthers were pro-Black and anti-establishment. But if you are of another skin complexion and in another I don't know, tax bracket or something like that, and you're willing to help the cause because you understand and you sympathize, okay, you can help. They weren't against white people, the Panthers. They were anti-establishment, specifically the alphabet crew. Specifically, that happened to be more majority of white men than anything. Okay, so let's make a distinction between that, because most of these people that I just read off are Caucasian people, but they helped the plight of the Panthers. Okay. New York Panther 21 gained huge international publicity. Several books exclusively covered them in various ways. As time went on, from the arrests to the end of the trial, the 21 Panther defendants, and mind you, the 21 are just highlighted, there were almost about 200 arrests, Panthers, because they were saying that they were going to blow up some government buildings, some government agencies, and this is why this was that big sweep with the New York chapter, or rather Harlem chapter in New York City, and in the Bronx, because Ophelia Shakur was working in the Bronx, and so was Afeni. And Afeni was more in administrative, connecting the dots, helping the women and children, food services, healthcare, etc. Okay, so Afeni wasn't coming out guns blazing either. None of these people are walking around with guns so that they can assault somebody. They had it for their protection because they were being assaulted. You Johnny come latelys. Okay. Afeni rose to stardom. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, so New York Panther 21 gained huge international publicity. As time went on, from the arrest to the end of the trial, the 21 Panthers defendants dwindled down to 13. Some were held on charges elsewhere, while others, such as Daruba, born Richard Moore, and Setsuweo, born Michael Tabor, gained release on bail and escaped to join Odinga and Cleaver, a faction in Algeria. So they fled to Africa. The indictment counts also dwindled down to 30 counts, charged to each defendant to 12 for each. So they was charging these Panthers 30 counts. They were charging them with attempt murder, but really it was targeting. They were basically trying to get them on terrorist counts for trying to blow up or allegedly blowing up various government buildings in New York City, specifically Manhattan and in the Bronx. Okay. Afeni Shakur rose to stardom as a leader in her own trial lawyer during this time. Again, I told you guys, Afeni is no dummy. Again, I told you that Dr. Huey P. Newton, please put doctor when you talk about Huey P. Newton, please put doctor before his name. Nobody wants to give that man that respect. He's educated. Afeni, and if you have access in jail to law books and you're smart cookie and you know how to read, you know how to finagle what they're trying to throw on you. New York 21 had chosen Afeni for first release on the raised bail, because they were giving them like $250,000, something like that, to keep them. And then they knew this is why these other these entertainers and these actors were giving money and helping to put bond up for the Panthers, because these Panthers, mind you, they had just put money out. The Panthers collectively on the East Coast, specifically, well, not the East Coast, because Connecticut is a part of that, was a part of it as well. Philly, New York, but it was New York City was a hub, is the hub. All right, so they had just put money up for Dr. Huey P. Newton to come out, because remember, they locked him up in if there's a LA. Okay. So their funds were depleted. So they couldn't bond themselves out. So they made her the spokeswoman and Harlem leader as they awaited trial for close to 2 years. During the release, Afeni became pregnant with Tupac. Most media reports claim New Jersey Panther Billy Garland was Tupac's father. Lumumba, still jailed, divorced Afeni upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, because she was married. Afeni was married to Lumumba Shakur. That's how she got Shakur, who's also, I think, the half brother to Matula Shakur, who was just released in December. And he was serving, he was incarcerated for over 40 plus years. The only reason why they let him out was because he was dying of hepatitis. So they let him out on a mercy death, because they knew if they let him out years ago, we would still be hearing about Panthers. He would still be fighting that. And even if they went into subgroups and stuff like that, he was going to make things happen. He was a threat. Mumia Jamal is still locked up in the penitentiary in Pennsylvania. He's a threat. He also has diabetes and hepatitis as well. I think Dr. Matula Shakur had liver issues. I'm surprised those brothers have made it this long in there, but one is still fighting for his life. Okay, let's continue. After several months, the judge then revoked all bail, and Afeni was back in prison. Afeni fought to keep her pregnancy while studying to defend herself in court as her own attorney. She petitioned for a daily glass of milk and an egg to keep her fetus healthy as she studied law in prison. Afeni fought to keep her pregnancy while studying to defend herself in court, and she was like 24 years old. So again, please talk to me when you talk. I want to talk to the 24-year-old in you, fighting for your life and the life that you have, or women. And it's not so much the women that I'm hearing a lot of stuff from. It's men folk that is talking blasphemy against Tupac. And this middle-aged men, y'all 30 some odd to 40 some odd years old, talking about a 20-something year old young man. This woman was doing everything she could without being poisoned to keep her and her unborn child alive. Okay. So she petitioned for a daily glass of milk and an egg to keep her fetus healthy as she studied the law books in prison. Because I said they have books in prison, law books. She had time, as a major publisher said. The Panther 21 trial was the longest trial in the history of the state, and we're talking about New York State, and possibly the longest trial in the history of the U.S., because they were trying to make all these allegations stick to these Panthers. And remember, like I said, they had a lot of them, but a lot of stuff couldn't stick, so they were just releasing these Panthers. So you got down to about 21. Afeni was up against a lot. The assistant district attorney, ADA, prosecuting the case, Joseph Phillips, introduced 6 undercover agents as witnesses. The judge showed his continual bias throughout the trial, from setting each Panther's bail at an exorbitant $100,000. I said about $250, but each Panther's bail was $100,000. All right. A former Justice Department lawyer also complained that the judge and prosecutor met nightly to improperly confer on how to gain a guilty verdict. Yes, and I think they still are. But Afeni's legal study paid off, as did her brilliant court queries. When the judge denied most of every legal motion by Afeni, she showed the jury how he had completely stopped listening to what she was even saying. The judge then denied several objections by Afeni to the district attorney's lies and illegal tactics. So Afeni finally queried, "May we ask the district attorney to cooperate in having a just trial?" "Request denied," said the judge, causing Panther-supporting courtroom spectators to erupt with laughter. Jurors later said they took particular note of the response by the judge. They also would note being thrilled when a 23-year-old Afeni, only 5'4" and 5 to 8 months pregnant with Tupac during the trial, told the rotund white ADA Phillips to sit down during the trial. Again, a 23-year-old. My mom was 23 when I was born. 22, 23. And she's only 5'4". She was a little bit defending her life, her unborn child's life, and 20 other people. How is she an agent? How is she an informant? Let's move on. I'm almost done, guys. I just want us to be educated before hearing stupidness, and why this whole Keefe D thing is not. I want us to be enlightened that is a fall guy. They want us, they're going to try to pin it on somebody else, but the bigger person, the big fish, are who I'm just reading out this book about. That's your big fish. Do you know the exact person who executed the JFK assassination? And I'm not talking about the trigger man. You know who the trigger men are. Those are the patsies. Who executed, who planned this? Chapter 10, FBI query Tupac. Is CIA linked dealer hooked Afeni agent hooked Newton? Because was not Dr. Huey P. Newton in his end days looking for drugs, allegedly? And got assassinated in front of his house? Because now he's all doped up. Who's giving them the supplies? They're not looking. They weren't looking when they were sober-minded. And even if they had a vice, like I said, because they will find, the alphabet boys will find your vices: women, drugs, money. Look at the industry. Look at the music industry, specifically rap. They don't do that to white artists. You don't see them throwing all these deals to what's this little girl's name that was in the games yesterday? Ashley, what's her name? Whatever. You don't see them doing that. But they'll do it to the young black boys and girls. Give them a loan so that they can go and get some big dookie chains now and look like they got money. Give them loans to get watches, give them loans to get cars. That's not theirs. It could be taken back. And this is what happened with Tupac. And this is why when he exit stage left into the afterlife, he was basically broke, because he was trying to get his masters. He was working on getting out of death row with Suge and getting his masters. In 1981, the FBI charges against Mutulu Shakur, sent him into hiding and onto its most wanted list. This is the stepfather to Tupac Shakur. The FBI visited Tupac at school. 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 This is here in the Bronx that he's in school in the early 80s. Please remind me again, did that ever happen to one of your family members? Were you interrogated by an adult in your safe haven? Because schools are supposed to be a safe place, is it not? Danger stranger was around. Who was this stranger coming to talk to a minor without adult supervision or a guardian or parent? The FBI visited Tupac at school to question him about his stepfather Mutulu's whereabouts. What? You interrogated a minor, Central Park 5, 1989. So they got away with this stuff. And for them, that was okay. Now it's not. There's people who have fought, cannot interrogate a minor without a guardian parent present or lawyer. Mutulu later said that Tupac became politically precocious by this time through attending political meetings with him. Tupac also experienced the death of his parents, revolutionary friends, and imprisonment of his aunt, Asada. So you mean to tell me I have to take little breaks because I'm dissecting this with you guys, and every time I read these excerpts, you have to put your mind in the perspective of a child, your inner child, you at that age, and how you would have conducted yourself. And then you're going to question, why is this child's behavior the way that it is when he's now 16, 17? Oh, and then he turned gangster, and he's talking about thug life and all that. He wasn't talking about thug life to be a thug. Do you know what a thug is? Let's get the terms out. Let's go to Webster's dictionary. Let's go to Google since we know how to do that. A thug is somebody that beats and robs a person who is innocent and has done nothing wrong. That's what a thug is. Somebody who who got no job, no ambition. That's a thug. The acronyms for thug life is the hate you gave. Little infants. All right. Also in 81, that's what I'm saying, this is early 80s. Tupac is not a full teenager yet. Reverend Albert Daughtry said he asked 10-year-old Tupac what he wanted to be when he grew up, and Tupac responded, a revolutionary. Daughtry said this reflected his mother's revolutionary view of the world and wanted to make a complete change for the better. At 10 years old, what did he say he wanted to do? The FBI continued targeting Afena Shakur. The FBI continued targeting Afena Shakur. The FBI continued targeting Afena Shakur. They repeatedly visited her job sites for many years and intimidated employees into firing her or not hiring her. They belligerent the belligerent Shakurs moved dozens of times, but Afeni managed to stay politically active, writing a chapter of a book, Human Rights for Everybody, co-written by other activists, including her ex-husband, Lumumba Shakur, Howard Zinn, Noam Chomsky, Grace Paley, and Juan Jose Peña. In 1982, a drug dealer named Kenneth Legs Saunders, aka Legs McNeil, entered Afeni's life. After moving through dozens of homes and homeless shelters, Afeni moved into Legs' home. Legs eased Afeni's poverty while she tried to raise Tupac and his younger sister, Sekua. Sekua is Afeni's daughter by Mutulu. Afeni said legs got her into using crack. That was our way of socializing. He would come home late at night and stick a pipe in my mouth. That sounds very much so like a plant. Because now she's downtrodden. She just beat a trial. She's got children. She can't get a job. She's running on the land. And all of a sudden she bumps into this drug dealer. Much research supports that U.S. intelligence inserted legs into a belligerent Afeni's life. Radio reporter Richard Boyle, who covered the trial of Vietnam veterans against war leaders in the 70s, said an undercover female government agent moved in with the anti-war group's leader. He said this wasn't uncommon since the U.S. intelligence often used women and men to get in personal relationships with their targets. This is why Pac said, trust no one. But of course, he has a heart because he resonates in his feminine energy and is loving, because he was around a woman who was loving, nurturing, supportive, and no nonsense. His downfall, in some ways, if you want to say that, was loving everybody openly in regards to a brotherly love and not looking at this could be my ops. But this is why he became a registered gun carrier, because he knew that there could be a possibility of infidels in his camp. Big dog Billy OG's in the building. Salute, peace, love, and grace to you. Thank you for coming by. Why wouldn't the government leave it up to? Listen, to me, he's a fall guy. He's a Lee Harvey Oswald to me, in my humble opinion. And they're gonna and his acting in concert is not going to really stick. There's not the witnesses, if there's still any alive. They're they want us to think that it's really like, oh, industry. They're trying to, insinuate that Puffy, because Keefe D had did an interview on Agent V's YouTube channel, podcast, saying in a braggadocious way that, I was around that. I was there, right? So that would be acting in concert, right? But can you make that stick? And witnesses, as we saw with the trial of the Central Park Five, and even though that's a similar, that's a different type of criminal case, they're still high profiled, and they murder and the hard R are up there. They're the most heinous acts you can do to somebody. Yes. So even though there was no DNA evidence that showed any of the Central Park Five linked to that woman, right? I think her name is Faustine or something to that. Oh, that may not be her name, but anyway, it was their confession tape that said, yes, I did that. But not taking into consideration, or maybe the jury did. There was one juror that was like, listen, I'm listening to what their lawyers are saying. And their lawyers are saying that these boys were corroborated into making a false confession. So if Keefe D, if they get him saying, I was there. He didn't say, yes, he did it, though. You get what I'm saying? He's just saying, I was there. So that's a difference. And it's going to be hard to make that stick. So they're going to get him on weapons and weapon charges and drug charges. And he'll probably do, a couple of years. All right, let's continue. We're going back into the book, The FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Black Leaders. So where are we up to? Legs connections support that this was his role in 1982. He was an associate of New York drug lord Nicky Barnes. Barnes assisted the first national black drug kingpin, Frank Matthews, who worked untouched for years. The Justice Department indicted Matthews' entire network in 1973, but dropped charges. The Justice Department indicted, this is Frank Matthews, drug dealer here in New York, specifically in Harlem. Nicky Barnes is coming by way of the 50s, 60s in Harlem. And so the Justice Department indicted Matthews' entire network in 1973, but dropped charges on 9 of them due to their CIA ties. Matthews left the U.S. with millions of dollars, and Barnes took Matthews' place. Nicky Barnes, who came afterwards. Nicky Barnes took Matthews' place from 1973 to 1980. Who am I thinking of that was in the 50s, 60s? He he didn't work with Lucky Luciano, but they had an understanding. Oh my God, what is that man's name? They called the Godfather of Harlem. Anyway, it'll come back to me. But anyway, let's move forward. So Matthews was, he flipped. Okay. He was the one that was able to bring in the heroin, because I believe that he was, if I'm not mistaken, he was, or his brother-in-law or some family member was a vet, that they were putting the drugs allegedly into caskets coming back from the Vietnam War, bringing them here, right? Barnes' ability to remain jail-free suggested that he was either one of the 9 with CIA ties or that he has similar U.S. intelligence support. Professor Clarence Lucene said that Barnes won many acquittals on gun, narcotics, bribery, and murder charges. The New York Times called him Mr. Untouchable. Ophelia Shakur's relationship with Barnes' associate Legs only ended when she made her move to Baltimore. She reported that after several years with Legs, when she moved to Baltimore, he apparently went to jail for credit card fraud. When she called to talk to him in jail, the prison officials claimed he died of a crack-induced heart attack. At this time, Pac's about 15 years old in Baltimore, Maryland. Okay, about the same time as Nicky Barnes and Legs were dealing cocaine, the CIA was running a California-based cocaine trafficking operation with a similar network that also later affected Ophelia and Tupac. As supported by CIA Inspectors General findings during that in the mid-80s time period, U.S. intelligence supplied the nation's West Coast-based top drug trafficker, Freeway Ricky Ross. Right? We all know who. How does a corrections officer down in Florida change his name to a drug dealer, a very well-known drug dealer? It's not making sense. So the new Rick Ross, the rapper everybody knows now, some may not know that he was a correction officer in Florida. And the original Freeway Ricky Ross, there was some issues because this new Rick Ross is running around with his name. But he let this guy rock out. Let's continue. A longtime probation officer for Ross said the drug lord Michael Harris was one of two top dealers buying from Ross and learning from him. Harris later provided seed money for the Death Row Records music label, produced Tupac's last 2 CDs. So who was involved in Death Row? Other examples of the U.S. intelligence use of undercover agents supports that an intelligence group inserted legs into Afeni's life. The New York Times described how an FBI informant, paid FBI employee, became a boyfriend of Malcolm X's daughter, Ophelia Shabazz, and then ensnared her in a plot to assassinate Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan. Did you catch that? There was somebody inserted for the Honorable Malcolm X's, one of his daughters, become a boyfriend, all to get her hopped up and try to make a hit out on Farrakhan. The boyfriend convinced Shabazz that Farrakhan plotted against her mother, Betty Shabazz. The article claimed that the elder Shabazz blamed Farrakhan for some aspect of Malcolm X's death. It's possible that the boyfriend also contributed to Shabazz's apparent drug problem. Do y'all remember that? And I think she had a grandson who turned out to, he was going wayward. There was a fire that happened in Dr. Betty Shabazz's house with her grandson, and he tried to allegedly set his grandmother on fire. Allegedly. He ended up some years later being incarcerated upstate New York, then left, and I think he was in Mexico. And sometime in the early 2000s, that grandson that carried the Honorable Malcolm X's name, his namesake, he's dead off of some drugs. All right, Ed Miller's in the building. Frank Lucas. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Frank Lucas. Yeah, he's coming under the that whole early mob, the 60s, 50s, even back 40s. Dutch Schultz, he was around with Dutch Schultz. I'm kind of familiar with the mob stuff. Because remember, the mob also was before they became, infiltrated as well. Any type of organization that takes out, that removes the other people, the entities, they're a threat. So the mob, some of them guys were unsavory too. Like they was doing some real, it became, dog eat dog world for them. But, all that stuff tied in with them not, the Italians not having money. The Italians were considered like the blacks during that time. The Irish, especially, look at Gangs of New York. Watch that movie, Gangs of New York. And that takes place in the mid 1800s here in New York, right? And each ethnic group that came, they all went through like this boot camp, and they were all lower class than the next. But it just so happened that the two ethnic groups that would really stick it out until kind of like lately, because it's not like it is like that, but it's not. It's the Puerto Ricans or Cubans and so-called blacks, and that's in New York City. Maybe in certain parts of Jersey, you know, the Northeast corridor kind of go down. You're more, we're more brother and sister than we are with any other Hispanic group of people. And definitely, you know, there's still certain aspects of, especially here in New York City, that, you know, Puerto Rican boy and a black boy are the same. Okay. That's how they're categorized. That's how they look at them. They are the same. Okay. So yeah, let's continue. All right. So other examples of U.S. intelligence use of undercover agents support the intelligence group inserted legs into Feeney's life. So we talked about that. Now we're moving on to Betty Shabazz. The article claimed that the elder Shabazz blamed Farrakhan for some aspects of Malcolm's death. It is possible that the boyfriend was contributed to Shabazz's apparent drug problem, as the government agreed to drop the charges if Shabazz agreed to see a psychiatrist and get drug treatment. U.S. intelligence also used similar tactics against Huey Newton. Black Panthers co-founder Newton and Bobby Seale had originally barred any Panthers' use of drugs. Right? So that's what I'm saying. You're going to tell me that these people who were against any type of drugs and alcohol and things of that nature. Thank you, Rowan. I'm trying to, you know, I still got a little bit more. We're 2 hours in. I'm like, geez. I'm almost done with the earmarks here, and then I will digress and just end the broadcast. I just, you know, like I said, I'm gonna take a second here to just digress from this and just remind people I'm in the spirit of Tupac Amaru Shakur right now. That's like my brother, my spiritual brother. There's some similarities of his mother and my mother, and growing up in the Bronx, being born in Harlem, right? He was born in Harlem and was raised in the Bronx. I was born in Harlem and raised in the Bronx. You know, it's like two ships passing, but we're in the same sea. And I want to just have us go back and just think about the 16-year-old Tupac, the 10-year-old Tupac that was interrogated at his school, which is supposed to be a safe place. These Johnny-come-latelys are throwing blasphemy against Pac and saying he's an agent. Oh, he's Twinkle Toes. Oh, he's down with the FBI. Oh, he's the LGBTQRS elemental people. Oh, he's an actor. Oh, this is all a show. Oh, this is all just for a show. Okay. But I'm here to remind people, because I was there in 91. I'm here and I know what it is. These people coming from out of state or out of the country, and they're looking around on the internet, scratching the surface. And I'm like, you don't know what it was like growing up in the era of the 70s and the 60s, the 70s and the 80s and the 90s in New York City. I can talk to you. I'll tell you. And you can use your own discernment then. But I'm going to remind people that there was a 16-year-old, there was a 10-year-old that was interrogated by a stranger in their school. There was a 16-year-old who went to a performing arts high school to escape the madness that was going on in his life and channel that anger and that hurt and that sadness into blossoming and using his intelligence to poetry, to dancing. Yes, ballet. And he only did that for a couple of months. Like, y'all act like he was some old Barishkanov. Y'all really act like Pac was out here really doing some ballet dances. Did you ever see him do another ballet dance? Did you ever see him do a pirouette across the stage again? Did you? So shut the F up. Like, stop. You're a assassinating this man's character. Exit stage, Tupac enters Machiavelli. I bomb first. Listen to his album. Listen to Machiavelli album. Forget about All Eyes on Me, because that was really like death row stuff. That Machiavelli and Me Against the World album is him coming into himself, that political side. White Man's World and Machiavelli's album. Against All Odds. Bomb First. Blasphemy. Like he's coming into his God body. Stop it. All right, let's go back. So where are we? Okay, U.S. intelligence also used similar tactics against Huey, Black Panther co-founder Newton, and Bobby Seale. The attitude changed. The huge use of marijuana, the use of marijuana among youth, but no reports were found of the Panthers receiving drug dealing charges. Right? What were they trying to get the Panthers on? A whole bunch of terrorist attacks, but not drug charges. Okay, reports cited various undercover agents trying to get close to Newton after he was released from prison. One particular, Earl Anthony, said he worked for the FBI and CIA as he dealt bulk weed to Newton. Remember that Dr. Huey P. Newton was locked up, was getting beat down, not physically, but he's trying to do something for his people. And these outsiders, these organizations are trying to stop him from doing that. So you don't think he's going to want to take a toke at this point? Like, you know what? Screw it. I need something to release my mind. Okay. Seale said Newton started selling cocaine at this time. Newton claimed he wasn't involved in heavy drugs and cited the FBI failed attempts to arrest him for drugs. Several sources claim that Black Panther Elaine Brown helped get Newton using cocaine. Geronimo G. Jaga, formerly known as Pratt, said Newton told him that in 1988 that Brown kept cocaine and sexy women on him every day and night. Now you done took this brilliant brain, this intelligent man, and diluted his mind with poison and some sexy reds. As previously discussed, evidence supports many Panthers believe that Elaine Brown, Huey Newton's lover around 1970, was an undercover agent. Panthers such as Communications Secretary Catherine Cleaver and New Haven Panther George Edwards added to research claims that Elaine Brown was widely suspected among former Black Panther members of having been a police agent. Brown became Newton's lover just after his prison release. How is that, Sway? See, you see how they did? They had this chick waiting in arms, and she pushed herself up on him. He's locked up, so you know he's not getting no punani. Sure, let's do this. I don't blame him. He's a man. He's been locked up for some time. Let's continue. Other evidence that Elaine Brown helped Earl Anthony influence Huey Newton's drug involvement includes her arrest for cocaine possession in 1976. Unlike other Panthers who often received heavy sentences for small charges, a judge only sentenced Brown to complete a series of yoga lessons. Listen. Enter stage Keefe D. They're not going to be able, it's really going to be hard for them to make this assassination stick to him. It's really going to be hard. So what they're going to do, they're going to give him some charges on some drugs, because you know he's Crip, you know what I mean? So they're going to try to chump up some charges. But he's the fall guy, he's the patsy. I'm reading out of the FBI War on Tupac Shakur and Black Leaders, John Potash, who has receipts in this book, citing sources. It's like 20 pages of just sources alone that he wrote in 2015, I think. Let me see when, because I got this a couple of years ago. I had to, because I was like, wait a minute. And I'm still not finished. When did he do this? I want to say it was like anywhere from 2012. Oh, my bad. 2007. That's 16 years ago. Half of the people talking on the internet weren't born yet. Not half, maybe a fraction. Most of them are some 30 some odd to 40 some odd, mid 40 something years old, crucifying, assassinating a character of a 25-year-old who did more in his lifetime than they did. Cleaver and Edwards believe that Brown's spy work led to murders of Panthers. Many Panthers more particularly believe that Brown influenced Newton to expel Geronimo and his wife, Sandra Red Pratt, from the Black Panther Party, after which pregnant Sandy was found bullet-riddled and stuffed in a sleeping bag on a roadside. Who does that? Reportedly, there was no serious police investigation of her murder. Stand corrected that is not Gaddafi's. I think that is Gaddafi's father, but that's not the same mother. Geronimo reported Newton telling him that it took many months for him to come out of his drug and sex euphoria and realized he was surrounded by agents. This is Dr. Huey P. Newton telling his comrade Geronimo Pratt it took him months to become sober-minded, to realize that he was sleeping with the enemy, literally. Okay. Newton said he first began to suspect when he came out during Geronimo's trial that Brown's name was on a receipt from a paint shop that changed the color of Geronimo's car. Newton said she also testified against United Slave members who weren't the ones who pulled the trigger on Bunchy Carter and John Huggins. You guys probably heard Pac say Bunchy a couple of times in his rhymes. Newton said he had become convinced that she, meaning Brown, was an FBI agent and put Brown in a Panther jail, in quotes. But his advisors eventually got her back involved in the Panthers agents against his wishes. Pratt also noted Brown receiving psychiatric treatment at UCLA, which he called a prerequisite for patsies of Elaine's type. All right. So, chapter 13, riots. FBI targets Fred Hampton Jr. Okay, so Fred Hampton had a son. Thank goodness that child made it through the bullet ricochets throughout his house, because Fred Hampton was sleeping next to his pregnant girlfriend at the time, and that was Fred Hampton Jr. Okay, Tupac Shakur gave the FBI another reason to target him. He started funding the New African People's Organization leadership in the beginning of 1992. I was just 15 at that age. I wasn't thinking about doing no coalitions, no gatherings, no group, nothing. I was just being a little kid running around, and then became an adult overnight. All right. So when I hear, oh, well, Pac didn't, He didn't do nothing for the communities and things of that nature. Well, because you wanted to see a community school, you didn't give him a chance. And he was trying to get that happening. Remember where he's coming from. He's doing an organization. So what happens when somebody wants to start doing organizations? The bigger organizations step in. Okay. When Tupac sued, this is when it started. I said this earlier. When Tupac got involved with the jaywalking ticket and they accosted him and hurt him, assaulted him, Pac pressed charges on them. Okay. When Pac sued the Oakland police for brutality, he hired NAPO National Chair Chukwi Lumumba. He kept him as a consulting lawyer from then on. Tupac then officially hired his regular assistant and mentor, Watani Tahimba. He made the ex-Panther and NAPO security director Tahimbi his business manager. And Tupac also promoted the new African Panthers in his lyrics and spoke of NAPO gatherings. You think that they're not listening to what Pac is saying? What was his first album? Strictly for My Nijas? Yeah, they were listening. Just like they were listening to Malcolm X on his last day, and many times wiretapping and listening to his phone conversations. Again, for the Johnny-come-latelys, you don't understand that this man, he put on a persona, but it was all just that, just so he can bridge the youth together and start this coalition. Because even back then in 92, right, or 80, 85, 89, we have self-destruction and all in the same gang out in California, where we're hurting each other. We're killing each other off. And Pac is like, nah, we're going to stop that. And we're going to bridge it together, and we're going to work together, and we're going to get whatever it is that we need to get going. And he said this in an interview, that he donned on the bandanas because wearing the African medallion pieces that he was before wasn't garnering all the hardcore gangsters in California. Therefore, he had to put on another persona. So yeah, if it's acting, so be it. But he was doing his thing so he can get people to come together. Please stop underestimating this man. That's what I'm saying. Like his mind was of a 40-something-year-old. Who's thinking like that when they're 17? I sure wasn't trying to be bridging nobody together. Okay. Let's continue. While Tupac worked on his second film in Los Angeles at the end of April 1992, John Singleton's Poetic Justice, what did I say earlier? That's my second favorite movie. Or first, Juice is my first, and then Poetic, and then Gang Related. But I really loved Pac there because he was a single parent, and I was a teenage mom in 1992, and I was in love. I said love. Like, who is he? What's going on over here? I mean, I was, about it with Trapped and Brenda Got a Baby, but he was showing other sides. And then he came out with the Keep Your Head Up, I Get Around. I mean, that was one of my favorite songs too. But because I was like, I understand all that. You're a kid. Like, we're teenagers. Like, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be having fun. How dare you judge a 17-year-old for wanting to be having fun, running around and sticking and moving on some things? Like, stop it. Now you, the Pope. You 40-something-year-old men out here acting like you didn't do that. You was singing that whole song. You was singing I Get Around too. But now, because we got social media, it can make us now be judge, jury, and executioner. And we're assassinating somebody's character based off of the things that they did when they were a teenager. Sections of the city rioted in response to the acquittal of 4 white cops caught on video beating motorist Rodney King, who also was 25 years old, was at the largest riots since the 60s and sparked smaller riots in several other cities. Historically, U.S. intelligence put huge resources into targeting the forces playing a part in the riots. In the 1960s, U.S. intelligence documents revealed research into activist figures most inspired the rioters. When their results pointed to Martin Luther King Jr., U.S. intelligence put more resources into targeting him. Mike Davis, author of the best-selling book City of Courts, wrote how U.S. intelligence used the 1992 LA riots as an opportunity to wage full-scale war on communities of color, particularly chapters of the two LA gangs, declaring peace and becoming radicalized by former Black Panthers. Pagers, exactly, Ron. I don't think people realize how old Pac was while he was doing it. Exactly, Ed. Like, and that's what I'm trying to bring us back into, that whole mindset. Like, I'm 47 years old. How dare I criticize this 25-year-old? I have a 25-year-old son. And sure, he does knuckleheaded things, but he's 25. How dare I am 47 go and criticize a 25-year-old? And then you keep criticizing a dead 25-year-old at that? Oh, wait. No, Foxy, he's out in Cuba somewhere. He's in South America. I tell you, that's my spirit king there. He's transitioned. And if he is in the physical, I'm gonna have some words for him. We gonna have it out. He gonna wish that he was in the afterlife. How dare you hoodwink me? Trust me, reading this, I highly doubt that young man got out and escaped. And if he did, all the better, because they were going to try to take him out anyway. This is why, side note, this is why he was vexed about getting out of Clinton Correctional Facility. Why are you he was not convicted of the hard R against that woman, right? Let's do our research. He was not convicted of that. What he was convicted of was sexual touch to her persons, like just basically groping her is what they charged him with. But they charged him on a higher count. Put him in Rikers and holding. For those that don't know Rikers Island, please do your research. Rikers Island is one of the worst bad prisons in the state and in the country. Next to out in Chicago, I think it's Kings. All right, they're similar. They would be the equivalent of each other. Okay. So to silence his voice, because people were coming to, Rikers Island is just a stone's throw away from from Manhattan, and it's on an island in itself in Queens, which is another borough in New York City. For those that don't know, again, I said do Google Maps so you can see in comparison where these places are, right? And so news reporters were coming to Pac. They were going out to Rikers Island because, you saw Pac in the news. You saw him like, listen, you crucified me. You assassinated me in media. And you already judged me in media, but I wasn't accounted for the sexual act that you got me on for. It's not what I did. I didn't do that. So reporters were going out to Rikers Island. They wanted to get his take. Friends and family was coming out there because it's accessible by bus to get to see, your person at Rikers Island. It's about a good, 40 minutes. And because he was getting all this traction, they sent him up north, about a good 4 hours away from the city, where it would be harder for the regular person to make that trek up to see him, to silence him. Now he's not, now he can't talk like that. Now reporters can't go up to him and conversate. Now his friends and family can't. His bail was $150,000. And they gave him a 1-4. Okay. And if he really was convicted of the crime that they're trying to get him on, he would have been in there a lot longer. His sentence would have been many more years other than up to 4 years. Or I think he had 4 to 10, but because they couldn't get they couldn't get him on that hard R, they got him on a lesser charge. Nonetheless, they gave him 1 to 4 years, right? All right. So now he knows he's locked up. This is where people were assassinating his character when he says that they're hard R, they're doing that to me in here. But he wasn't talking about the prisoners. He was talking about the COs. Because every time somebody came to visit, when you go back, when you go back into your cell, they do a strip search on you, and they do cavity searches, which they didn't need to do every time he had a visitor. He said they were doing illegal strip searches on him. So that's an invasion of your body. That's when he was like, yo, they up in here doing the hard R to me. Not that they didn't really doing the hard R to him. I mean, really, these people out here are just so whatever. Again, I'm standing up for the young man that went through some things that half of these people that are talking this mess never went through. They're just bystanders. I'm a bystander, but I could see through that. And even when I was in the trenches at the time, I knew that he wasn't a man to take advantage of a woman. Why would he? He's got women flocking to him. Why would he have to take advantage? So that whole setup with Ayanna and them, that was part of this. We just heard about what happened with Dr. Huey P. Newton. He gets out of jail, and there's this woman all of a sudden just out there and now becomes his lover. Think about it. Let's continue. We got to keep moving, but sometimes I got to get passionate because I'm like, y'all, there's people that just don't really realize. Okay. In the 1992 riots, which raged for several days, evidence supports the U.S. intelligence also targeted particular activities whose parents were Panther leaders, including Chicago's Fred Hampton Jr. and Tupac Shakur. So you see, they started with Fred Hampton's son in 1992. He's kind of like still doing some stuff, but he's very low key about advertising. But he is still, doing some things behind the scenes, like helping the family members, communities, and things like that. But not to a high level where it's going to attract that much attention. The slain Chicago Black Panther leader's son, Fred Hampton Jr., held a rally to protest the Rodney King police acquittal. Hampton Jr. was Chicago's 22-year-old National People's Democratic Huru movement leader. Hours after the 3-year-old daughter and arrested him on several charges. Charges for what, Sway? What are we doing? We're just standing outside. Isn't there a peaceful protest? What is it? Freedom of speech? But they nabbed him and left his little 3-year-old daughter out there. They have no concern or care about children. They don't care. They went to Tupac when he was 10 years old, looking in his school, interrogating him, looking for Dr. Mutulu Shakur. They don't care about women and children. They don't even care about the men. Okay, let me just read your comments real quick. Salute Leroy. Salute. Oh snap, Leroy's in the building. Mills Lanes is in the building. Salute Mills. Coming out of the woodworks for this one. All right, cool. Peace, everybody. Let's see. I'm just kind of like reading through, so forgive me if I'm not checking for your chat in here. My bad. Me and Pyro born. Aw. June 1671, the day mama pushed me out her womb and told me nigga get paid. No one can understand me. The black sheep of the family. What? The conscious woman's perspective is great. Oh, thank you. I feel black. This. Yeah, man. I mean, they did Rodney dirty when Hail Mary dropped. Mm-hmm. Right, Ed. Ed said, imagine Pac having the internet back then, okay? And he would have been trolling because he was trolling on the Machiavelli album, talking about Biggie, talking about everybody. Like that was trolling. But it was all on wax. Like he wasn't really like, yo, I'm gonna go step to him. He knew Biggie was his brother at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? But he felt a certain kind of way. And it's like, and again, reading out of what we're reading, he didn't know what's really good. Like he didn't like, is Big really my enemy? Is that the ops? But that's my brother. Like, come on. Pac was what, 24 when that happened? Imagine you thinking your closest peoples, you coming to see them and then something else goes down. Considering everything that's been going on in his background, he has every right to sit there and start accusing people. I would, because it'd be your closest ones that do you in. Clearly. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm doing too much. That's the problem us older men have and women forget. We also had trials and tribulations growing up. I am a sympathizer to the young black males. I am a sympathizer and to the young black girls, but especially the young black men, because clearly, who are they attacking? Young black males. Oh, this Negro's too intelligent. We got to get him up out of here. I'm a sympathizer. I grew up around that. I have a 25-year-old male, black male, because that's what they're going to look at him. Even though we're Caribbean, there's Cuban in us, there's Jamaican. You know, I had to come out. I had to come out today. I get the ancestors invoking in me right now because the spirit of Tupac Amaru fuels me up every now and then. My grandmother said, well, how could you listen to him when he calls women bitches? Because he ain't calling me one, Grandma. And aren't some women like that? She just kept on and my grandmother's the most opinionated Leo. She don't take no shorts. And when I told her I get who he's talking about, she just shut her mouth up. I wasn't taking none of what he was saying to my heart, because he sung to my heart when he said, keep your head up. And to all the women on their own, raising children on their own. I was a teenage mother when that song came out. He wasn't talking about the females being biatches at that point. It wasn't until certain infiltrators came in that's who he was talking about. Let's continue. All right, second. You saw the women rushing Pac. Oh, I would have been in there. Like what? My husband saw him on 125th Street when he was going through that trial. He's like Pac is a little thing too. He's like, you see him and you think he's taller than what he is. He's like, nah, Pac is little. He's like, he's a little bit taller than you, and I'm 5'7". I was like, what? I said, Pac a shorty? All good. It doesn't matter. So let's continue. All right. So I caught up with you guys there. All right. See, I got my men folk in here. You understand. I have the masculine energy in me. This is why it's the duality. Because Pac could balance that feminine, masculine energy. I could balance the masculine, feminine energy. It's the yin and the yang. All right. Where did we leave off? 1992. Hours later, after the rally, the police and FBI agents picked Hampton up as he was walking with his 3-year-old daughter and arrested him on several charges. Hampton said the police officer that led FBI agents in arresting him, Joseph Rusibet, had also arrested his Panther leader father. You don't think they weren't watching? You don't think they don't watch these babies from inception? You don't think that the FBI was not watching Mama Afeni Shakur when she was pregnant with Pac and she got 20 other Panthers off with no lawyer experience, but just reading the books in the law library in jail? Please, I beg of us, I implore us to think back all of this stuff that's happening right now. And it's not this East Coast, West Coast garbage that they want to feed us. No, they organizing that. It's all orchestrated. You and Pac got the same too? It's all these Geminis coming through. I feel you got that air energy going on. I get it. Okay. You know, and I feel like the older guys, men, because the younger one, like I said, my son is 25, he knows, he's heard Pac talk, like music or interviews and things like that, and he sees what I saw when I was listening to Pac and seeing Pac like that. It's the social media that caught the 30-something to mid 40-something-year-olds in this unsavory behavior. That's all I can say. It's not unsavory. I'm just saying, like, y'all really acting like Mitches out here. Like, y'all really casting stones on this young man. And you trying to make him to be everything else but what he was really trying to do from Jump Street, and that was organize brothers and sisters together and fight the ops. Not fight each other as you are ops, but come together. You're worried about how he was in Baltimore being a ballerina. You worried about him wearing Speedos on stage. You worried about him being somebody else. He's dead, but he's now alive. I mean, that's Mitch activity right there. That's some Mitch moves. Okay. Okay. Police accused Hampton of firebombing a store and lesser charges. Police reportedly based their claims on a bottle filled with gasoline found intact in the store. So this is them trying to get Fred Hampton Jr.'s son on some trumped up charges, what they did with the Panthers 21. All right. So they try to do that with Fred Hampton Jr. as well. Okay. So police didn't present fingerprint eyewitnesses and any other physical evidence to the trial because now they're trying to get him, Fred Hampton Jr., on trial for these type of terrorist attacks, if you will. But again, the police didn't present fingerprints, eyewitnesses, or any other physical evidence at the trial. Really? So it's all hearsay. It's all speculation. All right. The trial judge asked how police could charge Hampton with arson at a store when they couldn't even show that a fire even occurred there. Nonetheless, the government's claim that Hampton had a predisposition to commit the crime led to a conviction and an 18-year sentence for aggravated arson. You see that? Hear this out again. The trial judge asked how police could charge Hampton with arson at a store when they couldn't even show that a fire ever occurred there. But nonetheless, the government's claims that Hampton had a predisposition, basically premeditated. So now you're getting it on premeditation, and you giving somebody 18 years on aggravated arson, but you couldn't show. There's no proof of that. Wow. That's that's wow. During his 9 years in prison, Fred Hampton Jr. reported that he believed what he believed were government murder attempts behind bars. Where's my bell at? My bell's over there. Did I not just say that about Tupac? That's why he left at the first thing smoking, because they were going to try to take him out in jail and make it look like some old gang-related stuff in jail. And that's easy for them to just keep it moving. No one could really take Pac. No one had the money at the time to get Pac out of there. He bites with Suge and says, I know I took a deal with the devil, but what would you do if you was me? That's why he got right to working. I'm going to take this deal, do what I have to do, and get out and get on my own. I could do this now. He's getting a little bit of residuals, not realizing, though he wants to get his master's, because that's where the big meal ticket is, that they were plotting all along behind the circuits. This is weird, and this is why we're seeing the Keefe D surface. How come nobody was? Come on. All right. So Fred Hampton says, during his 9 years in prison, he reported that he believed the government murder attempts behind bars. Hampton also said that a New York attorney who worked to defend him from continued police attacks was herself murdered, and all of her legal papers on his case were stolen. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ooh, Fresh is in the building. My lady Fresh is in the building. Salute. So this woman was trying to help him out, a New York attorney, and she turns up deleted. And they stole her legal papers on Fred Hampton's case. Assata Shakur said the FBI had similar orchestrated the murder of her lawyer, whose wife's found killed in their home, and all of Assata's trial papers missing. Why? Because she took herself plus 20 other Panthers off an acquittal that the trial was the longest, right? I mentioned that a little while ago, and probably in the state's history, and probably even in the country's history. But this one little 5'4", 23-year-old Black woman bangs out on the beast and gets herself and 20 other people acquitted. You don't think they're going to be looking to try to get her back? Oh, and she's pregnant. So we're going to watch that child. Okay, let's continue. Assata Shakur said the FBI had similar orchestrated the murder of her lawyer, whose wife found him killed in their home, and all of Assata's trial papers missing. Remember, Assata Shakur is auntie to, they're not related to Tupac, but they're aunties. And story is with her is that she was on the New Jersey Turnpike, and the state troopers try to get her and her friend that was in the car on something wrong with the car type thing. And something goes amiss, and she's shooting out. She starts shooting out because it's retaliation for her life. So they get her on that, lock her up, and somehow with the help of Matulu, Shakur, and other Panthers, helped elude her out from jail time, and she fled asylum to Cuba. This supports Hampton's belief that a later day that a later day FBI COINTELPRO orchestrated all these attacks. He further published pictures of his damaged car and grazed neck when gunmen shot at him and his mother, the first of 2 murder attempts in 2002. At the time, Hampton worked as national chairman of the Prisoners of Conscience Committee. Hampton also often cited Tupac's importance as an activist. This is Fred Hampton Jr. talking about Pac, but also he's a chairman of the Prisoners of Conscience Committee. They do not want a smart Black person who knows their laws inside and out walking around. That's a threat. They want you dumb, deaf, and blind. So they will feed you the garbage that came out after 2000's rap. And all you heard was murders, biatches, and drugs. Prior to that, you didn't hear much about that. Sure, you had Uncle Luke talking about, Tootsie Roll and all that other stuff. But for the most part, your conscious rappers were coming out of New York City because their parents were educated people and or Panthers that are also educated people. You had the Puerto Ricans, again, if you look at the plight from Puerto Rico in the 1950s and the plight of Black Americans before that, so-called Black Americans in New York City, well, they've always been here. But the mergence of the two, because Puerto Rico had their own injustices, yes? And the melting pot here in New York City, they fell right into place because they were now the new Negroes on the block. Nobody was giving them jobs like that either, calling them all kind of derogatory terms as well. Huh? Okay, let's go. Okay. My Lady Fresh knows exactly what I'm talking about. Because Harlem, Bronx, Brooklyn, the Caribbean, we all merged in New York City. We're a melting pot. But those are our brothers and sisters. Even to this day, like where I'm at, there's still Puerto Ricans and Blacks side by side. The new immigrants are Africans and Mexicans, in the city, as far as like citizens. But you got your sprinkles of, Cuban and Panamanians and Ecuadorians and things of that nature. But it was the Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and the Blacks as a triad for many years, for at least a good solid 5 decades. And yeah, there was division here and there. I'm not going to say everybody was kumbaya and they was all holding hands and stuff, but they were the new Negroes, as I said, on the block. And so your Irish policemen and your Italian firemen or your Italian police officers and things of that nature, they still looked at you like, oh, now you a foreigner, but now you're the new Negro on the block. Calling them spics and whatnot. Not, and forgetting that they were the older Negroes on the block. Because the Germans wasn't messing with the Irish and Italians like that either. Go back and watch Gangs of New York. They want to act like they were better because they got the civil servant jobs. But nobody was pressing for them Irish either. They were calling them derogatory terms as well. They was calling Italians derogatories as well. WAP, guineas. Like, stop it. Like, everybody was a Negro when it came to New York City at once upon a time. They got treated just as bad as the so-called Black person here in New York City did. They just got civil service jobs and got all uppity, and now they're better than the Blacks, and they became the new gangs of New York, the NYPDs. They formed Voltrons, and even amongst in their own, they isolated and just did their dirt. But if one of their fellow members was like, "Oh no, that's not right," they ostracized them. Go look at the documentary on Hulu, New York City, the New York 12 or something like that. It's something 12, and it's about 12 cops that stood against their fellow brothers in the precinct that was being corrupt against minorities. And they was like, no, this isn't right. They were sending death threats to their fellow brothers and sisters. Okay. With Tupac's widespread fame by 1992, they wouldn't have targeted him as brazenly as they did Hampton. But U.S. intelligence had a particular long-time concern about political musicians. Remember, I talked about who they were a little while, maybe about an hour ago. Yoko Ono and John Lennon. They was trying to say that Yoko was they said Jimi Hendrix, he's an agitator. You got to get him out of there. What did they do? They filled Jimmy up with all kinds of drugs. And he was 27 when he dies from an overdose, allegedly. And he was with a white woman at that in Europe, somewhere in England. She goes downstairs to get some cigarettes, leaves him butt naked in bed, comes upstairs and he's unconscious, vomit all over his mouth. She doesn't call Popo. She calls a friend of theirs or his agent or something like that. You're not calling the ambulance to get this man resuscitated. You're calling somebody else. Yeah, so there's speculation about her being a plant for Jimi Hendrix. Okay. But U.S. intelligence had a particular long-term concern with political musicians and more sophisticated strategies for attacking them. I'm going to repeat that again. The U.S. intelligence had a particular long-term concern about political musicians and more sophisticated strategies for attacking them. I need to highlight that. Who does that sound like now, guys? Are we figuring this all out? Like, what sophistication here? They was using sophisticated tactics, techniques. So we're going to make this Tupac Biggie look like it's gang related. We're going to make it look like these Negroes is just doing Negro stuff and killing each other. Okay. And Biggie's murder is by default. I just read to you. They had to get more sophisticated strategies for attacking these musicians. So we're going to make it look like it's gang related. And there's going to be casualties of war and Biggie's innocent. But we're going to make it look like their people were in cahoots with each other and they just killed each other off. Biggie was by default. That's all. He's a casualty of war. Nothing more. There was no beef like that with him and Pac. Pac was just upset like, that's my brother. My brother's supposed to be with me. Pac has a big heart. But he knew that there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of buzzing around him. So who can he trust? Biggie was by default. That's all. All the, whoever he's the conspiring of, Keefe D saying other people's names and putting other people's names. They have to do that. They got to make it look like it's that, because they can't go all the way up to the pipeline and say who it really is. They can't. An exposed intelligence document reviewed by the 1976 Congressional Committee examining the FBI co-intelligence program detailed many tactics used against political musicians. There was a group of people that got into the FBI's agency down in Philly and broke into the office, and this is how the COINTELPRO was exposed to teachers, to Black Panthers, to any activists, any leaders. And they took it to the New York Times, and that's how it got exposed. And that's how you know of the 1976-1979 COINTELPRO, because you have some activists go in and get information. So now it's public knowledge. But for 3 decades before that, it wasn't. And they were doing all this legally. Show them the scurrilous and deprived. Call attention to their habits and living conditions. Explore every possible. This is now on the COINTELPRO. The FBI's co-intelligence program detailed many tactics used against political musicians. It instructed agents to show them as scurrilous and deprived. Call attention to their habits and living conditions. Explore every possible embarrassment. Send in women and sex. Break up marriages. Have members arrested on marijuana charges. Investigate personal conflicts or animosities between them. I just said Pac, Biggie is by default. Why? Because Pac was upset that he thinks Big knew about the setup in Quad Studio. Oh, now we got ammunition. Oh, there's beef there. We can trump this up. Do you see where you see how these people are doing? So please trust and believe that this whole thing about Keefe D is smoke and mirrors. They've been doing this. They have to make it look like this is something, because somebody is scratching the surface with, listen, Pac, they just gave him a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. There's been some stuff circulating around with Pac. There could be somebody trying to really dig and search. They've been trying to squash all of the findings with anything linked to his assassination. So it could be somebody's doing some digging, and that's setting up for all right, we got to make this look like it's something else. Use narcotics and free sex to entrap. Use misinformation to confuse and disrupt. Get records of their bank accounts. Obtain specimens of their handwriting. Provoke target groups into rivalries that may result in death. What does that sound like? Evidence supports that U.S. intelligence used most of these tactics against Tupac. Evidence supports U.S. intelligence used most of these tactics against Tupac. Evidence supports that U.S. intelligence used most of these tactics against Tupac. Intelligence links conversations such as Pat Buchanan blamed rappers of the LA riots, and U.S. intelligence particularly targeted those singing about the Rodney King incident. Tupac emerged as a public figure, agitated and critic in 1992. He also, his solo debut, Tupacalypse Now, released in November of 91, was becoming a gold record. Excuse-moi. So yeah, He was becoming a problem for them. Okay, that was going gold. This little rapper, okay, by himself, was going gold. It included lyrics with militant responses to police brutality, such as "I remember Rodney King" and "a blast on his punk ass." Critically acclaimed for his Juice role and starring in Academy Award winner Singleton's next film increased his acting offers. Rolling Stone magazine gave Tupac and several other rappers paragraphs of space to comment on King's verdict and the riots. Pac said, "The difference between 1992 and the Watts riots 27 years ago from 1992. Now we're coming up on the 27th anniversary of Tupac's demise. Is AK-47's crack and unemployment. Those people wanted to see tomorrow. Now people really don't care. It was like getting slashed with a knife. The Letitia Harling's decision, in which a Korean grocer got 5 years probation in the fatal shooting of a 15-year-old Black girl, came and we took that. When they gave the grocer probation and then sent a Black man to jail for shooting a dog, we took that shit. When we went to the Rodney King trial every day and saw them call us gorillas, we took that. But this verdict was like Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake. America's got to feel what it is to live in the ghetto for 3 days. We get looted, we get beat down, we get grabbed out of our trucks every day. It's hypocritical to be sensitive to white victims, but not to us. I feel like the Koreans who lost their businesses and for the people who got, he says, I feel for the Koreans who lost their businesses and for the people who got hurt, but I feel more for my people. He was about 20 years old at that time, talking like that on the Rolling Stones magazine. With Tupac's fame, any new attack on him would require less obvious police action. Evidence suggests that U.S. intelligence used sophisticated tactics in a bizarre attack on Tupac in the Marine Fest in August 1992. Researchers indicated that the U.S. intelligence used an anniversary threat timing tactic in their assassination of Martin Luther King. Evidence also suggested the use of the tactic in Huey Newton's assassination. Thus, the Marin Fest coordinates scheduling of the event on August 22nd, Master Number 22, meaning building, the anniversary of Newton's murder, was the first indication that the U.S. intelligence may have planned a third attempt to murder Tupac at this event. Luana's in the building. Peace, peace, peace. Ask Eartha Kitt. Okay. My beautiful sister. This is definitely the plan stuff. Right. And you know where we're coming from on that. Okay. So the producers of Thug Immortal also presented an eyewitness, Marco Reynolds, who gave a detailed account of the attack on Tupac at the event, at the Marin event. There was somebody licking off some shots. And meanwhile, this was a peaceful event, which was also bringing the gangs together. And Pac was like center stage. He did rapping. He had his medallion on. That's when he had his hair like, little curly and stuff like that. And he was bridging the people together. And all of a sudden, gunshots go off. Okay. The producers of Thug Immortal also presented an eyewitness, Marco Reynolds, who gave a detailed account of the attack on Tupac at the event. Reynolds says Charles Man Fuller and Mutulu Shakur's son Maurice Mopreme Harding, everybody knows Mopreme, hey, Big Mo in the house, was bodyguarding Tupac. Reynolds described how, as an old Marin neighborhood friend of Tupac's, He was joking with Tupac while the entertainer signed autographs when a threatening group of men came over. He said one of them rushed at Tupac without provocation, but Fuller stopped him. Then another went around them and punched Tupac. Reynolds described and reenacted how Harding used the gun. This is Mopreme, who's Pac's stepbrother. He's bodyguarding Pac. So Reynolds describes the enactment, how Harding used the gun to try and ward them off, firing a warning shot straight up toward the sky. Seconds later, other gunshots sent Harding and Tupac running for their Jeep. Reynolds said he never saw a gun in Tupac's hand. One of the gunshots fatally hit a 5-year-old boy a block away. Okay. Reynolds further detailed that right after the shots ended, a number of men ran after Tupac in Harding's Jeep. Reynolds described how one person who apparently stopped Tupac from closing his Jeep door punched Tupac many times in front of police. Others tried to turn the Jeep over as Harding started driving away. A group of assailants with an estimated 200 others attacked Tupac with bottles, bricks, and stones. Harding tried to drive his Jeep through a crowd as a mob followed the Jeep until it pulled in front of a police precinct a few blocks away. There, many kept attacking Tupac, not Harding, who had the gun. Marcu Reynolds described how he saw police standing around Tupac's Jeep holding shotguns. Despite this armed police presence, the assailants continued attacking Tupac and destroying his Jeep in the process. Tupac then crawled under a parked police car. After additional police units pulled up, police started dispersing the crowd. Police proceeded to arrest Tupac and Maurice Harding. They released Tupac after several hours and didn't charge him with a crime. They originally charged Harding with shooting the boy until witnesses cleared him, and he was released without any charges. All right, where's the other thing that I want to bring up? Almost done, guys. I am almost done. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the attempt on him in Quad Studio. I think, that's dragged to the filth. But I wanted to get us to understand how the alphabet boys get down. Okay, the history of the CIA worked for multi-international corporate interests also reveals their vast control over information. They are also concurred with how U.S. intelligence generally acts as agents of these corporations rather than working on behalf of all Americans' interests. And then lastly, in May 1998, the NYPD initiated the largest attack on King Tone and the Latin King and Queen Nation. Right, I talked about this earlier. The Latin Kings were one of the largest groups, especially in Harlem and the Bronx back in the 70s. So this was a conspiracy to bring this group down. The Manhattan Institute Operation Condor style policies appeared even more prevalent before it took in the official name. The Institute focuses on opposing Latino leftists, right? Because Puerto Ricans has been in that fight for many years. Go look up Arturo Schomburg, all right? He's from Puerto Rico. Regardless of what other ethnicities he's got in him, he was still and if he was attached to any masonry, boule, whatever, there still was a activism for the so-called Negro in New York, and really for any black person. And this was like in the 1800s. But he's coming from Puerto Rico. So, yeah. Latino leftists continued inside the U.S. New York Mayor Giuliani administration. Police work with federal agents to target the Latino activists converted gang, the Latin Kings, in the mid-1990s. I remember this. I lived through this. This is what I'm trying to say. Like these Johnny-come-latelys, like you're circumventing on social media. You weren't there. That's like me talking about my grandparents and their plight and all that stuff. I wasn't there. I mean, I could say a few things, but how dare I like throw stones at these people? Like we weren't there. It's the same thing of this Johnny-come-lately throwing stones during an era that they didn't know nothing about. Half of them were little kids at that time. They weren't in the streets like that. They weren't around me seeing and hearing and seeing 41 shots, Amadou Diallo, Sean Bell. This was in the 90s. This was way before Orlando, whoever, Brown and all that, George Floyd. We had oh my God, Eric Gardner, who was in a chokehold under police arrest. And that was way before George Floyd. It's been going on. It's been there. I know the sweeps that Mayor Giuliani was doing, the stop and frisk. What do you think some of the police tactics that other states have now is coming from out of the administration of the Giuliani administration? I was there. You talking about being real fretful for your black brothers, and because you don't know if they're really going to be taken out by the ops. There wasn't this violence of, there was a violence of, we're shooting, we're going to do something to each other. But that's because it was warranted. Like if you did something, you disrespected me in a way where I had to defend myself. But now, compared to then, you got these little kids running around here like oblivious. They don't know what an ops is. They think everybody's an ops. Women, children, men, elderly. And in the 90s, not everybody had a gun either. So it was still like on some, you got to duke it out with your hands, or you got a little switchblade or something like that. But everybody wasn't walking around with a gun. Not the everyday dude. He had to been like, hustling or something like that he's got access to it. But the regular dudes that I was running with, we didn't have guns. They didn't have guns. But if they looked like a profile to the open enemy, then I need to worry about him in that respect. But I really didn't worry about them getting caught up with each other like that, because the gangs was kind of like dying down at that point. People was like, yo, this is whack. And then it surfaced back up. But how did it get surfaced back up? Pop Smoke and them. How did that all get infiltrated back up? Because we're going to cause some stuff. Called the largest and most powerful street gang in New York, talking about the Latin Kings during the 90s. The 3,000-member Latin Kings changed its name to the Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation in 1994. Several media sources published articles on how the Young Lords, a former Latino activist group that modeled themselves after the Black Panthers, aided the Latin Kings' transformation into a leftist group. Many other New York community activists said that the NYPD and FBI teamed up to target King Tone and the Latin King and Queen Nation for murder because of their activist conversion. Other former young Lord Richie Perez, who moved on to chair the National Puerto Rican Resistance Organization, said police targeted King Tone after he started settling conflicts peacefully. I'll repeat that. Another former young Lord, Richie Perez, who moved on to chair the National Puerto Rican Resistance Organization, said police targeted King Tone after he started settling conflicts peacefully. Father Luis Burros, a priest and professor at John Jay College, said the government didn't mind when the Kings were killing each other. But he said once they turned to activism, the FBI started a massive undercover surveillance of the group. I just said, look at the Pop Smokes. It died, that type of gang activity died down back in the late 90s because they were doing a lot of sweeps. It died down. They needed to get this resurgence again. It's too quiet. These little nigglets is running around. They just peaceful, minding their business. Let's just get it all started again. King Tone claimed police first tried to kill him and then settled on keeping him in prison for many years. Started in the latter 90s, King Tone said that the New York Times noted how strangers who shot at him were caught with a 9mm handgun and a fully loaded machine gun, but was released from jail with no charges. That's weapons. Yet cops searched Tone's car, arrested him because they found a bullet shell in his trunk, and put him on trial for possession of ammunition. On different occasions, they arrested Tone and 24 other Latin kings. Despite not finding a beer, a joint, or anything illegal, police charged them with disorderly conduct and unlawful assembly. So now I can't stand in front of my stoop and conjugate with my fellow people. That's too peaceful. You Puerto Ricans, you should be slicing each other up. Why is it so quiet out there? All right. On different occasions, they arrested Tone and 24 other Latin kings, right? Bail before their court dates was set at $15,000 for Tone and $500 for others. You're talking about young men, young Hispanic men at that are also in the trenches with the young black men that don't have access to that kind of money like that. So that's the point. We're going to raise your bail so no one can get you out. No one can afford to get you out. And now you're going to sit here. On May 1998, the NYPD initiated their largest attack on King Tone and the Latin King and Queen Nation at 5 a.m. in reportedly the largest coordinated New York City raid since the prohibition of alcohol in the 1920s. 1,000 U.S. Marshals spanned out across NYC and arrested Latin King and Queen leaders in what they call Operation Crown. You needed 1,000 marshals. Meanwhile, there's all kinds of deviant activity going on across the world, across the countries. You got serial killer. What year is this? Well, between 1920s and 1990s, you had serial killers, Jeffrey Dahmer and all that stuff. Y'all had the Atlanta child murders and things of that nature. And you mean to tell me you had enough to get 1,000 marshals on the ground? Wow. They found no drugs or guns on that raid, yet they arrested the 90 top male and female kings and queens for drug dealing and criminal association. Again, this is the Latin kings that was big back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I would say bigger than Bloods and Crips, because at that time it wasn't like that here. They diversed into different groups. You had Decepticons and things of that nature, but Latin kings, man, you knew them. You saw them, it was like they weren't out here thugging out and robbing people. They weren't doing that. They weren't sticking up people. I mean, and yeah, you have a few wayward people that do that stuff, but the organization, no, they trying to just be united brothers and sisters. Like, listen, we got a bigger beast out here. Okay. A judge set Tone's bail at $350,000. Community activists such as Father Douglas, Richie Perez, and Black liberation leader turned rap producer Sonny Carson put up their cars and payroll checks as collateral for Tone's bail. So you mean to tell me if this so-called gang member thug, you got people putting up their collateral, their cars and payrolls and stuff like that to get this man out? He's a threat to the community? Prosecutors used similar tactics against King Tone Fernandez as they used against Tupac, and Tone received a 10 to 15-year sentence. U.S. intelligence war on almighty Latin King and Queen Nation continued amidst the NYPD's Operation Condor in the 2000s. I'm going to skip down a little bit. So he also said police were waging a fake war on gangs to justify a war on youth of color. Come on now. Come on. That's all. That's really the bigger picture. Why are you not doing this in the suburbs? Why are you not going up to them houses up in New Rochelle or any north side of a place that's better? Why are you not doing that there? Why are you in the hoods worried about what the hood people are doing? We're not out here causing mass destruction, doing some old serial killer stuff to other people. Why are you worried about what we're doing? If you're not helping, if you're not going to be the solution, then we the people are going to pull ourselves up by the bootstrap and get it together. We're going to figure it out on our own. We're not going to need you. And that's the problem. The Black Panthers were the first to start what you now know as the WIC program, Women and Infants. Because they were feeding the children before they went to school. And the government co-opted that initiative that the Black Panthers did and made it their own. And so now any woman, she don't have to be a citizen. If she has a baby that's born here, that baby's going to get that WIC supplement. She's going to get milk, eggs, cheese, formula, fruits, beans, rice. Please put some respect on the Black Panthers when you hear the WIC program, because it was them that started that. So, U.S. intelligence war on almighty Latin King and Queen Nation continued amidst the NYPD's Operation Condor in the 2000s. Okay, let's move forward. When George W. Bush Jr. started his presidential term in January of 2001, and New York Mayor Mike Bloomberg took office the following year, Operation Condor practices continued through different means. Joint operations were conducted under the two Republicans, and this period was also notable. The closest association, George H.W. Bush Sr., regains official power under his newly elected son. These associations included Iran-Contra, crack scandal cohorts, John Poindexter, Alex Abrams, Richard Archimage, Dick Cheney, Otto Reich, Colin Powell, and John Negro Ponte. The second Bush administration began to both expand and legitimize U.S. intelligence repressive operations. Why? Because such work fell in line with the Bush family legacy. The first President Bush apparently had a longer CIA tenure than he has ever admitted. The Nation magazine had a lead article and picture of an FBI document identifying George Bush as part of the CIA in the 1960s. In the document, FBI Director Hoover said an FBI agent briefed Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency about President John Kennedy's assassination. I said about 2 hours ago, the Keefe D is the Lee Harvey Oswald, is the Saran to your smoking gun. So people can clown around and call Pac a little tutu fairy. They can clown around and be like, oh, he's a little, he's a little actor, or oh, this dude is fake. Oh, he puts on a persona. He was battling something that you little peons respectfully know nothing about. I'm defending the 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old. I'll give Pac up until 24. Young man. His badge of honor. I was a soldier. Don't matter how you fight the war, it's how you win it. Did you question how your father was dealing with Vietnam? What he had to do? Did you question how your uncle dealt with Desert Storm? But you want to assassinate a 16-year-old's character because he went to a performing arts school for a year of his time. Because by the time he got to California, he was 17 and already back on a mission. Because his mom's was strung out. The situation of the Panthers was going array. But he still wants to be a kid. I want to rap. I want to dance. I want to sing. I don't want that pressure on me. I don't want to be a leader, he says. I don't want to have that crown on my head. Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency was briefed about the President John Kennedy's assassination the day after it occurred in 1963. A Nation reporter wrote that an intelligence source who worked in the CIA in the 50s and 60s said George Bush was involved with the CIA. The source said, I know he was involved in the Caribbean and the suppression of things after the Kennedy assassination regarding Cubans groups. President Ford then appointed George Bush as CIA director in 1975. George H.W. Bush was also a lead number of particular racist actions starting early in his political career. Freudian slip. Bush won a Texas election to the U.S. House of Representatives in the late 1960s. Rep. Bush invited many speakers to address Congress on the issues of population control with the focus of non-white Americans. I shall repeat. Yes, he was, Ronan. Rep. Bush invited many speakers to address Congress on the issue of population control with the focus of non-white Americans. I just said all that gang stuff died down in the early 2000s. You got 50 Cent now coming back, now resurrecting that Tupac Amaru, but it's you making it more gangster in that respect of the shoot 'em up type archetypes. So now you got his little son, Pop Smoke, who sounds just like him, who's also a cancer, taken out on some, oh, this is probably gang related, out in Los Angeles. You see how they merged the East and the West Coast again? Trying to beef up that energy. They need things to do, so they want to see the little black boys, the little Puerto Ricans acting the fool. They love it. Now they got the girls. Now they got the girls. So you got Little Kim, because Little Kim is the grandmother. And I liked when she came out with her album, right? But let's be for real. She is Nicki Minaj. She is Cardi B. She's Suki. She's Sexy Red. If Little Kim was Gizmo, she gave birth to gremlins. They fed her after midnight and they watered her, and now she got all these. And I'm using euphemisms. I'm not trying to diss Lil Kim. I'm just saying. Using allegories. But know that they're using the women now to set the stage. Because Taylor Swift, that's who it is, is not gyrating, half dressed. Oh, sure, I'm not saying she's not part of the industry as well, but she's on a higher rank level. Why she was wearing red at the Grammys. She pulls out a guitar and sits down and listen, Kanye West wanted to take a Grammy from her and was like, oh, Beyonce, why did you do that? Because they're not going to have their white women gyrating on the floor as jungle bunnies. I'm calling it as it is because that's what they say. When have you ever seen any of their white women artists, a Celine Dion, not cracked up, but you got Whitney Houston talking about crack is whack, and then she's out here doing, and regardless, Whitney was doing her stuff back in the day because she's New York, she's Newark, she's Jersey, she's hood girl, but she's church. And then they find her dead in the bathtub. And then Clive says, continue the party. So you doing rituals, allegedly, over the Black Queen. And you want to make her out to be a crackhead. But she was bringing in buku bucks that your kids, your staff's kids can go to the greatest colleges, because she didn't. She couldn't. Did Celine Dion have a reality show? I don't know what the hell Celine Dion's house looks like. She could be living in a ranch style home somewhere. But they made mockery of the queen, our beloved Queen Whitney Houston, God's gift to this earth, a child of God. No matter how much money she made for them, how much she did her hair nicely, how nice she dressed up, she was still their little jungle bunny. But I have yet to see any of their artists gyrate on the floor, do a reality show, make mockery of themselves. I have yet to see that. Remember Pimp My Ride or Pimp Your House? For some of us that are of that age, with MTV was the cooperative to the box and what you call it? What was that? A video music box. MTV was to broadcast their artists, and they'll sneak people in like Michael Jackson and Michael's holding down for a little while, and then we're gonna put Run DMC in, because it's not too hardcore, and then we're gonna pair them up with Aerosmith because that's the white, that's the punk rock, but that's acceptable. And even though there was some outrage about punk or alternative punk or whatever, heavy metal, you still didn't talk blasphemy about these drug addicts, and you keep letting them rock out forever. But you got the Hispanic and the so-called blacks still looking ignorant because you don't want to show and showcase the intelligent Hispanic and so-called black person. That's a threat. Better yet, you will get these people, they'll go to school and they'll go to your schools that you put your name on. Howard, Brown, Yale, right? Let them assimilate into your program, and they'll go along with the okie doke, but they look okay. They're not causing any problems. No, let's go into the hood and see what's going on there. That's where the real rebel rousers are. The impoverished are going to want to come out and make something happen for the other impoverished. Because the ones that went to school, there's a handful of them are really coming back to help the hood. Let's be for real. There's a handful of them. You got more going into college and leaving and skipping to the burbs than you do coming back to the hood and taking care, like a Dr. Matula Shakur, like the Dr. Huey P. Newton, that had their degrees but still kept it in the hood. Let me finish off here and then we will end this live. George H.W. Bush also led a number of particular racist actions starting early in his political career. Why is that such a problem? Why is that such a threat? Why are we such a threat? Like that's like you came in the gate. Like we're gonna get these little jigaboos. We gotta stay on top of that. And I'm using derogatory terms because that's their words. They use that. We're not calling each other that. We're really looking at each other like, yo, we in the trenches together. You're my brother, my sister. They're the ones throwing in these words and slurs and isolating all of us. I'm like, truth be told, all of y'all once upon a time were the Negroes. You were slaves too. I think some of them got wind, like Herbert Bush, and found out that his ancestors were enslaved by Negro slaveholders here. J.A. Rogers, 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro. I'm just saying. He further organized the campaign to expel Black Harlem Rep. Adam Clayton Powell from the U.S. Congress. Many then credited Bush with leading the CIA operations that brought crack cocaine in record amounts. Because while Harlem was the black excellence of the world, you gonna throw in the crack cocaine to their grandkids, make money off of it. Because it's not like we were cooked. It's not like we had these ingredients. It was like, oh, let's make crack. No, they brought it in. Mass weapons of destruction. They brought it in. It's only an opiate epidemic because now it's hit the burbs. And the little white boys and girls is toked out and on some perkies. That's why it's an epidemic. Other than that, the crack cocaine and it's a war on drugs. It's a problem. It's in the hood, and you see Washington D.C. going on. You see Baltimore, Maryland going off. You see Philadelphia still going off, and you see certain parts of Harlem, Bronx, and Brooklyn having their issues. We didn't create that stuff. We just used it as a resource. And it backfired. While U.S. intelligence began targeting... Okay, wait, hold on. Many credited Bush with leading the CIA operation that brought crack cocaine in record amounts, mostly in Black and Latino neighborhoods, while he oversaw the National Security Council as vice president in the 80s. I just said which places, Cali, right? But it came from the east to the west. Because where's DC at? It's on the East Coast. That's where your government's at. And then they'll move it throughout all the big hoods, all the big inner cities, down to the smaller little cities. And when the white Wall Street workers who got out of work and crawled their way up to Harlem and the Bronx for their coke fix in the 80s, weren't seen like a problem, that was a problem. They gotta have it. But no one bats an eye at that. No one says that that's wrong. Oh, they're just users. But it's still all right. But you got mothers doing heinous and dastardly acts just to get a fix because there's this poison that's been spilt into the hood. And then we're making fun of these mothers. This is why Tupac said, I always love you, mama. Even though you were a crack fiend, you're still a queen. I got goosebumps. While U.S. intelligence began the targeting of Tupac Shakur under Republican President George H.W. Bush, some wouldn't believe it could continue under Democratic President Bill Clinton. Bubba. While chances are that Democratic President Bill Clinton did know about previous events, show that the top U.S. intelligence faction could have waged the war on rappers and activists behind Clinton's back and stuck him with the moniker Lewinsky. Now he's fighting for his character, trying to tell people, listen, hey, I did it. Now they blowing it up. Damn, yeah, I did, but we don't care if you getting stuff, Bill. That's not our problem. Let's keep the jobs flowing. That's all we care about. We don't care if you're getting hobnobbed by the lady down the street. We don't care if you're getting hobnobbed by the little chick in the office. Just keep the money flowing, Bill. And so they stuck him with the Lewinsky thing. And what happened after Lewinsky and Bill and Bubba? You got little George Jr. come through. And through under that administration, you had the 9/11 attacks. The biggest domestic attacks of the world on U.S. soil. Who's your father? And under his father's administration, you had the Desert Storm. Peace in the Middle East, remember? I was in 8th grade. It was to the point where we did the class or the school was writing to the army, the military, and sending them letters, keeping your head up and just, this was, we hadn't seen that type of war since the Vietnam War. Yes. I think I still have that letter from one of the military men that was like, yo, it's like, this is weird, like being out here. Like these people didn't know what they're getting themselves into. But under Bush Sr., we had 2 what they call Iraqi wars. But when you do the money trail, they have oils invested with each other in Texas. So nobody's doing an investigation on them, but you're coming into the hoods and you're rounding up the Latin kings and taking out the Black Panthers that are feeding the community. But yeah, that 9/11, that's going to be, there's already class actions against people who, that are suffering from all kinds of ailments that happen in recovery, to finding, people. Ex-CIA Director George Bush Sr. and the people who joined his son's administration, such as Dick Cheney, had formerly run such operations behind the back of Democrat President Jimmy Carter. Evidence supports that George Bush Sr. helped many leftover CIA leaders form his administration hide their operations from Clinton. This evidence includes finding of Bush Sr. talking to other world leaders on behalf of the FBI director without Clinton's acknowledgement. Iran-Contra Pulitzer Prize-winning writer Robert Perry detailed the activities of the Bush CIA clique. Some people believe the expanded New York intelligence operation occurred only as a response to the World Trade Center 9/11 tragedy. I didn't even get to this part, guys. I haven't gotten this far up in the book because I'm still reading like it back and forth, picking up jewels. So I'm speaking this before I'm even reading. More and more researchers believe Bush at least allowed, if not orchestrated, 9/11 due to his pre-planned military intelligence goals locally to oppress poor Americans and globally with the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. Some researchers also cite the occurrence of 9/11 on a Tuesday as a threat timing tactic since U.S. intelligence helped orchestrate Pinochet's coup in Chile that launched Condor on Tuesday of the same date in 1973. These people work with days, numbers, signs, and symbols. While space While space precludes appointment exploration of 9/11, the ever-growing list of people believing the Bush administration helped orchestrate 9/11 includes over 50 professors and other university instructors, former CIA and Pentagon officials, top official in Bush's administration, and long-term British Minister of the Environment, as well as the U.S. Congresswoman, a German cabinet member, radio personalities, and others. These are all the other people that feel that there was some other involvement. Now, whether it's true or not that Bush's officials orchestrated 9/11, Bush officials began running a vastly expanded police state apparatus. Bush family CIA loyalist David Cohen proceeded to run a global police, appointed him to head New York police intelligence. From 1991 to 1995, Cohen had been the CIA deputy director of the Directorate of Intelligence. He had then headed the Directorate of Operations, overseeing the CIA's global network of offices and personnel until 1997. Cohen said that for several years in the 90s, he was the highest ranking CIA agent in New York City. Okay, let's read this really quickly, and then I'm gonna. Big Cat is here. Dion's in the building. Salute. He is. Thank you, Dion. Thank you. I'm just trying to bring enlightenment. That those who are, and Big Cat, we had this discussion before, but I mean, look, 4 hours already. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't think I was going to be on this long. I'm just trying to bring a point with this whole Keefe D, arrest now of him, and how it's been orchestrated. And the only thing, we can agree on, Big Cat, is the fact that Pac, stepped out of line on a certain thing, right? But again, my defense is to the 20-something-year-olds that, sometimes we don't make the best decisions in life, right? And how the Johnny-come-latelys, there's a drill outside. How the Johnny-come-latelys are, having a field day with talking, kind of sideways about Pac. And I'm like, half of them are in their mid-30s. Some of them are in their early 30s to mid-30s to mid-40s. I'm 47. I'm closer to Pac's age than I am, than half of these people that are talking stuff. And I'm like, and I was around during that time. And all the stuff that I've just been reading to you for the past 4 hours coming out of the FBI war on Tupac Shakur and Black leaders, and being in the 90s in New York City with the Giuliani administration and the Bush administration. I've been there. I can talk about these things, and it's not about, being emotional for Pac in that respect, but it's like, if you're going to tell it all. Like, y'all pinpointing the fact that he was a ballet dancer, that he only did ballet for a couple of months. He was in that school for one semester in high school. Y'all act like he was Baryshnikov, like he was out here pirouetting on the stage. You ever seen Tupac do a ballet turn on the stage? I'll wait, because I never. And when I was going into ballet and tap class, there was maybe 1 or 2 boys in the class with us. Their job was basically like to, hold us up or pull us up in the air. I never saw them as, why are these boys in here with us? Matter of fact, I would be playing G.I. Joe, He-Man, Star Wars, more with my cousin, godbrother, than I would be playing Barbie with my best friends. What is the freaking problem? Half of you guys, and I'm talking about in general, not guys, men. Half these people don't know how to tap into their feminine and masculine energy. So everything looks suspect to them. So you wanna thug it out with somebody and you want to shoot them up to show that you got the juice now, Bishop. That's gonna that's gonna show you're a man. Okay. I don't want to be around that type of stuff. I wasn't, because I don't have none of that coming from my house. Now, if you grew up that way, that's hey, you know what I'm saying? That's a different life. But I wasn't around it, and I'm not gonna go looking for it just because I want to see, some realness up in here. Realness was all the men in my house did all the cooking. And the women were not housewives. My great-grandmother, my grandmother, and my mother worked full-time jobs and raised their children. Children, not child, children. That's what I grew up around. No disrespect to the men that want to have their women home, taking care of their children and cleaning the house, because that's a job in itself. There is no disrespect. What I'm saying is you got a lot of people out here that don't understand genders, and now you got gender roles, and you're switching the script around. And who's part of that gender agenda? Because now they're targeting. Now they skimmed over. They got the hood people with the dumb shit, right? But they got their people going through the gender crisis. Because they got gender issues. Allegedly, wasn't J. Edgar Hoover dressing up in his mama's clothes, wearing her beads, her necklaces, her pearl necklaces, is what they was calling him. They was calling him a transdresser. Allegedly. And that was in the 1930s. So who's confused about whose gender? You so that distraught that your mama passes away and you're gonna be wearing her little slips and her necklaces? My father's mother passed away. My grandfather's mother passed away. They both took it hard. But I didn't see them wearing her jewelry, their mother's jewelry. Who's got a problem? Y'all making Wall Street money, but you got to come up to Harlem and the Bronx to get cocaine? Because your job is so high stressful. Meanwhile, we're just kind of like, we'll smoke a little herb, we'll drink a little beer, maybe have a little, ripple. But we're minding our business. We're having a good time. We're not hurting anybody. For the majority. I'm not talking about the degenerates that are doing stick-ups. We're not harming anybody. But you come into Harlem, getting your fix. Coming to the Bronx, you're getting robbed, but you'll get your fix. And that's not a problem. All this time, nobody said there's a war on drugs on cocaine. They said crack cocaine. They had to throw crack in first before cocaine. Why? Because they were the ones tooting up booger sugar in it. Mm-hmm. But Ed, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't the football players trained with ballet dancers to help with the flexibility, agility at one point. Because I know I'm not making that up. If anybody knows, it doesn't necessarily have to be Ed. I'm just saying, correct me if I'm wrong, please. I want to stand corrected here. I don't want to be talking sideways and being in my emotions with Tupac Amaru Shakur. So, yeah. Base. How low can you go, right? Right. When you have a single parent, yes, for balance. Okay, thank you. You do what you do, right? And this is just not one side. I'm just saying I'm trying to pinpoint overall because like I said, and I'm going to keep banging the gavel, is that you have most men on social media from the ages of maybe 30 to 45 talking sideways about Pac. And the 45-year-olds, shame on you. Because you're not that far from that era. I'm not. I'm 47. But, social media is the thing, and you can air out your whatevers, and that's cool. Freedom of speech. You can now make a point because you saw all the YouTube, archives of Pac and them. But I'm reading you an extensive research from a white man who spoke to Tupac's family members and his associates. He's got at least 20 pages of receipts of where he got his information from. And this book was published back in 2007. So this is 16 years ago. And I have to tell you he's not only just talking about Pac. It's other Black leaders that anything that was deemed positive organization got infiltrated, i.e. Latin Kings in New York City, one of the biggest so-called groups, gangs, if you want to call it that had to been taken down. We just read it. We just heard they called it Operation what? Crown. Because they took the Latin kings and the queens and severed ties. They did an Anne Boleyn on them. Off with their heads. Okay, let's just wrap this up and okay. Further details of Cohen's. This is this guy that's in the FBI that, he's a loyalist to the Bush family. One of Cohen's first actions in 2003 was to dismantle the New York Handshoe restriction on police intelligence that Barbara Handshoe, lead lawyer for the group of activists that included Ophelia Shakur, had fought for years to attain. Also, by 2003, New York upped the number of officers in the state joint terrorist task force from 17 to 120. And the JTTF included officers of 35 other agencies. Cohen vastly expanded the NYPD intelligence division to global proportions, including 74 overseas offices. His office also targeted a throng of anti-Republican activists 18 months of the Republican National Convention for the presidential election in 2004. The New York Times published an expose that New York police used undercover agents to infiltrate the 100,000 plus marchers among the largest of the protests at the Republican convention. Listen, this is what they did with Malcolm X. They put at the time it was not called undercover cops. They just called them infiltrators. Further details of Cohen's expanded NYPD intelligence division shows its global dimensions, as well as its focus on Black and activist American neighborhoods. Cohen increased one intelligence unit from a handful of cops to 600 officers working from Brooklyn's Park Slopes. No coincidence that Park Slopes got flooded on Friday. So I'm talking about the ghost of Tupac Amaru, the spirit. The largely white Park Slope Brooklyn activist neighborhood borders the Bedford-Stuyvesant area that spawned top rappers from Biggie Smalls to Jay-Z. As rap had become popular amongst most countries with large communities of people of color, the nationalized rap intelligence units had potential for the international reach. NYPD detectives started working in the international police offices of Interpol from Tel Aviv to London, France, and Canada. With the Project Crown Latin King and Queen's arrest, the U.S. intelligence war on activist converted gangs appeared even larger and more overt than their war on rappers. This war on gangs grew in direct proportion to the increasing threat to the racist, conservative U.S. intelligence interest of keeping the ethnic communities politically inert so they wouldn't erode wealthy white dominance of popular power. I will repeat that. The war on gangs grew direct proportion to the increasing threat to the racist, conservative U.S. intelligence interest of keeping the ethnic communities politically inert so they wouldn't erode wealthy white dominance of political power. As previously detailed, the Bloods and Crips gangs' peace truce and conversion to left-wing activism started in 1992, spread eastward with the help of older activists. Bloods and Crip leaders were even talked to a socialist Black group in England. Didn't I say this about an hour ago, that the Bloods and Crips had died down back in the 90s and didn't resurface again until the mid-2000s? Why was that? Why do you have a Pop Smoke? If the Bloods and Crips was coming together, and that's all Pac wanted to do was merge it together, because it's like, listen, united we stand, divided we fall. And even if he had to act out and show off, these people were infiltrating anyway. They had a woman waiting for Dr. Huey P. Newton outside of the prison. So yeah, Pac wants to throw on a red bandana today, a white one tomorrow, a black one and a white one, and a blue one. He's doing it for a reason. I couldn't even think like he could think. I'm not doing all that. I'm not trying to get anybody like that. I'm not doing all that. Like, salute to him, powers to him for trying to do that, because that's a lot. He's juggling, trying to provide for his family, provide for the community, provide for Blacks and Hispanics, while still banging on the beast. All but 24 years old. I'll wait. Let's have a conversation. Who has been through that? Who's experienced that? I want to talk to them. Besides listening, hearing Tupac's story, I want to talk to people that is not of that status. Okay. The gang conversion movement spread in New York City. New York police joined the Los Angeles police. Didn't I tell you that it starts in the east and ends in the west? Everything that New York City predicates is going to be channeled out into other parts of the country. DC is on the East Coast. That's the big boys. The alphabet city is down there. And they work tangible with NYPD. And they have a home office here in New York City. Stop. It's serious. These people, they don't sleep. They're hell bent on why the Bloods and Crips quiet right now? What's going on? Are they having turkey dinner with each other today? What's going on? Why are they not killing each other? Okay, let's go out and start agitating. You throwing, what's that little boy with the colorful hair and everything? I forgot what his name is. He's the little boy from Brooklyn. I don't even know. My God, what is his name? He has all that funny color hair and his teeth are gold. Oh my God. I know his government name is Hernandez. Agitator. David, thank you. That's right. So even that number alone, I'm getting like very overt numbers. But yeah, that one. Little funny looking boy. Who if you look at his background, right? I think he's oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know. I want to say Colombian or I think he's Colombian. Either way, it's neither here nor there. The point is that he's coming from humble background, humble beginning, where he had a mom and a pop in the house. And they struggle. I think the father was into like some stuff. He was a little unsavory, but neither here nor there. He still had a 2-parent household. And I think he witnessed his father's assassination. And so that took a turn. Again, I think he was like 10 years old when that happened to him. Perfect storm. Now, a couple of years later, he's a rapper, but he's all full dawned out with the whole face painted up and all that stuff, right? Tatted up. He's down for the cause, right? But you're doing a little bit too much. Little boy, you're doing too much. He definitely was not on the activism of I'm going to merge my peoples together. He was an agitator. He was an agent of provocateur. All right. So again, that's just within the past couple of years. So see, these people here are already plotting. Let's get this person to come in and agitate. Let's get this person to start the movement back up again. Why? Why do you want to? Why? I know, because you don't want us to be prosperous, continue our lives. We outnumber you anyway, but you want us to believe that you are superior when you are inferior. You are scared. You're worried about us. You can't sleep, not knowing if we're at peace with each other or we're at war. You're having nightmares in your sleep. You're concocting stories of East Coast, West Coast. Now you got special ed on Drink Champs talking about NWA when he said nothing wrong. You're invoking that East Coast, West Coast again. That you got the dog pound corrupt talking about, but Ed, big bro, but I'm saying that, he was here, that wasn't going on like that. Then why is Easy gone? Why is Ice Cube thriving? Why are none of Easy's children with that horrible disease? Man, I'm not going to run through the conspiracies. You already heard it. What they do. Oh, Easy. Oh, he got groupies. We're going to chalk it up to he got something from the groupies. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because he's running his mouth, right? For status. He's running his mouth for status. Let me just plug in my computer. It gave me a warning of being. They are, and what I'm saying is they're coming from the same entity, Big Cat. They're coming out of the same gate, and apparently, what I heard was word on the street is that who is it? Is it Ice Cube and Drea? They come from the suburbs, and I think Eazy-E was more like street dude, but he wasn't really into the rap because he was the gangster trying to get money. And Cube is the ghostwriter. What Special Ed was saying was, big up to Jamaica, big up to East Flatbush, Brooklyn. But what he's saying is that NWA was co-opted. Why? By whom? That's what he was saying. And he was saying that it caused the demise now of what you want to call hip hop. Because everybody wants to be a gangster. But nobody wants to be intelligent. Nobody wants to give that type of Public Enemy essence that we had back in the days, the De La Souls. We don't have none of those groups no more. Why? Because it was on purpose. So they threw in a Frank White, and they threw in a Lil Mama, aka Lil Kim, aka Biggie Smalls, aka Notorious Big, right? Frank White, right? The drug dealer act persona. But Christopher Wallace was going to Catholic school. Another 6'9". You paint yourself up to be nobody's talking about that, but they talk about Pac being a ballerina. Please miss me with he was a church, and we could be calling him altar boy. We don't disrespect Big. Christopher Wallace was a good boy, and so was Tupac. Who came from hardworking mothers that try to do the very best for their sons in the city that never sleeps. Did anybody know that? I'm sure they know. Some know, but they won't say that. They won't say, "Oh, he was a choir boy," or "Big was the altar boy." I don't hear nobody saying that. I don't even hear them saying anything side left about him being in the Catholic school and what the priests and them do there. But you're talking about Pac doing twirls and wearing Speedos. It's the same thing. They just looks different. It's the same thing. And then Big became a drug dealer because his mom. Do you know how much it costs to put a child into Catholic school? I'm a product of that. My mother put all 3 of her children through private school because she knew that the New York City public school system in the 80s was not it. And she wanted her children, like she had a good education. She wanted her children to have a good education. And Catholic school, any private school, that's not a drop in the bucket either. So Mama Wallace, single mom, is able to afford to put her son, her only child, in Catholic school. And I'm sure he was getting gigged on and he wanted to be out in the street. But they wasn't living like he say it is. Not if she could afford to put him through Catholic school. He won't eat in no wonder why Christmas missed us. No, because that's what Pac was going through. He said we didn't have a Christmas because we were on the run. I'm just painting a picture. It's not that I'm pinning because they're brothers at the end of the day. Because Pac loved Big. He big up. Like, that's my little brother. Even though they're the same age, that's my little brother. Pac loved Big. You hear me? Love Big. But these people pinned the spinning wheel and made it think that these two young men got all this beef with each other. And they incited the beef. And now it took legs of its own. It grew and took legs of its own and kept it moving and went all the way out to the West Coast. So now you got to hear people, when you come in, you check in with us. What? When Pac was trying to put all that down, there is no checking in. We grown people. I came here to see my family. What you mean I got to check in? You think they're checking in? They go wherever they want to go. They run shit. You need to check in with them. i.e. punching in your time clock and stuff like that. i.e. have social security numbers. Shit. Okay. So while the Bloods and Crips have been low-key back in the 90s, the Times further reported that because of this, one of Portree's relatives attempted to call a reporter from a payphone and suggested that she was nearly shot while doing so. Half a dozen other Bloods, their faces covered with bandanas, met with Porty and the Times reporter. They said that the Bloods now model themselves after the Black Panthers and hope to help the community. So there were some Bloods who went under alias. They had their bandanas on, but they went to this reporter and was saying, yo, we're not doing that. We're not banging out on each other the way they thinking that we are. We're actually modeling, like we're actually doing like what the Panthers was doing and getting us all together. Why do you say that? 15 months after the New York Times printed that article on the United Blood Nation, police arrested many of them. They jailed Omar Porty and the female leaders of the United Blood Nation, along with 13 other male and female members, in a gang sweep. A joint federal and local police force indicted them on an anti-mafia type racketeering charges. Now, what does that sound like, everybody? Sounds like what was going on in YSL's case down in Atlanta. Racketeering and RICO, those terms were only used for mob ties, mob bosses, mob informants, that's gang activity. Okay. The group wasn't charged with murder or attempted murder, but conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, extortion, robbery, and a string of other crimes. The FBI had applied the charge of conspiracy to commit a crime rather than its actual commission. Many activists, including Tupac's stepfather, Matulu Shakur. A federal court convicted Porty of racketeering, RICO, and conspiracy to commit murder, leading to a 50-year prison sentence, all because this man went undercover to say to a reporter that I'm not banging out on my brothers. In fact, we are coming together in a unity. Chapter 37, police and federal agents target Black and Latino police groups, activists, and leaders. Attack on Black and Latino groups of color that pose the threat of effective social activism continue even against such groups within the New York Police Department. In 1997, officials from 100 Blacks in law enforcement who care and the Latino Officer Association, the two main police officer organizations representing Black police officers and Latino officers, said that the NYPD was illegally spying on them. NYPD superiors denied the accusations, but the Black and Latino police groups presented reporters evidence that included a photo of political gathering where undercover police officers were caught on film outside Latino police group locations. Here goes Eric Adams. I talked about him 4 hours ago. Didn't know he's in this book. Ooh, juicy. NYPD Deputy Raymond King, who headed the Internal Affairs Bureau, IAB, also contradicted the earlier NYPD denial of such spying. In court, King stated surveillances were conducted, phone records were obtained in 2 years of secret probes against 100 Blacks and its leaders. Lieutenant Eric Adams, who's now the mayor of New York, who also became borough president of Brooklyn. This included illegally obtaining their personal phone records from Verizon. The Internal Affairs Bureau member told Eric Adams that someone had planted a secret camera in his office and taped his private conversations. 100 Blacks in law enforcement filed a federal lawsuit against both New York City and Verizon. Furthermore, Yvette Walton, a member of both 100 Blacks and the City Street Crime Unit, anonymously testified in 2000 for the family of Amadou Diallo after the Street Crime Unit fired 41 bullets at him. The police then fired her, but she filed and won a civil lawsuit against the NYPD. And that whole Amadou Diallo, who was shot 41 times, unarmed, was in the Bronx. That was about 1998-99. I wasn't there in that block, but I was there. There was no reason for these NYPD officers of non-color to basically assassinate an unarmed African man who was about, I believe, 21 at the time, maybe, or 24. And when they said, show us your hands, and he's going into his own apartment, but police got a call saying there was somebody trying to rob. And when they get there, there's about 5 cop cars now for this one man. He was reaching in his wallet to show that he lives here. 41 bullets went off. And I think he was hit about with 30 of those bullets. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sean Bell was another story out in Queens. He was at his bachelor party and he was shot. There was about 4 bullets and majority of those hit him. in his car because he was trying to show proof of who he was and that that party is for him and that he was getting married. And Sean Bell was like in his early 20s as well. I remember that. I was here for it. The NYPD targeting continued. In 2006, the 22-year-old NYPD veteran Adams, who had gained a promotion to captain, faced departmental charges for criticizing the city on a television news program. Adams said that the NYPD delayed a terrorism alert for 4 days in order to distract the public from Mayor Bloomberg's failure to appear as a candidate debate in Harlem. Adams, scheduled to retire within a month of the department charges, risked losing his pension if the department charges resulted in a dismissal. And on Friday, Mayor Eric Adams let the New York City public school children fend for themselves in an all-time high flood. I went down there to go pick my daughter up because I was like, I'm not letting her be stranded down in Manhattan by herself in this massive flood, that the trains stopped working because the trains were getting flooded on. The tunnels were flooded. The highways were flooded. When I said go with your gut instinct, go with your gut instinct, because I wanted to keep her home. I was thinking about it. But we were looking at the weather and it was like, it's not raining that hard. It's not that bad. You could go to school. It's Friday. 2 hours later, I got to play rescue hero and go down there because I'm like, my child is going to get stuck and stranded down there. And she don't know how to navigate through that system like I do. And what trains to take and what crosstown. As long as I can get out of Manhattan, as long as I can get off this island and get back to the Bronx, I'm golden. I will walk my behind home, even if it takes even if I got to walk 20 blocks. I'm out of Manhattan. That's a trap. And I got home, like we got home safe and sound. Thanks to God, my ancestors, my dad, and my grandmama. This is great. This is great information because I didn't even know that Adams is in this book. Paints even more of a picture for me now. So, Adams scheduled to retire within a month of the department's charges, risked losing his pension if the department charges resulted in dismissal. A judge only found him guilty of one charge and docked him 50 days vacation. This is Mayor Eric Adams. At the time, he was Captain Eric Adams in the Brooklyn Borough, NYPD. Don't be fooled by the skin complexion. That's what I said. Not all skin folk is your kinfolk. You know this by now. Don't get caught up in the hype that, he's the black mayor and he's going to... No. He knew by 10 o'clock there was going to be a flash flood. He waited 2 hours later to then put out an emergency state, emergency crisis or emergency state on the city. I had to call my daughter's school and be like, do you know that the governor has said that we're in a state of emergency? Oh no, well, we can't let the kids out. You got to come pick them up. But my daughter's a teenager. Technically, she can leave, but she's a minor. You got to come down here. Somebody got to come pick her up. I was stuck on the FDR with floods in the cab because I got to get to my baby one way or another. The trains wasn't working. I couldn't get downtown on the train because it stopped. All the elevated trains had stopped running because if you had more elevated trains going down into the tunnels, you would have more people stuck in the tunnels. But Mayor George Adams, I call him Chicken George. you want to be running around with Wu-Tang in them. You want to be the rapper's mayor, the mayor's rapper. You got our children, our babies stuck. This just got me tight. I'm mad that I even see his name in here. I'm really, y'all don't understand how much I have a disdain for the administration. All right. The NYPD continued its attacks on activist groups such as the Black Panther and Black Liberation Movement inspired Zulu Nation. The New York Times reported on how the hip-hop activist group Zulu Nation had chapters worldwide, including Germany, Switzerland, and Japan, thanks to African Bambaataa and them. That's another, we can't, that's a whole nother story. In 2002, despite having no evidence of illegal activities, the New York Police Department declared that Zulu Nation was a gang. I'll repeat, in 2002, despite having no evidence of any illegal activities, the New York Police Department, which is the city, New York City, declared that Zulu Nation was a gang. The NYPD kept Zulu Nation under surveillance and then arrested 34 of its members for tutoring students in Staten Island Park. Police declared it illegal for over 20 people to gather in a public park. More anonymously, a gunman fatally shot at Hunter College sophomore was volunteering at Pacifica WBAI Radio, a leftist radio station, just as he walked out of a Zulu Nation meeting. Okay. In 2002, conservative media attacked Black leader Reverend Al Sharpton. Listen, don't get me started with Rev. HBO played a 1983 tape of FBI agents posing as a drug trafficker promising to get kilos of coke for Sharpton. While the tape never showed Sharpton accepting the offer, the New York Times, who's run by who? The Alphabet Boys, suggested that he had. Sharpton said that HBO aired the tape just as he was exploring a presidential run to dissuade him from running and voicing left-wing views in the televised presidential debates. Assassination the character. In 2003, prosecutors in the Atlanta, Georgia area revisited a 30-year-old charge regarding a murder of a Georgia police officer that wasn't thought to have had enough merit in the 70s. They charged Kamau Siddiqui, formerly Freddie Hilton, with the murder. Siddiqui had worked with Tupac's aunt Assata Shakur in New York Black Panthers. He also followed a girl with Assata. Siddiqui rejected government attempts to have him lure Assata back from political exile status in Cuba. 2 years later, New Jersey offered $1 million bounty on Assata Shakur's capture after a court had convicted her with shooting a police officer despite strong evidence to the contrary. All right. So yeah, this got Sam Cooke in here. Jimmy then moved to England when he first reached. Yeah, talking about Jimi Hendrix. I have yet to get to Jimi Hendrix part of all this because they got Jimi Hendrix in here. Again, this man is found in bed with this white woman, right? Not saying anything. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do, right? But she goes downstairs to get a pack of cigarettes and comes back upstairs, and now he's unresponsive and vomit and stuff is all over his mouth. because Jimmy was about that life too. On that activism, it just wasn't as prevalent as other activists, if you will. But yeah, he was not having that, the injustice and things of that nature. So anybody that speaks up, that has a public platform or a public domain, or as an artist that has a voice that can stand up and reach the masses in a conscious way, is a threat. Yeah, we going through the ringer. Right. Yeah, I swear, I'm telling you, Luana, I was like, I should let her stay home. And she was tired, like we both were tired. But then it was like, you know what? It didn't look that bad. But I'm glad you stuck to your ground. And you said no. So just give me 1 second, guys. Thank you, Rona, for your donation. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love, much love. Thank you, thank you. Wait, let me just answer my chow. That's sweet. I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, I have nothing else further to say, Your Honor. Let the record rest. Let it reflect that I have stated my case. I said what I needed to say. The whole Keefe D thing is smoke and mirrors, in my humble opinion. And after just going through 4 hours, almost 5 hours reading this, and I appreciate everybody who's been here from the beginning, from get-go, listening through, thank you. And those who will be listening in the aftermath of things in the replay, I salute to you. Because this one's a lengthy one. Preach on, twin. It really was just to have an open mind, because I've been an open mind this past 2 weeks in listening in on other people's perspectives and opinions on specifically Tupac. And I didn't want it to come off being emotional about it, because people know, like I have my aunt, like I speak to my aunt, but she texts me, she's like, oh my gosh, I know you love Tupac. I know you heard, right? And I'm like, Fifi, yep, I heard. People that know, like my family knows, like that's the one person I would say out of all, like if you want to put Pac in celebrity status, that's the only one that I will pretty much go 10 toes down with. And that's it. Because of what I just explained to you for the past 4 hours. He's targeted. They all are. It's just, let's see who can make it stick. And when you get whiff of what they're doing and you step aside, then it looks like that person's soft, or it looks like what happened to them, they're all washed out. No, they got wise to the game, aka special ed, and knows, listen, that industry is not playing fair. Why, if I'm the artist and I'm putting in all this work, and if I can write and play music, why am I having a hard time getting my masters for that? Why is that such a hard time? And mind you, they didn't do that with the Beatles. Michael Jackson was like, oh, you know what? I'm taking that too. But look at their artists. I have yet to see or hear a documentary about white artists getting enslaved by the white industry. I have yet to hear that. And please, if anybody knows, forward me that information. I want to watch it. I love documentaries. I'm a student of that era. Like, I love, like, just documentary history. I love it. Because you got to know the history of things to know how people operate moving forward. So, Rolling Stones, I haven't heard any issues. Aerosmith, I haven't heard any issues about them getting their masters. But you got a problem giving Sam Cooke his masters. You got a problem with Prince getting his masters. You got damn near Michael Jackson trying to do his last little Thriller and told you in his tour, this is it tour, I'm not doing any more slave mint stuff. And he's dead. Where's Whitney at? Where's Celine Dion at? But you want to throw us the bones and biscuits. To here in Pound Town. I'm just making her a reference because she's the newest thing that her song. This young lady is going to be having lip gloss come out in Walgreens with colors the name of gonorrhea. I think she is going to have one that's named like her booty hole. She got one that's named my period. What the flying F? So you're marketing this derogatory stuff and making that cute. But you got Tupac wanting to organize between the two most influential gangs throughout the country so that they can get better education, just be a better person in society. And he's taken out. See, they can put that agenda in there and they can take the agenda out. So yeah, she's gonna have a lip gloss line, one named gonorrhea, one named pink pussy, something like that. The other one is something peon or something. I mean, it's disgusting. The names that they're gonna have for these lips, the lip colors. And that's funny, that's cute. But Taylor Swift is a little pop princess, and her name and her actions do not get the fame. Meanwhile, she's been passed around in the industry like nobody's business. Hot potatoed. I've watched. Every other 2 years, she got a new boyfriend, or every year it seems she got somebody new. She was with Nick Jonas at one time. Now she's with some football player. But even though she's a pass around, they'll never disrespect her. But you got ratchetness coming from the Black and Hispanic community. And that's how we getting out the hood. Mm-hmm. When Queen Latifah came out, MC Lyte and Moni Love, even Salt and Pepper, they were talking about conscious things and weren't having slutty behavior. It was frowned upon to be acting like a hoe outside. Now we glorify it. Or some, I don't. We're glorifying the Amber Rose slut walk. Because it's cute to be wearing bikinis like it's nothing instead of covering yourself up. Strip club behavior is now mainstream. But you got rid of conscious rapping. You got Mos Def changing his name to Yasin Bey. And going back underground. When we need that. We need that more than ever now. You got Public Enemy disbanded. Because they were talking about fight the powers that be. We need that more than ever now. We need guidance and direction of the likes of a Black Panther organization. Our enemies are not who we think they are. So when we go on this tangent about black and white, be very distinctive of who we're talking about. Because it's not the white person that lives up in Scarsdale. I don't have a problem with them unless they do something against my family. But the powers that shouldn't be are going to pit us together for whatever reason. Meanwhile, we live in a good house as well. And in fact, my family worked for theirs to get those houses. They didn't have old money the way y'all do. And you can get apartments on Fifth Avenue. You can get an apartment in Scarsdale, a little house in the burbs. My little immigrant Jamaican family scrapped their little pennies together to make it happen in the Big Apple. They took a bite out of the Big Apple and were successful in their own right, to where it birthed a phenomenal grandmother and a phenomenal mother. My mother. and we made it work. We made it happen, and we're in the trenches. I'm a product of what when I said about 3 hours ago with the Hispanic and the Caribbean and the Blacks. I'm a product of that. With my mother's family, Jamaican and from Grenada, and then on my biological side, Cuban, then we got Puerto Rico. I'm a product of it. 1976, baby. I'm a product of that. So miss me with, we got problems and we got no. We all in it together. They all look at us like that anyway. Whatever. Okay, Big Cat, you go. Oh no, okay. Yeah, Big Cat, I got you. So Big Cat behind the scenes. But yeah, guys, I mean, like, just it's mind-blowing. And for us to pick apart a young man who didn't get to be our age, like, he's not here at 47, he's not here at 50, he's not here at 35, he's not here at 32, he's not here at 30. He was taken out at 25. So for any 30 plus up to 40, almost 50-year-old to say some weirdness, if that is, it's like, again, I'm trying to not put too much of my emotions invested in it, because I'm like, you know what, like, I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know Pac like that. But we're spiritual kindred siblings, if you will. Our ancestors or some divine something has intertwined in some way. So yeah, I'm gonna look out for Big Bro. In my eyes, I'm like, that's not my. But husbands, they're supposed to be your brothers, like that. It's all entwined. You're supposed to learn from your mates, right? They're your helpmates. You're supposed to learn from your significant other. And if you're not, that can be an issue, because one person can outgrow that, and it's like you're not getting that spiritual growth, you're not getting that emotional growth, you're not getting the physical. Is like, all right, whatever, but to have that spiritual growth is something that's out of this world. And again, like I said, I feel like there's this shared kinship between Pac and I, whether there is or not. I just feel it. But I want to bring us to the remembrance of that. This was a very young person at the end of the day that went through something that most people you talk to have never been through. I don't think you would know what that felt like for an FBI agent to come into your school when you were 10 years old. What does that look like for you? How does that look like for your 10-year-old self? I would have been shook. First of all, in the 80s, it's Stranger Danger. That's when Stranger Danger came out, right? The Adam Walsh, the disappearance of Adam, the Atlanta child murders, the missing children. That's the milk box kids. I'm coming from that era, before Amber Alert. We have missing children, and white children mainly, on milk cartons. Okay. So I can't even imagine having a stranger come into my classroom pulling me outside and asking me about my father and his whereabouts. And I'm 10 years old. What does your 10-year-old self say? I don't know. Or, yeah, especially if this person comes to you like, oh, hey, we really need to know where's your daddy? And you worried about him wearing ballet slippers and a bikini on stage. You talking about that, but you don't know that man had bigger fish to fry. And when you're 16 years old, and all you want to do is just escape the past 6, 7, 8 years of what you've been seeing and hearing, because we don't know, he may not have been privy to all that was around him, but trust and believe, I'm sure when he went to sleep, and mind you, they were all sleeping together. And when I mean all sleeping together, I'm talking about like the Panthers. You heard when Fred Hampton was assassinated, there were other people sleeping in the house there as well. So they all grouped up together. They didn't have money the way people think, where they can just get their own apartments. It'd be like 5, 6 people to an apartment, and children. So, who knows, Pop going to sleep, hearing the elders, his parents talking about, we got to make a run. We got to get out of this area, da, 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 da. And how that's messing with his psyche, going to school. Not having the clothes that you got today. Some fresh Jordans. He's wearing some Prokez that's probably all beat up and dusty. And people out here trying to diminish this little young man's life as if he made it to 40 something and he was a douchebag, and now you could say, you know what, he's washed up. He was wearing tutus anyway. You're really forgetting that was a young man who had more on his plate than he asked for than we could ever fathom. And trying to make it all look good. What? Queen at Queen. I don't know what the. Wait, I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying, Big Cat. Oh, he's a Queen's cat. Okay. He ventured all over the place. I wouldn't even say that. He was, like I said, he was born in Harlem. He was raised in the Bronx, but I'm sure they had to get around and make some moves. You know what I'm saying? I mean, as he got older, he did go to Brooklyn. But just think about everything that he was through. That's why I'm saying I'm glad that you're like, the older you get, you realize like, dude was a young man. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm hearing these older men, older than him rather, like trying to spin some narratives, and it's like, he didn't hurt no children. He didn't hurt no women. That's all that we should be mattered about. That's all that should matter. That's it. You didn't hear nothing. And you didn't even hear him going out, hitting. You didn't hear him any type of assault against his brothers. The only issue he had was Biggie, and that was on some, I feel like I'm being set up, and I don't know who it is, but you the closest thing to me. And I've already seen what's been happening with my aunties and my uncles. So, I mean, Big is by default, again, he is what you would call a casualty of war. He is an innocent casualty of war. It was not like what they want us to think it is. There was no beef like that. And Pac didn't have it. He was spewing out all that hate because he was like, damn, I'm from New York. Like, and y'all not embracing me? Mobb Deep? What? Like, come on. Like, I'm here. This is me. He left at 16 years old to Maryland. He's all New York. That's his first, from birth to 16. That's a big influence. I don't care if nobody was jacking Pac back then. I was listening to trap. Brenda's Got a Baby. I Get Around. Keep Your Head Up. Strictly for My Ninjas. Tupacalypse. I rocked those. I had cassettes. And couldn't wait to watch his video on Video Music Box. And the first video that came out for him was Holla If You Hear Me and Trapped. And then Brenda's Got a Baby came out after that, the videos. And I'm like, yo, who is this? Not on some like, he's cute or whatnot. I'm just like, who? I'm listening to what he's saying. Because I haven't heard that type of style since the early 80s. Because they stopped playing, they stopped giving a Public Enemy. So now you got NWA, and then Pac comes after that. Then you got Wu-Tang. And Wu-Tang can be like hit or miss because they talking a lot of they talking their street stuff. But as far as consciously to make you think that, wow, this Brenda Got a Baby, like nobody's talking like that. You know what I'm saying? So he caught my attention in that regards because I'm like, and then to see that video Trap where he's in the jail cell and he's like moving, they panning the camera on him and he's just talking like, yo, they got me trapped. And I'm like, who is this guy? That Holla If You Hear Me with the police car. And he's out there and the lights are going off. I mean, his visual, his execution, the things that he was saying at that time, that's 91, so I was like 14. And I'm hearing this young man, this kid talking like I've never heard before. Got my ears open. And then when he came home from Death Row, I was like, I seen him in a new light, like, whoa, now, wait a minute, Pac, he's bulked up and buffed up. I was like, got after that, he coming out of jail, he got that jail body. I was like, he causing me some kind of, how do you want it? Like, and you got Jodeci, you got Casey and JoJo here, like, Pac, you really trying to hurt my feelings right now? Like, you really want me? Like, you're really trying to get me? What? Because when he did I Get Around, he was a little skinny thing, not like he's cute, like, but it wasn't like on some. But when he came home, I was like, because remember, he's not that much older than me, so seeing him like that, I'm in my 20s too now. I'm like, what is going on here? I was like, oh. But his words is what really got me, captivated me. And I was like, wow, I've never heard anybody besides like Marvin Gaye and I would say Marvin Gaye because I was old enough to like really hear Marvin Gaye's words, especially the What's Going On song. And that's the last time I ever heard of what's really going on in the inner cities. And for Tupac to address young single moms, which is what I was at the time when I heard that song, and talking about a teenage mom that dumped her baby, because there was a lot of that going on around in the 90s as well, like young girls. I mean, Washington, D.C. and New York City was at an all-time high of teenage pregnancies, teenage mothers. It was an epidemic. It was just out there. It was out there in the streets. And I'm not removed from that. I was there. I was 15 years old when I got pregnant. So for him to say that, it hit my heart because I was going through I'm a single teenage mom now. To the sisters on welfare, Tupac cares if nobody else is there. I'm like, what? Like, you taking on all our kids? Like, let me find you. So listening to that did something to my psyche, did something to my soul, and made me feel better about the circumstances that I was going through. And I could keep my head up now. Because there was that Marvin Gaye Was Going On song for our parents in the 70s and 80s. And Pac was giving us that What's Going On song. Would keep your head up. If I'm lying, then hey, you know what I'm saying? If I'm making shit up, I'm making shit up, but I'm not. Like, do the comparison. Listen to the words of what's going on. And listen to Keep Your Head Up. And Pac said, I remember Marvin Gaye used to sing to me. He had me feeling like black was the thing to be. Thank you. Thank you to Pac. He interceded for me. Because there's the correlation right there in that song alone. So yeah, miss me with the, oh yeah, and then he came out and he wants to be thug life now. He wants to be a gangster. He's not. He knows it. But he's trying to get food on the table for his mother and his sister, who's recovering from drugs. And he is now the man of the house because all the men that he has known has been taken away from him and put in behind bars like an animal. So yeah, I'm going to do a little shuffle here and there. I'm going to play the system. I'm going to work the system too. Until they caught on like, oh, this guy really is not. He's still about that activist life. Because he was going to get out of death row. He was going to sign up to his own label, Euthanasia. Or Euthanasia. I might be saying it wrong. And he was going to merge with Nas, Buckshot Shorty from Black Moon, Redman, EPMD, all the conscious guys that were saying something back in the days. Pac was going to go get everybody up on this Death Row East. And he wanted his masters. I mean, he that's the only thing that I can say he was wrong on. Big Cat. That's the only thing. Other than that, I just read like 5 hours ago. You were here for most of it. To really be like, listen, that young man, his flaws, his pros outweighs his cons. Even if he didn't get a community center, they didn't give him enough time to do that. Can you imagine if he did that? He still would have been gone, because now he got a community center. This little Black Panther's son got a community center in Bronx, Harlem, Brooklyn, Queens, Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas, Miami, LA. They weren't going to let him live that long enough to do that. How can you say that he didn't do anything? He was going around. I just said there's archives of him with Dr. Khalid Muhammad speaking at the youth summits and speaking to elders about what's going on with the kids. So yeah, Pac made his contributions where he could, but his family is first and foremost. So for him to take on the acting roles and rapping roles and things of that nature, it's because he needed to get money to feed his family. He's the only man that can provide. Latula Shakur was locked up. Mopreme is being the bodyguard. Geronimo Pratt is out of commission. Well, other men are around. His biological father's not there because he also was an ex-Panther and had his life going on. So you put this weight this crown on a 21, 22, 23-year-old. And he still wants to be a 22, 20, 21, 22, 23-year-old. Like most of us did. We were able to go out to the bars and just be free and act the fool and act ourselves. Right? Slide off with somebody, not an issue. I don't even think that's an op. I can just go slide off with this person and have fun. Not knowing if I slide off with this person, this might be an op and I might get killed tonight. That part. You think that Pop didn't want to be like us and just let his hair down and go hang out at the clubs, really hang out at the clubs, no bodyguards, even though he really wasn't bodyguard up like that, but just to have that freedom of not worrying about my open enemy is targeting me. I don't know what that feels like. I was able to go downtown into the clubs and have fun, and the most I needed to worry about is somebody slipping a Mickey in my drink. That's the most of it. You know what I'm saying? Or smoking some trees and not worried that somebody has laced my stuff. And now I'm all spun out like Dr. Huey P. Newton. You don't know what they were going through. You can you fathom it? Because if you can, then you can empathize with what happened with young Tupac Shakur. But to sit here and cast judgment as somebody who couldn't really live the life that you lived, and you're here in your 40s, and you can sit back and be like, you know what? I did this, that, and the third, but you're still here. He's not. He can never be like you. He can't sit freely and worried about, I see death around the corner. That's all. It's just like that. Whether his little mistake of doing that part was about that was the stupidest thing, but at the end of the day, it doesn't outweigh the other things that his contributions of things that he's done. And just because people are like, oh, there's no community centers and there's no other schools and things like that of him and da-da-da-da-da. Did you do that when you were 20 years old? Is there a school named after you? Or are you going to a school, to the white man's school? Are you going to Harvard? Are you going to Yale? Are you going to Howard? Are you going to Brown? Are you going to Tuskegee? Because all of those schools were founded by white men. But they did an early affirmative action, and they'll let one or two blacks come through and, oh, we'll let this Negro get an education because we got to do affirmative action. Where did you learn how to get into bootleg? That's not your style. That's not your stilos. It's not how you get down. Who taught you that? Who taught you how to be subservient? So now you doing all your hoorahs and all this other stuff. But you casting stones because this little young man went to Baltimore art school for like a semester or so. He didn't finish 11th grade. He didn't finish high school. But he could read books like nobody's business. Do you know The Art of War by Sun Tzu? I got that book just because he recommended it. Plan, plot, strategize, and bomb first. Machiavelli. I got the Machiavelli book because of him. I know some Shakespeare sonnets before him. I'm telling you that kid, he started saying some Shakespeare stuff. And I've been like, listen here, little boy. You got me. A poetry. Langston Hughes. I mean, what? We were artistic people. All this BS that they got for us now is because these are low-level hanging fruits. They probably didn't even finish 5th grade, let alone high school. They can't read or write or comprehend what it is. But you're talking about somebody who was just a kid at the time. Patsy, Keefy D. It's all Fall Guy. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all something that's gonna make it look like it's about something, but it's not. I implore you to go back to the beginning of this live when you get a chance to just hear out what I was reading, because these powers that shouldn't be have done tap dance numbers on our heads for decades. Since 1920, when J. Edgar Hoover was the FBI bigwig. That's my great grandparents. So that's 4 or 5 generations in with these people. While we're just chilling, trying to be, family oriented. These people can't sleep because they want the gangs to go at it. They're writing memos in the middle of the night to each other. Make sure you check on the school liberation movement in LA. I hear murmuring going on in the colleges out there. Brownsville's a little quiet. You might want to go check over there and see what's going on. Brownsville, New York, Brooklyn. It's a little quiet over there. That's what they're doing. And that's why it's like, if they don't sleep, we shouldn't sleep. We're getting rocked to sleep every other day. They just played a game on us with the whole spending bill that the government was about to shut down today. Did anybody know that? People wrapped up with Keefy D. Did you know your money was about to get frozen? People who are on SSI, SSD. Did you know that your moms and your grandma was about not to get some money and food? And that could have been until whenever they felt like voting. Or your sister who got to get food stamps, for the time being. Government shit was about to close down. You worried about who killed Pac? How about who's about to kill your food, your supplies? And now it's on a temporary hold until what, November 17th. So let's stock up now. Because we got 5-6 weeks. Did we hear about that? I didn't hear about that. I just found out about it last night, that there was going to be a shutdown in the government. They was going to lock our money down. Those who get government assistance, rather. Whoever's an entrepreneur got their own money, kudos. You should still be doing what you got to do. Because if it doesn't affect you directly, it still affects you on the outside. What about the vets, the veterans? They weren't going to get a check either. So now your grandfather doesn't get his money coming through. Your father doesn't get his money coming through. But we worried about Keefy D and them. We talking about Pac being a little ballerina. and a wankster and an actor. And FEMA. I'm going to recap on this and then I'm going to go. FEMA. They're supposed to be doing a test run on the 4th, and you will be hearing an alarm. That's just an alarm. It's not anything that's going to be happening. It's just meaning that in case of an emergency, you'll be hearing this broadcast. I've been hearing that broadcast since I was 5 years old. When I had to watch TV and the TV screen was like, boo, with the Technicolor going across. For what? We had a state emergency in New York 3 days ago. You know when they started sounding the alarm? 3 hours after flooding happened, and then said, this is an emergency. Mayor Eric Adams had our children trapped down in the city. But you're telling us, FEMA, you can schedule a broadcast days in advance. But you can't say, you know what? Let's let the children stay in. This is a storm. I don't know about them, but I got PTSD from Superstorm Sandy that happened in 2012, where we got flooded again. We had power outages throughout the city and certain lower Westchester counties. And that storm wasn't even supposed to hit New York City. It wasn't supposed to hit Jersey Shore. But the shit came in and swooped and just devoured Jersey Shore, devoured it. Devoured Staten Island, devoured Long Island. And you're going to tell me we shouldn't. Then you got Hurricane Ida that happened 2021. That flooded out Harlem. So, you know what? Let's play it cool. Let's let's let the children stay home from school. City workers, we're taking this as a emergency. So I'll need all hands on deck. Right? Now, parents they don't have the ability to stay home with their children. That's up to the parents, but we need the safety of our children first and foremost. So let's keep them home, because most of the traffic is parents going in and dropping their children off and then going to work. That's what most of the traffic is anyway. So now you have eliminated a lot of traffic, with parents, school, with trains and buses. Even though the flooding started happening after the children were already in school, but they got to come home. And you didn't do the state of emergency until almost damn near the afternoon. I called my daughter's school about 11, a quarter to 12 to say that the governor has put in a state of emergency. Are they going to be letting the children home? We don't know yet. We didn't hear anything from the chancellor. That I'm coming to pick my kid up. Say no more. I mean, that's just me. I don't have no degrees in, administrative. I don't know. That's just psychological right there. We've been hit with some big storms already, just 2 years ago. And you mean to tell me you can't put any preparations in? And yeah, okay, maybe this did come off as a fluke, but still in all, you knew this was coming. You knew there was a storm coming up the coast, the East Coast. Florida's hit now with some weird storm. That's not even a hurricane. It's just massive. They're going to get massive flooding on the on the east side of Florida. all the way from Miami up. This storm went from the Carolinas all the way up now to Connecticut. Now it's hot again. It's just not adding up. And yeah, we can sit here again and talk about, HARP and all this other. Part of this is supernatural too. Part of this is get your shit together. Stop playing around. And that was my wake-up call, because I will never, if it's something that has to do with some seriousness involving my children, myself, I will take my intuition with discretion. Because this time I was like, I woke up and we both was like, you could do it. And I was all I kept saying, damn it, I should have listened to myself. Damn it. You know what I'm saying? Mindful. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Big Cat. Yeah. All I got to say is that they don't really care about us. That part. Mike told us. All right, y'all. Suge is locked up. Suge is serving time. So it's all going to be a domino effect. It didn't make sense that he got grazed in his head. And then it's conflicting witnesses, or it was intended for Suge, but Pac got it. Listen, believe nothing and believe what is it? Believe in half of what they say, or whatever the case may be. Those people they don't sleep. They juice themselves up with cocaine, speed, espresso shots. Who drinks espresso shots? I've never heard of an espresso. And, that's because I'm not worldly and I don't know about Italy and all that stuff like that. We got Bustelo. That's espresso. But why do you need to make espresso shots specifically added to your cup of coffee in the morning? It's another form of drugs. I drink my coffee, but I have one little cup, and I got my teas. But is it not a habit-forming addiction? Why do you have a soda, a coffee cup this big, and half of it's got espresso in it? 2 shots. Brother Panero, my brother Panero. Salute to our brother in the UK. Salute. My brother. Oh, really? Okay. I got to look into that too. Rona said that the art of war is missing some things. Okay. I got the gist of what he was talking about. Yeah, Pac didn't have anybody. Like, can you imagine? Like, I would have been really sad. Like, he needed some some peers that were like him. And Pac was a fish out of water because he didn't have peers that can talk like him, that understood certain things outside the box. That wasn't the norm. That wasn't the slums of South Bronx, right? Like on some, you read the New York Times. Listen, my grandmother had me reading the New York Times. New York Times is this thick. I might not have gotten a college degree, but I am a high school diploma holder. I got 12th grade. But that's what Pac and them, because he was reading newspapers. So I think because you're right, and he didn't have any peers like that. So it's like, who can you talk to? He's talking to adults. That's not his peers. So he can't really be free to be a kid. He's got to be a man already. And then when he slips up and acts and does something that's kiddie-ish, right? It's like, damn, I can't crucify him for that though. Because look what he was going through. He didn't have any friends like that. And he even has a song that says, "You ain't never have a friend like me." It's a privilege to sit down and rap with that man. You know, pick his brain about certain things and have these back-to-backs. We can sit here. It's a beautiful thing for us to sit here and rap with each other and politic, and we get it. You know how good I feel when I get off these lives and I sat down with like-minded people and we've talked. These are my peers. Even if they're a little younger than me, they're still in that peer element where I can learn from them and they can learn from me, or we're just kicking it. He didn't have that in the physical. So he got to act dumb in a sense. Dumb his shit down. Dumb his intelligence down. Just so he could be, free and fun and kind of fit in. Because in all accounts, that he's kind of like a nerd. He's almost like a Steve Urkel. And I'm not trying to clown Pac. I'm just saying, like, he was well read. He was listening to a lot of things his elders were talking about. He knew how to hold the gun, how to do certain things, how to disengage it. I didn't know all that stuff. So I'm just saying. And Big Cat, like with him, that whole situation with Shook, I mean, he basically knew who he was dancing with. Did he know completely who he was getting entwined with? No. But he figured, I know that element out there. I've been out there before, right? I'm talking about when Pac got locked up for that alleged hard R case. So he's kind of like, yeah, I know how these dudes, they do. So, I could kind of gist what I'm going to get myself into dealing with Suge Knight. Not knowing the extent of it, because, there are war stories out there floating and circulating that Suge was, and I think maybe that might have had Pac like, yo, okay, I'm gonna do this stint with you. I'm gonna do this little bid, and he cranked out all them songs and whatnot, and then he's like, yo, I'm out. Who knows? Somebody could have dropped a dime on the Alphabet Boys and was like, oh, he's trying to leave. He's trying to be on his own. Guess what? He's going to be getting that whole group together, that organization. I'm looking at it that way. This is the angle I'm coming from. But people, and I'm not a street person either, and neither was Pac. So where I'm coming from is the part where we're both like he's in, like, his family's in the street, but they weren't in the street to just be out there slinging shit. They were community builders, and they were educated. They had college degrees. So that's where I'm coming from on some, I wasn't in, I'm not street, but I know about the street. And then there's certain things that I'm not privy to, and there's certain things that I shouldn't know about because I'm not in that life. So I'm not going to insert myself, but he danced a fine line. He can be in the street. He's like that's Black Jesus. He's Yeshua. He's in the world, but not of it. Or he's of the world, but not in it. Like, he can go in and out of paradigms. He's a true archetype of a paradigm shifter. He can be in this and chameleon in and absorb certain things and move forward and push through and not get caught up in certain things. But that shug element, literally and figuratively was a big beast to try to tackle. And he had to be smart about how he's going to make. He said, "My every move is a calculated step to bring me closer to embracing early death. I see death around the corner." And that was before he got linked up with Shook. So he already knew, like, yo, if I do this, he has to calculate his every moves. And if he lets his hair down for a minute, it's like, damn, all right. But he's still a young man at the end of the day. Like, how can we fault him? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can we be mad at this young man? How can we say certain things about this young man when all he was just trying to do was try to do the right thing by his elders and his peers, but still be a young person and have fun at the end of the day? Heavy is the crown. But yeah. Yeah, I think I have that book. It's an inclusive book. It's Machiavelli's Art of War and The Prince. It's 2 books in one that I have. And it's extensive, and the print is very small. I haven't gotten to like finishing it, reading it. But just you gotta have books are your arsenals. I said this on our last live on Wednesday. Your mind is the sharpest tool in the shed. Why do you think they're mad that Afeni got 20 other people off? That they were trying to make all these allegations stick to them. And they couldn't, because she was in the law library in prison reading up on her rights. They don't like the intelligent minds. They don't like that. So when you start reading these type of books that they know about, Brother Sabir Bey had mentioned a book that Ronald Reagan every so often and Obama had mentioned is Ibn Khaldun, and how he was speaking about economics. But this is a more that's coming out of the 15th century or something like that. Ibn Khaldun. I didn't know what he's talking about. But they know your history. You don't know shit. So you know who you are. That's powerful to them, and they can't knock you down. They will try, but they can't. They have to go through real big tactics to pull you down. But they know the history. Ronald Reagan knew about Ibn Khaldun. How come we don't know that? And he's a Moor. Muslim. How come we don't know that? How come I'm just learning about J.A. Rogers and reading in his book that there were European slaves here in America back in the 1600s, the 1800s, to Negro slaveholders. They flip the script and make you think, oh, you white people had you enslaved. No, it was the other way around. We're fighting each other off of the minuscule things. You're picking meat off of a bone that's already been plucked. When you don't know your legalese, you don't know your law books, you don't know, not your law books, their law books. You're not studying that. That's the art of war. That's the art of war. Half of this stuff we don't know about because we've been indoctrinated into their rules and society. And they want you to keep doing the whole Jungle Bunny stuff on TV. Yes, and shaking your behind around. You think any of them white people that are in the industry are really watching some Sexy Red? They laughing. Got them. There's one every day. But they don't do that with the Taylor Swift or Ariana Grande. I'm just saying, it's a comparison, and but it's not trying to pit one against the other and who is better. It's just to shed light that they don't do the things that they do to ours that they don't do to their own. They have the gossip on Angelina Jolie, and they still was like, oh, she's a weirdo, she's this, that, and the third, right? But when did you ever see Angelina Jolie walking around half naked and engaging in slutty behavior? She did it a couple of times. She got locked down with a man, and then that was it. It says anything about that. But you're worried about our communities. You're sending out memos at 2 a.m. in the morning. Make sure you get on top of YSL. Remember, RICO. What? I haven't heard RICO since John Gotti got arrested in 1995. We need to read the laws and constitutions. Get savvy with those terms and stuff that they're using. Because you never know when you may need to use these things. You may need to be in a law library just sitting there. Or just order you some books online and start reading. I have to take breaks from social media sometimes and get into my books. Because that's where all the jewels are at. Social media is great. And when I go on social media, it's usually a documentary that I'm looking up. Because I like to visually and hear it. And then I'll hear others, I'll get into the dumb shit, the dumb festival after that. But if we're not putting an arson of knowledge in our minds, we're going to think that this social media thing is real. And so when you hear stories of Tupac was dancing in his Speedos, he's no real gangster. No, he's not. He's just trying to get his family fed. The fuck would you? What would some of you do? What strangeness would you do for a piece of change to feed your family? I'll wait. Because there are people that do strange stuff for a piece of change so they can feed their families because they don't know when's the next meal coming in. That may look like dancing on stage with some Speedos on. That may look like you busting somebody down to get some money. That may look like some girl shaking the behinds in the clubs getting some money. That may be looking like a dude out of his car selling that stuff. Or it looks like a 9-to-5 who doesn't want to be in the corporation, but they are because they need to feed their families. And some people is like, oh, you're in the establishment. You need to get your own business. Again, what would you do? You can't sit here and start judging everybody just because they're doing it. Remember who is the open enemy and who the true ops are. They're not sleeping. They take shifts. They are on standby. You can afford to sleep like 4 hours. These people got, when you go to sleep, I got somebody on watch. That's how they operate. I got somebody on watch. When they were doing the Fed tapping and the wire tapping for John Gotti, these guys were there 12-hour shifts, taking coffee break after coffee break after coffee break, chain smoking to try to get to implement John Gotti. Same thing with Malcolm X. He's all the way out in Egypt, in Africa, and you got agents out there filming him. And he's filming them like, I see you, got you. They got money, means to make things happen. And you worried about why somebody was on stage with Speedos, and that's funny business. You got bigger fish to fry than that. So I should take what Tupac's saying with a grain of salt because he wore Speedos and he was acting like he was something he wasn't. But he was still staying to the script from the gate. I shouldn't really take what he was trying to do because of a persona. But when I just read to you all that was going on, and it wasn't just him, there are other people. Dr. Huey P. Newton, who was a college professor, that they imprisoned him and then sent Punani to him because he was just locked up and he came home and hey, let's give him a bone. Let him rock out with a girl who was an informant who put him onto drugs allegedly. So everything that Dr. Huey P. Newton did for the Black Panthers, I should throw that out the way because he became some dopehead. They diminished him. This is what I'm saying. So, whatever. All right. I think I beat the drum long enough. Oh, yeah. I just had to pop my collar real quick, you know? Because I held this in. I didn't jump on it the first go around when people were talking about it and things like that. Neely Fuller, right. Withdrawals, everything, right? It's a drug. Caffeine, that's what I was trying to say. I was thinking nicotine, but it's caffeine. Same fiend. You're still a fiend to it. Yeah, Ice Spice is another one. She's that archetype of, you know, shaking her behind around. And you know, and she might be an intelligent young lady, but you know, people want to be seen nowadays. They don't right, flashlight. Be prepared, at least with flashlights and water, you know what I'm saying? Just reading the chat right now. Sorry, guys. No, I haven't heard about that book, Everything They Owe. Sounds good. Gotta get that in the arsenal. Look, I got a couple of books. I'm gonna read off the books that I have that I would like to acquire soon enough. Fox asking you, John Turkey. What you talking about, John Turkey? Tell us about the readings. Okay. Outstanding. Thank you. So readings will be like, what do you want to know about readings? Tell us about the readings. Like what? Expound on that, Ronan. Expound on it. If you want to get a private reading, I will be opening up the books after October 10th. That's 10/10. That's another portal, a gateway into the underworld, going into Scorpio season. What you know about that? You need your witches deck. Okay. Wait, let me just read a little of the arsenal, the books that I would like to get soon and have. Okay, Big Cat, got you. But I'll do this really quick. Let me do this really quick. Let you know the books so that we can be on the same point. Maybe we could have a book club one day. I don't know. You know what I mean? And discuss some things. Like mine. All right, so let's go into the list. I think I saw my Lotus here. Love you. I know your mama's a Scorpio. Yeah, I'm gonna get a reading. Okay. Look at y'all. Let's tell y'all personal readings. These are mini readings. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not be like, but Foxy said you said that you was doing 2 personal readings. Listen, this the behind the scenes, okay? That I'm doing behind the scenes. But I'll do a quick little mini here. You know, I will abide by your requests, my beloveds. All right, but let me just hit up some of these books so we can, if you haven't gotten them, you may want to while it's cool in certain areas, cool, the weather is getting cooler, people got to stay home a little more. Hold on. Mind blowing. And I've just come to realize that I have a family member that wrote a book in regards to his life in Jamaica. And this is on my mother's grandfather's side of the family. He wrote a book. It's on Amazon. I'm like, I'm gonna go get that. All right, so a couple of books. The first one is The Jews and Moors in Spain by Rabbi Josh. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's called The Jews and the Moors in Spain. That's one. Somebody put me on to Tupac 187. I'll read that. How to Hustle and Win by Supreme Understanding. The Jew, a Negro by Arthur Abernathy. The Jew, a Negro. Black Indians, The Spook Who Sat by the Door, The Real Facts About Ethiopia, The 13 Black Colonies, The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson is a must. From Superman to Man by J.A. Rogers is a must. Moorish or Moorish Treaties by Bandel L. Amin. Black Slave Owners by Larry Roger. Black Slave Owners. Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina, 1790 through 1860. The ISIS Papers by Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. The Negro rulers, well, that's, I mean, most of the Negro rulers are Scotland and British, because I have ancestry that goes back to Scotland and into the English area there. So the British Isles. The Constitution of the United States of America, Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, The Deceiving of the Black Race by Moses Farah. And those are just a few to name. Let me get set up for my stuff. Egyptian Book of, like, see. Ooh, look at you talking about. I'm reading the I Chi right now. That's a good. That's those that has to deal with numbers in a way. That's a deep book. Scorpios, we working my last. Leave Scorpios alone. All right. So, with that all being said, class is dismissed. My two students, Ronan and Big Cat, you held back. This is a quick mini reading. So thank you for the donation. Salutes. Everybody else who's come through, thank you. This is one of the longest that I've done in a while. But it was really, I just needed to get us back on the education. Okay. So we're going to do Witch's Deck. All right, y'all. I had to get my decks. Leo's, Aquarius. Oh, y'all already doing the lineup. Like, wait a minute, I want to get a pretty. I want to get a mini reading. You know, want to send a little donation, slang a little donation this way, because honestly, I wasn't. My purpose today was not to do any readings, but you know, my big cat is here, and that's one of my little loves. So we go back like babies and pacifiers on this internet world. Wifey gave out a rare high five. Hi! I must have been saying some stuff, or you've been on long enough that she's like, wait a minute, who's got you captivated over there? All right, so we got Big Cat. Ronan, we're gonna get you in. Luana, you're an Aquarius. Signs doesn't matter, but if you want to do a little mini reading, I'll hook y'all up. This is reminding me of a midweek check-in when I would have these conversations, and then I'll be like, all right, mini readings. But all right, so we'll see. No, I got it. But so I like Aquarius folk too. My rising sign is Aquarius, so I definitely understand. I understand their behaviors. All right, so I already put out the disclaimer, class is dismissed, but those who want to stick around to hear and see that are new and haven't seen me in action, today you'll see it. I've been in rare form. It's that full moon energy. All right, so Big Cat has requested his infamous witches deck, so I'll be using this as one of my old faithfuls, old reliables that have been with me, and then I'm using another deck to just clarify. This is the Arcanum Tarot to clarify. All right, so let's get a mini here. The Big Cat. Whoop. That just flowed right down. You got the Page of Pentacles in reverse, all right? So, you know, feminine energy there, young feminine energy. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Pentacles. So that's that. So this could be, you know, you with the children, all right? They always come up in your readings. Okay. So, you know, Pentacles have to do with money for those who don't know about, you know, the way the court cards are set up. But Pentacles is earth energy as well. So that's Virgo, that's Leo, that's what's the other one? Capricorn. All right, so that has to do with, no, my bad. Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. And so, you know, with this bottom of the deck here and of the Six of Pentacles, this has to do with that money. Somebody could be feeling like they're not getting enough money here, but then you have the Two of Swords right underneath this. So this is making that decision. It could have to do with support to children. All right. Maybe they're somebody's feeling like they're not getting enough. All right. This is a young child, teenager, or just they're not feeling grounded or feeling secure right now in this moment. We are leaving Virgo and going into Libra right now, so they could have been feeling a little left out. Maybe one was feeling neglected from the other child, the other sibling, things of that nature. But I'm hearing they're going through a season, so there could be the season of life, the change. Oh my God! All right, let's see what's this Page of Pentacles here. I like how these cards are just smoothly coming out for you, Big Cat. They're not like jumping out. It's just like on some, you know. Middle of the deck, you got the Nine of Pentacles. So there's a lot of money or grounding involved, all right? That's in reverse. Nine of Pentacles. And then you got the Seven of Pentacles, bottom of the deck. Wow. All right. The card to clarify is this Five of Swords. So, yeah, so, you know, there could have been a sibling rivalry or somebody just feeling like one sibling, there's this one child feeling less than the other. All right. But there's a season that's happening too. So they could be going through some stuff internally that's making them feel like they're being outcasted, but it's really not. It's just like they're going through their own emotions and don't know how to have this emotion grounded because this is something new for them. Let's see what else is there. This Five of Swords. All right. And that's air energy. So Libra, coming into Libra, she may be having could be having a hard time trying to express, you know, feeling a certain kind of way, betrayed, or just going through something internally within her. All right. What else? This is definitely feminine energy, or not even feminine energy, but like childlike energy, like children, involved with children. Three of Wands here. That's that fire energy. So that's your energy there. The Seven of Swords, middle of the deck, bottom of the deck is the King of Pentacles in reverse. So, you know, just you know, observing, seeing things where playing your part, right? Plan, plot, strategize on how you're going to bomb first, how you're going to come across, you know, talking to somebody, whether it is a child or somebody acting childish, somebody going through their own emotions and not being able to know how to talk to you about it. There's a lot of pentacles here. So, you know, this Virgo energy might have, there's an ending coming up with this Virgo energy. Now we're actually in Libra, but I feel like there could be a Virgo around you that's coming out of something, either financially they're coming out of something, or they will be coming out of something. We have a full moon. That full moon that just happened, that super moon, that was in a fire sign. That was in Aries. So just, playing your part in whoever this young person's life is, as far as just being the observer more so than the participant. And yeah, there's a lot of authoritative. So this is father figure. So this is you. So just being, being the father figure, or father rather, but sometimes as parents, we kind of like want to be all in our kids, like hovering. I do this. I'm sometimes a helicopter parent where I'm kind of like hovering, and it's like, oh, let me breathe, right? So just kind of reading the room a little bit, assessing how you can play your part in whoever this young person's life is. Let's get an outcome. Seeing things from a distance. You got the Seven of Pentacles again here. So yeah, just your outcome there is that Seven of Pentacles. You got Five of Pentacles in reverse, Seven of Swords in reverse. So a lot of energy is kind of like stagnant right now. It's like standstill. But you keep doing you. You still getting the pentacles, right? But just taking account of there could be this Virgo energy here. Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus, right? That doesn't have to be specifically those signs. I'm just saying that's the signs. Those are the earth signs. So helping somebody see their growth. You may have to go about talking to some younger person, or somebody's mentality could be like of a child, and you may just have to go about it differently. Like you're going to have to be the parent or the grown up in the situation, but come at it in like you've read the room type energy. Like you peeped what's going on, so you know how to come at these people, come at this person. Could be a female, all right, a younger female, or just their mentality is kind of like younger. They act young, or this could be just a child who's going through changes in life, where it's no longer a child, but going into like a young lady. Okay. All right, Big Cat. Is that making it? He says you're a bit. Oh, when, Big Cat? Oh no. The audacity. So there you go, Big Cat. You're a bit clairvoyant. I mean, kind of, sort of. Let the kids eat, man. Yeah, you're just gonna have to. I know it's, we talked about this, so it's just kind of like let them do it. Okay, so Ronan says he wants a witch's deck. I need to get an oracle deck though, and just give you the last of that reading. Big Cat. Get you a wisdom oracle, all right? We'll end your reading with the wisdom oracle, because that's what I usually do for those who are listening in or watching me do my magic. I usually end the readings with, even when I'm doing just a collective for everybody, I like to end with oracles. It's just something a little higher than the regular tarot cards, and something to think about. It's Mindful Monday, so booyah. Over KB. Lawana, I got you. Yep, I got the notification, Big Cat. So Big Cat says he got Ronan. Oh no, too sweet. But I got. Okay, and I got Luana. All right, cool. Let's move on to get Big Cat his wisdom oracle, and then Chinese zodiac. Yeah, I'm the year of the dragon, so I can't wait for next year. I shall be successful. I shall be lucky. I shall rule the earth. And listen, I've had the last 5 months is just turned upside down. why they took my daddy out like that. But all right. So all right, Big Cat, you got Y in reverse. This is your card. Number what is this? 31 breaking down to 4. It's in reverse. Let's see. Middle of the deck is coming to the edge. 36 breaking down to 9. So this is an ending. All right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're just going to have to be the observer in things. Just kind of like watch from a distance. And then we got 21 breaking down to, breaking down to 3. Clean is the card here, bottom of the deck. So, some things we can't just answer. Like, we can ask why, but there's just certain things, especially in this divine world that we have, the spiritual world. It's like, yeah, we question, and it's like, why are these things happening? Why am I going through this with the kids? Why am I going through this with whoever, right? And you're not going to find your answers right away. You may have to, like how I was supposed to listen to my intuition on Friday, you're going to have to listen to your intuition, because you may want to push when it's really, or you may want to pull when they'll push away, right? So 31 breaks down to the number 4. That is a number about building together. So if you want things to work out and build, you're gonna kind of have to take the side road of things, just kind of like be the not so much of the participant in the respect where you're like right, but just peeping from the sidelines, listening more. So what are they asking? What are the kids asking? Or what is this person that's going through this change? Like, be more observant to them, as opposed to like saying it, but just more intuitively picking up on what it is, right? Again, 4 is that that's that square. So somebody could be being a little more difficult at this point. Sounds like Big Cat, because that's a fixed sign. Fixed signs are hard to move and budge. They'll move when they want to, or when they feel like they need to, but they're not really easily persuaded. So this is going to challenge you at this time to just take that back seat, and let this energy fall through, and then you can move accordingly to the person that's going through some things right now. You also have this little angel, this book here that has wings, right? So maybe there could be some things in a book that you're interested. Like, I just read off some books. Maybe you need to read some like self-help books, or just something where it helps you to understand what could be going on with this person. If they're going through a change, right? If it's a young female and she's going through her cycle, a change of life, is reading up on what this could be, or what's going on here, or how should I handle this. Like, it's different because it's moms and daughters, or they have a different connection with talking about that sometimes. And sometimes dads might be even better. Like me and my dad, he like knew instantly when I was going on my cycle. Like, he knew more than my mother. Like, he was more in tune with me than my mom was with certain things. Like, he knew automatically I was pregnant. Like, he just, he was a Pisces, he's intuitive, but I mean, nonetheless, like, he knew how to observe his child. Like, I know she's going through something right now. Like, I see she's going through something. Like, what? Like, when did all this stuff start happening? Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, be the observer in things, and maybe get some books that might help you to understand what it is that's going on, with the person or the child. Okay. So pay attention to this free. I mean, at the end of the day, that part. All right. So hope that kind of makes sense. If it doesn't, you know how it do. It comes later on anyway. And yeah, people that are getting readings or listening to me or watching this reading, the energy is usually in the near future. Sometimes it's happening right now. So some people be like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not happening to me. I don't know who that person is. And trust and believe that energy is going to come to you, and you'll be like, oh, snap, Foxy's right. That. So that is my disclaimer, that this energy doesn't necessarily have to be right now, but it will be coming to you. All right. All right. So let's get, this is for Ronan now. Yeah, I'm gonna shuffle really quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm mad that it's getting hot again. I'm like, I want to just drink pumpkin spice and be cold in the comforters. Yeah, I don't like the heat. Like, I like the fall. I like when it's chilly. I don't really like hot weather. Is just uncomfortable. Like, it's nice and everything. When I was a kid, I liked the heat, but I'm old now. I don't like that heat too much. Like, that's uncomfortable. All right, so this reading now is running. Go ahead. Right? Some pumpkin spice, man. That Starbucks is crack. I had to buy me some pumpkin spice almond milk sample, whatever, to put in my coffee. Because I was like, I cannot go to no Starbucks every day. I don't even have it. I don't even have a Starbucks near me. All I got is a Dunkin' Donuts. So. Okay. So you have the Five of Pentacles. Middle of the deck is the Ten of Wands here. Fire energy, leaving away from responsibility, moving away from responsibility. Could be moving away from, home that's been like, not baggage, but just things that has been weighing on you. Okay. And the bottom of the deck is the High Priest, Taurus energy in reverse. All right. So the Five of Pentacles, this is that earth energy that I was just mentioning. Anytime Pentacles, you see Pentacles is about earth energy. When it's in this cold, and in reverse, there could be some issues in regards to either feeling left out, feeling isolated. This could be in regards to a marriage or a committed relationship, or it could be something to do with legal issues, not having enough money maybe to pay for certain things legally, however that looks for you. But in reverse, this could be, there's a change. The number 5 is about change as well. Could be about conflictions, confusion, chaos, but it's all about change. Maybe there's not enough loose change as it used to be. There could be some issues in regards to, work, but I feel more like this is relationship. Maybe you're, and also not feeling seen at this time, but this, are feeling lack of, maybe not having enough money, which to do with commitments, relationships. Here we got the Emperor on here as well. So I feel like there's this you feeling alone, like not being seen, not feeling isolated. But this is emotional though. And that's Taurus energy. Tauruses can be big, emotional. They have a Leo energy to them. They're very, when their feelings are hurt, they're and Tauruses are very bullheaded, right? They're very stubborn. But when they get their feelings hurt, they're very baby-like. Like it really hurts to the core. And so that's what, and it could be a rejection from somebody. But I'm going to clarify what's going on here with this other deck. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to go like way out of my way to go to Starbucks. Lorna. Like I really got to travel on a bus or a train to get to Starbucks in my hood. But Dunkin' is all over the place. Yeah. So I'm like, you know what? I'll make my own. Or at least try. I would try. Is she a Leo? Okay. Yeah, so that's that energy that I'm getting. It's this, you know, that stubborn. But okay, let's see what's going on here. What is this? Just checking on my cat because he's gotten so old and he's gotten like sick recently that I'm like, please, I can't take any more deaths. Like, stop. And he's been in here all this time. Like, he hasn't gotten up. Usually he'll get up and go get something to eat. Leo, Big Cat. Your name is not Big Cat for nothing. Don't get me started with just stubbornness. Okay. So you got the Queen of Pentacles here. All right. So that's definitely Earth energy, but like you just mentioned here, this is going on. The middle of the deck is the High Priestess. All right. That's Piscean energy. That's very intuitive. All right. And then the Four of Cups here. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, emotion. So this is like, Jesus. It's wrong. And I feel like castration. I gotta clarify a little bit more because it's like somebody wants to snip you, you know what I mean? Like that type of thing. What else is here? And it's that Queen of Pentacles, that's Earth energy. It's like they leave you barren and then it's like, well, I got mine. It's not that they're happy about it, it's just it is what it is. But let's see what else is going on. It's like, but they'll be fruitful. They'll take the big cut and they'll keep it moving. Yeah, this is like that ordained. So, a marriage that was like in vows. All right. Like you went to the priest and did that type of stuff. You got the Five of Swords here as well to clarify this queen and to clarify this, what is that? Five of Pentacles. So there's that 5-5. All right. So that's that big change. You got Two of Pentacles, middle of the deck. This is also having to do with money, decision making. You may have to, do some things to move some stuff around, financially speaking. And then you got the Hermit card here. So Virgo, so this just happened is what I'm getting. All right. And 55 is that's just double confirmation of these things had to happen. It could have been ugly, not ugly, but just a lot of back and forth. Swords has to do with telling somebody off about themselves. There's a lot of this conflict, all right, because that's 5. That's about conflict as well. That's about chaos, all right. So there could be just in regards to money specifically. So there's this back and forth going on. So let's get an outcome here. So what's this? That's not what I'm saying. Money to some people, especially in men, is like when you hear a woman say, I'll stick it to his pockets. That's like castration, right? But it's not really snipping his cojones. But it's saying that your money also is like that, right? So you got the Chariot here. All right. So this outcome is high. It is a what we call a major arcana. So there's going to be this movement. You got the number 7 here. All right. So this is a spiritual. So if this situation was ordained through a spiritual ceremony, all right. This too shall pass. You got the Wheel of Fortune here as well, middle of the deck. So yeah, all this energy is coming to an end or moving forward. You're moving victoriously. Also, the Chariot is Cancer, all right, and or cars, or you moving out of this situation victoriously. And then you got the bottom of the deck, Leo here, the Strength card. All right, so I love that there was 3 major arcanas that showed up for you. So that's solidifying some real big type moments where, you know what, I don't have to deal with this. I'm moving forward. I'm moving through it victoriously. I have, God on my side, if you want to say that, because, the lion represents that God-like energy as well. And you moving through the situation victoriously, even if you felt you got shortchanged out of the end of the deal or the end of the situation or whatever the case may be, you're moving out with your soul intact. Like, you didn't have to do anything to compromise that. The Wheel of Fortune is going to pay you back. It's going to pay you in forward now because you moved away. Like we have to remember that fiat is currency, but we also have to remember the spiritual currency of things. And when we honor the spiritual world and we honor what is being asked of us to do, you get rewarded. All right. That Wheel of Fortune is a Sagittarius energy. So things could be moving. You could be seeing improvements in 7 weeks, moving into Sagittarius, which is in December. All right. So, dealing with this stagnant energy behind you, but moving forward, moving victoriously with this Cancer energy. Cancers are cardinal signs as well. So their leadership, they don't really take too much. They're the boss. So you're going to be bossing up. All right. And then your money, and even if it's not tangible money, it's still you're victorious on the other side of all this energy that's, going to happen. That's transpiring. All right. Big Hat, I gotta go eat. I just did like almost a full day with you guys. Like, this is a real part-time job today. But it's all good. But yeah, I got you, Big Cat. So we're gonna end out Ronan's reading with a wisdom oracle, just kind of set you on your way so that something to ponder on. And then I will do Lawana's reading, and then that is it. I'm appreciative that there's a handful still here and just hanging on for almost 7 hours. My goodness. The very first time I did this, I did readings, I was like 10 hours in just doing readings of general readings, and then people just wanted to get readings done, and I was 10 hours. This was 2020, right? So 2021, one of the 2 years. But yeah, you can look back. It was like sometime in March. I think it was March 21. 10 hours. I was like, I ain't doing that again. I mean, I had all kinds of cramps. I slept the whole next day. It's like, I'm tired. Like, spirit was like, but it was cool because it was like my initiation of coming through and stuff like that. So I was excited. I was on cloud 9 for like 2 days. Like, people just vibing with me. Like, what? Like, on some, yo, you said some stuff there. I appreciate that. So yeah, but it's a lot of mental and spiritual work that's like can tire you out. Okay, so you got No Place Like Home in reverse. All right, and what you just said in the chat makes sense. That's number 50. I can't with you. You got 555. Big angel numbers as well. Middle of the deck is 44, number 44, the Thinker in reverse. All right, and bottom of the deck is 14, number 5, breaking down to 5. Truth be told. Let me get my angel book out. Because you got 5, 5, 5. That's a lot of change right there. That is a lot of change. Big time change. Changes. All right, let's read what 555 is. Okay, so in all of your efforts are paying off. Abundance God today. Abundance. Did I not say as soon as you're moving through, the wheel of fortune is coming in for you? That's number 10, the wheel of fortune. All right. Abundance is yours to have, live, and experience. Open your heart, arms, and mind to receive the blessings that are being offered to you now. You got no place like home. It's in reverse. You said that, expatting out and things of that nature. So yeah, what was once a home is not anymore, but home is always the heart. It's within you. All right. But know that there's going to be an abundance. Again, we would like to think financially. And yes, I feel like that also is going to be happening. But I feel like this is your blessing in disguise. You pushing through, you moving forward through what you need to do for the sanity of yourself. And this, you're being led by God if you subscribe to that, or source, or creator, or there's this divine energy that's going to help usher you and move you along with things, because cancers are very they are the psychics of the signs as well with the Pisces. So this is all just very higher up, higher uh, uh, anarchies. No, it's not anarchies, but higher level, top tier level movement happening out of all the grief and stress and strife that you've been through in a relationship that you probably took a vow to, and it's like, all right, so it didn't happen, it's not working, but you're going to be blessed in another way. All right, so that is your message there, especially tap in with that 555 energy, because that's going to help get you to brace the change, and the could be a little chaos in the long, change is going to be some chaos. So all right, you love you some, I'm a Cancer, my sun sign, but I got a lot more Leo energy in me. This is why I Leo and my Scorpio, so like I got a lot of fixed energy that's not always great. And then when you have somebody else that's stubborn, that's like, nah, I ain't gonna budge. No, you budge. No, I'm not gonna budge. Oh, you're not saying nothing? I'm not gonna say nothing. Oh, you're not moving? I'm not gonna move. I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. I will admit that. I'm my own worst enemy. But sometimes there are other people that are just like, yo, you know what? If I'm in a funk, you fucking with me, you will become my enemy. Like, the saying, you could do bad by yourself. Yeah, I can do that by myself. I don't need somebody else to act out for me. All right, so hopefully there's some understanding there, Ronan. Come back to the live like a couple of weeks later. This energy is going to be here for the next couple of months, though. So anticipate, things kind of dying down by the end of December, because that Sagittarius energy is at the beginning of December. So, there's you're going to be going through some changes in the months. All right, so this is for my lovely, beautiful sister, Lawana. You're a moon Cancer, so watch out. This is why we gel and we don't gel, Big Cat. We are twins. It's the yin and the yang, but you can't have one without the other. This is the yin and the yang right here. Yin and yang. You can't have the moon without the sun. Can't have the sun without the moon. My Mercury is in Leo. My Venus is in Leo. My Saturn is in Leo. So the way I communicate and talk is like Leo. So it may come off sounding harsh, but it's all coming out of love. My Venus is in Leo. So you're gonna get your feelings hurt. Like, I'm gonna say something, and to the loves, that is all good. So, my moon is in Taurus. So yeah, I got a lot of emotional, like, please don't get me on. Please don't. Cancers are moody. Tauruses are moody. Leos can get a little moody at times. Not as bad as a Cancer or a Taurus. But come on. get me on that right day. You're gonna wish you didn't. You're gonna be like, damn, my bad. Because for the most part, I'm chill. Like I'm balanced. Like my natal chart is literally, I have a cross in my chart. I'm balanced. I have more, like I said, I got more fire fixed, but I got a grand cross in my chart. So I know I can, I knows how to flip it. But yeah, man, it's good to know. It's good to know your chart. Leos have more passion, but less. Yeah, that's a fact. That is a whole fact. They have more compassion, but they are less forgiving. Please do not cross up. That's what I'm saying. I have Leo energy in me. I know what that's like. Run across. My grandmother was a Leo. Unforgiving, man. Listen. And they do hold grudges, absolutely. Be a scorned little pussycat, just upset. Then be like, oh, but I wish I could still. I wish I had. No, you pushed them away. You were rude, and now you're licking your little paws, saying you wish you could have so and so around you. Mm-hmm. All right, let's keep it pushing. We got one more reading, and that is for Luana. Because is all kinds of messed up right now. Mm-hmm. You do. Leos and Scorpios, it's kind of like a Leo and Pisces. Like it's a little more feisty because they're both fixed signs. Leos and Scorpios, they're fixed signs. That's why it's always like, ugh. It's like you're battling yourself, but on some emotional level. That's a weird combination. Like Leos and Pisces. That's a weird combination. All right, so we got 2 of Pentacles here for Luana in reverse. Y'all just gotten all kinds of reverse. A lot of energy is ending. Middle of the deck here is, you got Gemini Lovers card, okay, Major Arcana, and then Taurus energy, the High Priest again. All right, so you got High Priest here as well. This could be due to a relationship. This could be a divine relationship. This could be soulmate type energy. So if you're not in a soulmate type energy, it's coming to you, or you're coming out of one where, hey, listen, let's not get it twisted. Yeah, we can be best. My soulmates are not all sexually tied together. Your soulmate could be a best friend. It could be your grandmother. It could be your mother. It could be your father, right? But then we have intimate soulmate connections, right? So what I'm seeing is this is an intimate soulmate connection that we're going to clarify a little bit more, but that's what I got so far. This is kind of that type of energy coming through. And anytime we see 2, that's duality, right? So that's, there could be something that keeps circling or ciphering, or there could be this someone that is a soulmate, but the energy is kind of like it just waves, hits and misses. We got Gemini and Taurus here as well, and Earth energy. So there's that Taurus, Capricorn energy here. But let's clarify a little bit more. Sagittarius are cool. My oldest is a Sagittarius. They're the quiet ones out of the group. We need to check on them because they are good people to hang out and have fun with. But when they're like hurting, they don't talk about it. You gotta really like check in. He might be the one you gotta check in on. But what I'm saying is that they don't really like tell you. They hold in if it hurts, like something's bothering them, because they don't want to burden somebody else with how they feel. So they'll hold back in. And it's like, no, talk to me. Like, you don't hold it all in, because then when they hurt bad. So I like me some Sagittarius because they're sweethearts. They got good hearts. All right, so what's going on here with this two of first? And Luana, so and this has to do with that soulmate connection. I feel like this is a solid connection. It's just there could be some stuff, Virgo energy just is leaving us right now. So there could have been this. Virgos are twin signs to Pisces. And so sometimes Virgos can be a little wishy-washy. All right. Where it's like that cycle that just keeps going. But this is a divine connection. All right, is what I'm getting. This is lock and key here. And this is a soulmate. I'm stuttering. I'm getting tired, y'all. This is a soulmate that is brought by a higher, again, if you subscribe to God or source, that's the soulmate type energy. And sometimes even if soulmate energy or soulmate relationships don't work out, it doesn't mean that that's the end of this love. This love is something that's been highly ordained by up above. So you guys could be going through a cycle, or somebody's at a distance, or they could be acting distant. They could be right there in front of you, or you're acting distant and you're there. But this is something that you can't just snap and break away. Some soulmates are here to be with you for a lifetime, or a season, or for a reason. But this particular situation, they're here for infinity. So that's a lifetime. That's your lifetime, or you guys have been lifetime, life path partners once upon a time. So maybe not this life path, right? But possibly in the last life. So if you subscribe to reincarnation, this was a past life relationship. And if this is not the case and it's not happening right now, and you're like, I don't got no soulmate around you, trust me, this is something being orchestrated from up above to bring to you. Just the timing might not be right. Okay, so let's clarify. And there could be some struggles with work, not having enough time. One person could be struggling with, but I want to be with my soulmate. I want to be with my person, but I also have work. I also have, work could be taking an effect over this relationship. Okay, that could be another one of those possibilities. Okay, what else? Okay. All right. So we got a lot of cards. Hold on a second. The Queen of Wands. All right. So that's fire energy. That sassy sexiness. I like that energy. All right. So you got the Ace of Wands in reverse. All right. So yeah, there could be something. We're not going to get too personal, but there could be some stuff behind the scenes going on there. Then you also got the Page of Pentacles. So, again, that work, that money could be interfering with the relationship. I mean, we got to do what we got to do. This could be you. And then you got the Four of Pentacles here. Yeah. Somebody's having a hard time with either expressing themselves in a relationship, because Pentacles can also mean about being grounded, not necessarily about money tangible. But what I'm getting is this is about money as well. So money could be intervening in the relationship. And this could be you looking at the person like, dang, I mean, come on, I know you got to get that money and stuff like that. But I mean, hello, do you see me? Do you not see all this gorgeousness going on? Do you not see all this beauty? Do you not see the Victoria's Secrets? Like, do you not see what's going on here? And somebody's just caught up in their matrix of, I got to get this paper. You know what I'm saying? It's like relax. All right. That's fire energy. So that's Aries, Leo, and what's the other fire sign there? I can't think of the other fire sign, but you guys know it's fire energy. Right, fire energy. Who's the other fire sign? Freak. Oh my goodness. Who's the other fire sign, guys? Sagittarius. Poor little babies. Look, they're forgotten in my head because they don't come off like fire energy. That's why, like, they're very Sagittarius are very unassuming as a type energy. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Besides the obvious, because it's like, look at me, hear me raw, see me raw. You know what I'm saying? But this is passion as well. So it could be you that's passionate about what you do, that somebody else could be, they're not. But this is not, it's not, it's really you. I mean, I don't want, I'm going to throw you under the bus. I feel like, yeah, you got your mind on other things and somebody's just like, you know, or you're eyeballing somebody. So if this is not, you don't have this person here, this could be you eyeballing somebody. Okay. Me likes it. Like, seeing how they work, seeing how they operate, seeing how they handle situations where, where you would be like, I wonder how they would handle under pressure, right? But this is very boss energy here, this Queen of Wands. So, this is your energy. This is you coming through. It's not necessarily your sign, but this is your energy coming through. Like, if somebody's going to step to me, they got to come correct as they should. But I feel like you're observing and watching, because it could be somebody on your radar. The person that is on your radar is that soulmate, is the one that's been brought from up above. So you're just, like observing them, like how would they work under pressure? Do they buckle when there's not enough money? Are they worried about money all the time? Like, are they worried about material things? Like, I'm more into, you could be exterior, but it's like, money is like, it's like really like, how are you without that? Like, if they're all about money and if they never had it, or for whatever reason they lose the money, like how would they handle things? Could they handle me like this? Or are they secure because I make more money than them and I can move like this goddess that I am, this queen, this leader? So let's see what else is going on really quickly, and then we will get an outcome, and then we will do the oracle for you. So she's like, no, sis. You do. Okay. Good. All right. So that's just confirming, validating what I'm saying here. All right. Because I don't want to read and just, I want people to see the authenticity. I'm not just talking shit. And if I don't know it, I don't know it. But it's not my message. That's why I'm stuttering in some ways, because it's not my message. So it's hard for me to articulate and bring out the message to you, because it's like, okay, how do I make it make sense for this person? Because it's their message, not my message. So, all right. Ooh, you got the star card here, Aquarius energy. All right. Middle of the deck is this is the King of Wands. All right. So this is a counterpart. This is very much so a divine. This is like, I don't want to say twin flame, because I don't really like that. But this is a divine encounter. This guy is king status as well, but he may have some insecurities. All right. And you're like, I'm good. Whatever your problems are, that's surface level stuff. Like, all right. Bottom of the deck is the Hermit card. So they could be having a sexuality. There could be some stuff going on in that department. But what else is going on here is that you have the Star card. This is Major Arcana. This is Aquarius energy, about healing. I feel so. If this person, they could be Leo energy, right? Fire energy, Aries. you may have a way of speaking to them, right? Or just how to speak to people, and they may have a hard time or giving back the same type of energy that you give, right? Because look at this, he's kind of like dabbling. So complimenting, making them feel like they're worth it, making them feel like they're worth something, making them feel like this relationship is worthwhile, right? Giving those affirmations, giving those, bigging that person up, because even though they're in the king status and you're in the queen status, you're still kind of like in a leadership role. You're still more like confident within yourself. You're still more like, I don't care about my insecurities. Like, it is what it is, and I like you, right? And I don't care what else is going on on the exterior. So this person may have some insecurities, could have some, because the wands have to do with sexuality. I have to put that out there. All right, so and I will leave that there, and you could dig a little deeper in that department. But just that reaffirming, just pouring back into the person. Maybe they poured into you at a point where you were kind of at your lowest, and then you got, with all that bigging up and that affirmation, you were able now to stand, on your 10 toes and be like, all right, I got this. And so now it's like, okay, this person may need to have that. And so they may need some sexual healing. Again, I have to put that out there because it's the wands, or just be more sensual. Instead of aggressive. Maybe they need to be a little more pampered at this point in time. All right, so let's get you an outcome. Mm-hmm. So you may need somebody to pour into you. This could go either way, but what I'm saying is that just somebody needs to have that, the cup flow over if to them now. So what's the outcome here? Uh-oh, you got the wands here again. The magician, middle of the deck, in reverse. And then you got the 7 of cups here, bottom of the deck. So emotions, being caught up in your head, as you mentioned. But your outcome here again is that wands. All right, fire energy and the 5 of wands. So this is that 5, as we talked about just a little while ago, with confusion, conflicts, change, chaos. So there could be a shift. Like I said, there could be this battle for attention, right? Could be sexual attention, could be sexual frustration. But there's this attention nonetheless that needs to be paid attention to, because somebody's kind of like in their feelings about certain things that are happening to them. Could be physically, could be about money. And so, if this is you and you're taking on that king energy or that masculine energy, because we also have to remember that even though the cards show women, right, for queens, traditionally we'll think, okay, yes, female. However, we both have masculine, all of us have masculine and feminine energy inside of us. Some have a little more masculine energy, like females could tend to have, depends, can have a little masculine energy more than the feminine energy, right? So you may have more of the masculine energy, and the soulmate may have more of the feminine energy, where they're acting like girl, like in a sense, where it's like, come on, pull yourself up by the bootstrap, like you got this, you could do this, right? And so this wouldn't be typical of a king status. Like a king should be, having it together, right? But he might be in his feminine energy, whereas he could be the queen of the wands and you the king of the wands. But we're taking out genders, and we're putting in the energy of it. So there could be a little more like, in that respect. But there was a full moon that happened just a couple of days ago. The energy's still here with us in the sign of Aries. So there could be a lot of healing going on right now, or just this kind of I don't want to say turmoil too much, but this is going to be coming to an end. So, if this is what's going on with this person, because I get like this is like a tug of war. It's almost like tug of war for who should be king, like position wise. So if it's not about a relationship per se sexually, this could be in regards to work, where you're in the high standard. There could be this tug of war of getting in a boss position as well. All right. But we got two people here. Like, look at them. And that's what they're doing. They're doing the tug of war, but it's in reverse. So I feel like this energy is going to be coming through, like leaving after this Aries, this full moon Aries energy. So like, in another day or two, it should be subsiding. And then again, then you want to pour those affirmations in, or those, accolades to the person, or however that is. I feel like right now, just kind of like, see it how it is. But just know in the back of your head, like, all right, you know what? Now I know that this person may be going through something. Let me whisper sweet nothings, sounding good. Sometimes the Seven of Cups is illusions and kind of like, in La La Land, maybe playing a little fantasy role. Listen, you know what I'm saying, right? Role, reverse play, things like that. Being creative, using your mind. Okay. Sometimes these readings can get a little juicy. Let's get you a oracle. Yeah, imagine. You might have to use your imagination to help get this person out of their little shell or their insecurities. Treasure Island. Listen, it's getting real juicy right now. I don't even want to talk no more. Because it's getting wild. Yep, and be the peace. And be the peace to the person's madness. All right. Okay. What's that? 7, 11. Those are my numbers right there too. We're gonna be done. All right. So you got to the sea. So number 7, that's that spiritual number again. So I love how everybody's reading that I did today has to do with like spiritual lessons, spiritual blessing. Imagine showed up again, middle of the deck. Come to the edge, 36, breaking down to 9. So there's cycles, the cycles are going to be ending. And bottom of the deck is soulmates in reverse. Look at that. That's confirmation right there. All right. So it's in reverse. So then it's 41 breaking down to 5. All right. So you also got 5 here. Let's see what that number is. You got number 7. It's a spiritual number. Let's see what 55, the angel number 55 is. It says here, major shifts are taking place in your finances and state of abundance. I said finances. This person could be having to juggle, wanting to be with you and know that I got to get this money, or you fit it into where it is. But trust and believe that this is what that's about. Know that opportunities to soar are coming your way. So just being that person's peace, or you being, or them being a piece to you, right, is going to help. And then it says to the sea in reverse. So I'm getting a lot of intuitiveness. All right. You might have to tap into your crown chakra, but more intuitively, like, like kind of like a big cat story, like, play your position, but watch from the outside, see how you can maneuver with this person, see how you can talk to them. I feel like that's what you've been doing all along anyway, has been watching them, like, how do they buckle if they don't have money? How are they going to handle, if they didn't have this, right? But more like just do that healing, that other healing, because that tantric healing, that's what you may want to look into, is tantric healing, or like Kama Sutra, that type of really getting into the nitty gritty of it with this person, because that's your soulmate, that's your true high divine, that's that 7, right? That's the mathematicals. So knowing that, this is your person, but not, they have to realize that, or it could be you, but realize that money is not everything. right? If I don't have that, how will I still survive, right? So I feel like somebody needs to have that realization. Like, it doesn't matter if you didn't have money today. We're still good. We still got each other. I feel like somebody has to be reassured that you know, money can go today or tomorrow. But what about us? Right? So that is your message. This is your first reading? Aw. Okay, cool. Yay. I'm so happy. Okay. Good. So, you know, the energies will be here. Come back if you want to do a private reading. 10/10 after October 10th, you can book a private reading with me. I have a section where it's just for relationships. If you just want a general, like I just did right now, because it can tap into anything. When I do a general reading, you can have that done. You know, you don't have to book right away because you just got some, readings. I like to explain to people that when you get a reading, it's not like, okay, this didn't work out this week, let me go book a reading now, because you have to let the energies marinate. Because energy is bigger than just the physical. All this stuff is around you that you don't see. You don't know what's going on. So you gotta just go with the flow of things. And then if you're not getting it and you see it's like a couple of weeks and you're like, you know what? Okay, let me book a reading. Then that's, but because it's like the doctor's. The doctor's not going to tell you come back, in 2 weeks, unless it's like some real dire test that came back and you got to get, say, but for the most part, it's like, oh, come back in 3 months, come back in 6 months. This is kind of the same thing with readings. Like, you don't want to necessarily, even though your energy changes, you just want to let stuff marinate, see how it all works out, and then like, oh, okay. If it's for you, it's for you. If it's not, so that's it. I'm happy that was your reading there. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the love and support. Not just the monetary support, but just being here, hearing me out, letting me plead my case. Just having an open mind to what's going on, and whether you vibe with it or not, it's like, okay, just being open-minded to what I'm saying. We have to have all cases presented to us, not just one case and we run with it. Right? Because that's what they're doing with us in the media now is, oh, let's put this whole Keefe D thing out and y'all gonna run with that. But if we have other cases presented to us, right, the prosecuting and the defendants or state versus, yeah, I've been in too many courthouses. I know a little bit about a little something. But if we present all evidence out there in all different scenarios, we can get a better understanding of, Tupac Amaru Shakur, and not just crucify him for the actions that he did as a young man, but what he tried to achieve in his very short life, and take that for what it is and then keep it pushing. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. I don't think I have anything else to say. I think I said enough. But yeah, catch me on the replay, and I will notify anybody if I'm going to be going. If there are going to be any changes, please check in the community section, because that's where I usually put all my Dear Diary notes, postings, information. Also, I'm on Instagram at FoxyMoon_spiritual alchemist. I'll put it in the chat. Foxy Moon _ spiritual alchemist. On IG. All right. And you guys can, hit me up behind the scenes. Or I post readings on there as well, like I do on Instagram. I try to do it on YouTube. I try to do it simultaneously. Sometimes it's a hit or miss, but that is just another way of you contacting me. Also, my website is there as well, so you could book through there. If you don't get on YouTube, you can book on my Instagram page. Through there, you will be sent into the link of my website, and you will be able to book a reading there for me, with me rather. I do have a new option in regards to reading. So now I also added the angel life purpose. I work with angels in that regard. Those are my guides. There are some, but there's like two main important ones that I work with specifically. But just what's your life purpose? What is it that your guides want you to know? Not doesn't necessarily have to be angel guides, but what is the life purpose on the spiritual level, which will go down into the physical level. So I've added that as a new action, I guess you will, if you want to call it that, service rather. And then we have romance. I have romance deck there, and just a general reading. So if anybody wants to get general readings that doesn't necessarily have to do with romance, your deceased loved ones can sometimes pop through on those general readings, just to let you know. And or if you're just kind of leery about doing readings, there is just an option for you to get a one card. It's the wisdom oracle that you guys seen me here using. And it's getting dark. So you can get just an oracle reading. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Peace, love, and light. Catch you on the flip side. We out.